has not expressed any emotion. Even after beating T1 in that lower bracket final, he was like, yeah, almost like he expected it. Like, yeah, of course we won. It's just T1. Just Anna and Thompson. They're just the two-time TI winners. Who cares? And there it is. The Marcy's here. Chen? No. They're going to the Omni Knight. So something a little bit different. Omni, very, very potent, especially when you've got a hero like Marcy that can just jump in and just wants to get to work. When you've got spells like Guardian Angel, when you've got spells like the Heavenly Grace, it really enables the Marcy to just be able to get in there and, start doing the Dempsey role, John. We call this Marcy Tyson now. You want to just be able to fight. And with this Omni Knight behind her, you should be able to get that done.
Yeah, you get a lot from the Omni Knight, right? Like, it's not just the protection, the added strength you get from Heavenly Grace. I mean, Marcy's a strength hero, so you do get a little bit more damage coming out there as well. You just run people down a lot easier. For Talon, they've got to kind of figure out how to handle the Omni Knight. Well, from Polaris, when they had to play against it, they picked up the Shadow Demon. So I'm keen to see if that's something Talon will want to pick up down the line. They do pick up the Morphling first. Talon going back to the Savage Special with a Morphling. I don't think they've gotten to play that recently. Again, in their last series up against T1, it was T1 picking up the Morphling. So Talon knows how to work against it, and I think in this phase they've got to prioritize protecting that Morphling here for Savage. I mean, you do have good forms to turn into. Like, just Marcy and Omni Knight alone are pretty damn good for the Morphling. You would prefer the Marcy. Sidekick on Morphling is big, rebound is huge, but you've got your options lined up here for Talon. And again, there's a lot of opportunities for Polaris to kind of draft around it or draft against it if they want. The big solution that we've seen Talon themselves deploy, something like the Slark. With an Omni Knight to protect, with Sidekick from Marcy, if Talon doesn't ban the Slark that they've picked themselves to deal with his Morphling, I think Polaris is going to have a really nice lineup there. I mean, we've seen Natsumi play that Slark multiple times, maybe not in this qualifier, but certainly in his long career as a carry, it is something he has played tons of.
Oh, you're not wrong about that, John. But going back to the Morphling for a second, every time I see Savage pick up the Morph, it always takes me back to the Ginnisbros days, Jonathan. You remember those days? He was playing with Gunnar, that stack with Forever as well, and that's when we really started to see this prodigy that was upcoming, and his Morphling was just so mean back then. Such a mean Morphling player, and there he is. There he is, the Thai Beast, showing his face, picking up one of his favorite heroes here for this Game 1. And it's always important to get a Game 1 lead, right? In a best-of-5 grand final, when you get that Game 1 lead, you feel so much more relaxed. You're 2 games away. You're suddenly in a bit of a best-of-3 if you have the first game lead. And Game 1s, they generally set the trend for a grand final. So this is arguably the most important game of the grand final if you really think about it.
Yeah, it just provides such a solid foundation for the rest of the series, because it's such a long haul if you do go 5 games. I think it can be a bit rare to get those 5 games as well. And just having that mental boost, having that confidence of taking the first game, just gives you a good point to restart on. It's a lot easier to bring yourselves down mentally, like, from an elevated state back to neutral compared to a lower state back to neutral. So, really important for both sides. I love the Lina pickup here for Polaris. We've seen Lelouch play this hero to a really great extent in that Game 2 up against T1 in the last series. It can act as that carry from mid. There's not a lot of heroes that can really bully out Alina in the mid lane matchup as well. So it's going to be a bit difficult to figure out what you'd want for Mikado. Now, on the other hand, you are starting to lack a little bit of hard lockdown here for Polaris. So some of those slipperier heroes are still in play for Mikado to pick up. Like, they banned the Puck, but they've been focusing on a mishmash of heroes on Polaris afterwards, like Pangolier gone, which is perhaps a Mikado hero down mid as well, and the Invoker, but they banned the Dazzle out. Like, the options like the Queen of Pain are still there. The matchups aren't that good against Lina for these more mobile heroes, like, say, Quap, Ember, even Void Spirit can be a little bit on and off against Lina, but down the line, that mobility will be very valuable. They go to Primal Beast first here on the side of Talon, and there's some flex on hand. That should be leaning towards KP. I don't think we've seen Mikado play that hero. I don't think that's something Talon tends to want from mid, as again, they want that higher mobility, that more disruptiveness here, but this does fit into the aggression that KP's been showing us. There's been a lot of changes with Talon's playstyle, because for a long time, especially in KP's end, it felt like every time you play against Talon, you just ban out DP Brewmaster, and Talon's not that scary because it didn't feel like KP had that big of an impactful pool. Now in these qualifiers, I mean, he's played Core Undying, he's playing Core Primal Beast. He's expanded his pool to a pretty good amount here.
Certainly has. The Primal Beast proving to be extremely potent in the current meta. We see it all the time throughout this current meta, and KB has been enjoying himself quite a bit. I might add as well, John, I do enjoy the Rubik pickup coming out. When you're against Omni Knight, you want the Heavenly Grace, you want the Guardian Angel if you can take it. Hell, even the Marcy spell is quite broken with a hero like Rubik because the Arcane Supremacy, just being able to dispose from a mile away. Rebound's very nice to boot. Even the Lena spells, if you want to go down that route. Light Strike Array is always good. Dragon Slave's always good for farming, pushing out waves. Polaris, not going to hesitate. They'll go right into the Viper. I believe that is going to be... Do you think offlane Viper here for Force? Like they throw the Marcy support instead. They'll just go Viper on Force? Because he does seem to really enjoy this hero.
Yeah, he does. I think it is likely we could see just Savius bring the Marcy back out, which he has done multiple times before as well. I think the one thing for Polaris is, again, if you look at how Force played, especially in that last series, off the back of Force, he was playing much more team fight-oriented heroes. With the Viper, it's mainly about laning, right? You just dominate your lane, you try to slow down the Morphling, which in this case shouldn't be too hard to get done, as Morphling doesn't tend to enjoy that lane matchup, but it does feel like once you go past that laning phase, if you don't have the farm, if you don't have that initial start to build up and get your first few items, maybe like Dragonlance, perhaps a BKB, maybe a Hurricane Pike priority, if you don't manage to hit that, it just feels like you're not going to be given space, because the Lena's going to be there. And Natsumi loves his big farming heroes as well from the past one. So Force is going to have to be sacrificed, and as a sacrificed hero, the Viper just doesn't scale the same way as, say, the Marcy, as, say, the Enigma we saw last time. So that's my one concern for Polaris. It's all in on kind of finding this aggressive lane. Viper Marcy is really aggressive, though. Like, sidekick on Viper, Morphling's not going to enjoy that. So as long as they play to the strengths of that duo, and Talon, they might have a hard time enabling Savage here.
Yeah, it's very similar to the old combos of, say, Earth Spirit Viper, Clockwork Viper. Like, you just want a melee hero that can kind of close the gap, land a stun, and maybe displace them. And obviously with that, with the Dispose, you aren't going to be able to do exactly that. And like you've already said, the Viper Marcy, pretty devastating kind of combination to have to try and play against here for Talon in their safe lane. And it does beg the question whether Talon will try to switch the lanes up of Savage's Morphling. Maybe just try to do the whole lane switching, the musical lanes, just to try and really allow that early game farm for the Morph. Still, we do see some more bans to come out, the Ursa Slark and Void Spirit Ember being removed, so they aren't going to have the issue of the Slark now. If Polaris did want to go down that route, it is not going to be available. And Talon, they have one more hero to go. They need something for Makoto in the mid lane. Against the Lina, it's a little bit hard to know where to go. I think earlier you did bring up the Queen of Pain pickup that could be there for Makoto, and I kind of agree with that. I think Quap might just fit the bill.
Yeah, you don't have lockdown. Like, it's only really, Rebound and LSA you currently have to hold something like Quap down. The lane matchup up against Lina is not pretty for the Quap. We've seen that multiple times. The Lina has won out a lot, and I think early on, I think Tour 1, people were saying it's a lot more even. As it developed, that's just something that the Lina players absolutely dance over. It still goes into Talon's playstyle, though, and it gives them some good damage to go through that Guardian Angel with Sonic Wave. So you can still find your kills. You've still got magic damage coming out there as well. And they will go for the Tiny instead, which is a really interesting shakeup. We have seen Mikado play that as well, but in comparison to his more mobile heroes, like Tiny's going to need blink timing. We're going to have to see Talon kind of emphasize those mid rotations. They do have decent enough rotations coming out with, say, Q's Rubik here. So it's not all too bad, but the presence from, say, Hyde on the Undying is a little bit more nebulous. Presence from Savius is good to move up there, and they go with the Pudge here on Polaris. So we get the Natsumi Pudge out, and the guy knows how to huck. And as long as he gets off to that overwhelmingly strong start, there might not be time for Talon to take a breather and just farm up here.
These are great drafts going into game number 1 of this best of 5 grand final between Talon Esports and Polaris Esports. Well, I do like that last pick Pudge quite a lot. I think it's quite effective even against the Morphling. I think it's the level 15 Talon. Makes the regen of the Morph kind of suffer, or it might just be the Ags. It's still a very strong pick is what I'm trying to say here from Natsumi, and we have seen the man run this quite a lot. So he is very familiar with running that POS 1 Pudge. John, give it to me. You've got two drafts in front of you right here. Forget the teams. This is a grand final. These are the best two teams of the TI-11 qualifiers, so it doesn't matter what teams they are. These drafts. Who came out with the better draft in your opinion going into game one?
Actually, looking at it, I think Polaris has the lineup to just get really aggressive fast. Like, we talk about the Lina needing a lot of space to farm. Pudge is a little bit more sacrificial. It probably needs to build up into Vanguard and Ags. Once you're there, you're kind of set. Lelouch can just farm up and be that big scaling core, having a lot of bodies to throw out. You've got a lot of combinations with a Pudge. Coming in with the Omni, like the AU with a Heavenly Grace, enables Natsumi to just have this really good lane. And I think that's something Talon will have to watch out for. Like, Mikoto on the Tiny. This blink timing on him is going to be so important. If it falls a bit too late, maybe even just past, I want to say past 14 minutes, it starts to feel pretty bad. Because you're only relying on KP to jump in, and there's no one really to follow up on that Primal Beast here.
Absolutely not. We'll get into it though. Game number one, Polaris, Talon, going at it for that last spot for SEA of TI-11 qualifiers. And I say last spot, there are still last chance, but you get my point. The last direct invite for SEA here. And by the way, just to correct myself, John, it was the Aghanim Scepter of the Pudge that removes the HB regen by 25%. So there you go. Very, very effective against a hero like Morphling, that's for sure. And we'll get into it, John. Do you want to do some predictions? We've got 4 predictions here between these two teams. Do you want to go through them? What are you thinking?
Yeah, highest net worth by 25. I kind of see that going to Lelouch, if not Natsumi. Probably Natsumi, actually, safer bet. Player with the most D wards by 15. AU's been really on point with how he's been playing this game. Player who gets the longest kill streak. There's no really highly mobile hero, so I expect someone to die at some point. Perhaps Lelouch, again, very well protected in the lane of this game. Player with the first triple kill. For some reason, I feel like KP on the Primal Beast, just because early game Primal Beast is pretty hectic. So, there you go.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Jonathan. We'll get into it. Game one. Do they go for a level 1 team fight? That's the question. They may just. Natsumi does have hook leveled up naturally, so you don't mind trying to force a fight here as the Pudge. If you can land that hook, that is. Meanwhile, bottom side, Mikoto, already getting started on Xavier's, but he's just going to walk his way out. Always had the ability to just skill up the rebound if he needed to get out that way. I suppose you don't really want to fight into this Undying, but force. He'll try and just get a few right clicks in. That'll be pretty much it. That's going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway, so a very even start between both these teams. And as usual, John, we will start with the mid lane. You're going to have Mikoto on that mid tiny. He's going to be up against the Lina of Lelouch. And this lane, you'd imagine, doesn't really favor the tiny so much, at least in terms of harassment. In terms of CS, the tiny should still have an advantage, but is there anything else we need to keep an eye out for? Do you have any opinions on this lane?
Level 4 is the spike for Mikoto. Before that, Lelouch just has a great time. You can zone out very nice with Dragon Slave, 0 armor on Mikoto, and you can just kind of run him down with some right clicks with your range advantage here for Lelouch. Mikoto should still be able to farm, as you mentioned. Tree grab is just really, really too strong in a right click, so it's not too hard for you as a tiny to still keep up. But I think Lelouch just has the natural advantage, and it's down to Talon to kind of make sure Lelouch doesn't get the bottle top-up, because if he gets that on top of this natural advantage, recovery for Mikoto is a very slow process considering he's sharing farm with a Morphling from Savage, which we already know is very greedy as well.
Yeah, and off the back of that point, like, Mikoto is kind of forced this game to really set a pace and tempo for the team, and it does go back to the fact that you do have a very greedy pos 1 in the form of that Morphling. Of course, Savage and Hyde going to be there against Force and Xavier's bottom lane. The Morphling, later on, turns into an absolute powerhouse, very hard to deal with, but early on, is a bit of paper, right? Like, he can't really do much to help out. You want to buy him as much time and space as possible. This lane, though, against the Viper, do you think Hyde has enough on the Undying to protect the Morph, or should he still have an advantage along with Xavier's?
It still feels pretty good for the Viper and Marcy. You just have to watch Hyde's positioning. He's doing a good job of just standing in between, getting the decays off when he can, making it a little bit uncomfy to really push in. Savage is really balancing this lane well with a good amount of denies under his belt, and he's just not going close. He drags the creep wave as far back as possible, focuses on finding as much denies as possible to keep that equilibrium near his tier 1, and as long as he doesn't go too far forward, you should still be able to find farm until you hit level 2. is a pretty good spike for Polaris. Once you have that rebound stun, probably level 3 is your safe bet. At that point, they can start to threaten. And Hyde, once he does run out of the mangoes, not going to be as much of a threat in that lane, but he still has Tree up and running at least.
In the top lane, you're going to have Q there, KP. He'll be on the Primal Beast against Natsumi on the position 1 Pudge and AU on the position 5 Omni Knight. Usually the Primal Beast is quite dominant, and in fact, we're going to see it right now. Natsumi trying to run. Heavenly Grace is there, so AU does buy a bit of space and time for Natsumi. But that's only level 1 Trample and level 1 Uproar. As the levels go up on KP, it does beg the question, can AU do enough on the Omni Knight to keep Natsumi alive and healthy? Because they are really just chasing him down every chance they get.
Yeah, it's not too easy to zone out the Pudge here, and there's only so much AU can do. He does at least have a casual Sage's Mask up, already pop his Clarity, so he's going to have the mana sustain to kind of get that done, and he's just staying away from being hit by Q. As long as his mana regen isn't interrupted, Natsumi's going to have some play. The issue here is cooldowns. Like, that level 1 cooldown on Heavenly Grace is pretty damn long. As long as KP kind of times his trample well, he should always be able to find an opening to trade back. And it will force a decision out from AU. Normally, you'd love the Hammer of Purity to kind of just chase down with Rot, but it just doesn't feel like you can get too aggressive in this top lane with how well the Primal Beast turns around.
Bottom lane, the Tombstone was dropped there by Hyde, trying to protect him from forces. Now, Savage is going to try to move in and get some damage off, but he is copying a fair bit himself. Strength Morph will be there in force. Still going, still chipping away at Savage. Rebound is out, but the Strength Morph is there. Savage still going to be safe. Quick on the hands to make sure he does press the button before the stun does come in from Xavius. But it seems like the aggression is starting to amp up here from Polaris, at least in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's that level 3 timing on Force. More damage out from Poison Attack. You've got the rebound ready. So you can kind of gap close. And Hyde, he still has 2 of his mangoes. So he has some play, but the lane has started to shove a bit forward. Like they had that little pull on the large camp a while ago to take out the range creep, and that's been enough to give them a little bit more presence. And whenever that creep wave is far enough, Savage, he doesn't have a smooth time farming without that protection of his tower and his support.
I want to go back to the mid lane for a moment here, John, because you've got Makoto, and you look back at that CS of Makoto, he has been really struggling. Like 19-2 compared to the 32-8 of Lelouch. Lelouch is having, as expected, a very, very strong laning stage. We have seen points where Makoto is trying to get aggressive with the Avalanche Toss combo, but it doesn't really affect the laner much at all. Like, he's not really taking too much damage, as Makoto is going to try to, again, to get aggressive here against this laner. But Lelouch, he's just so far ahead when it comes to the farm game. Meanwhile, top, jump in, Natsumi, being chased down again by KP. The trample is eventually going to end, but they are not allowing Natsumi anywhere near this creep wave.
No, they're making it really tough for him to farm. He's still sort of matching almost Savage's output, at least, so you're not missing out on too much in Pudge. But a couple of items can jungle fairly well. One of the faster junglers in that mid-game timing, as long as you've got a protective item. The Vanguard's going to be the big one for Natsumi still.
Natsumi, here we go again. Lift up, but Heavenly Grace is going to be there. AU does save the day. Hook was out by Natsumi, but does not connect. KP going to be just fine. I suppose that's really the only way to salvage this top lane, is landing a nice hook into that tier 1 top tower. Problem is KP's always going to have Onslaught, and you haven't really got a way to cancel that until it dismembers up.
It's going to be a little bit tough. You're relying more on AU to just ensure that you can kind of get out of there. They rotate the 2 supports out here from Talented to ensure Mikato has his top up. Lelouch not even bothering to check onto that top rune, and will settle for the bounty. But a regen out for Mikato does help alleviate that lead coming out from Lelouch. I mean, he's still far ahead, but he's not going to be able to maybe get some side lane rotations early up, maybe spam out his spells as much, threaten with Laguna. So just with that little move, Talon manages to give Mikado a little bit more play on the lane, although it's not that much.
Not yet. Here we go again. KP. Lift is there. AU. He was out of range for the Heavenly Grace that time around. Will still be saved. Natsumi just really trying to abuse the hook to take the creeps that he can get. KP doing a real darn great job of just really making this Pos Once Pudge's life a living hell here in this laning stage, and he'll just keep it up. Like, at this point with the XP advantage, KP really should not have to ever leave the lane. Like, Natsumi's the one that has to find a way to catch up in farm as they go again. Natsumi, he's alone this time. AU is not around. He'll TP into the tier 1 tower just to make sure But that's a very nice force to the rotation and the TP of the Omni Knight. And that might create an opening. If Talon can find a way to make it happen in bot lane, there is going to be a rotation. They are going to find that opening eventually. Makoto, he's going to rush forward. Force, he'll be the target on the Viper. But can they get him? With the Avalanche, you bet your ass they can. Toss him up, take him out. That'll be first blood to go the way of Savage. And it's a very smart play from Talon. You know the Omni Knight has no TP. He cannot come down to the bot lane. Makoto notices that. He takes full advantage.
Yeah, that's what you need to see out from Talon. Just kind of find a way to open up the map a little bit more for Savage when the opportunity presents itself. He still had a good time farming, but he's had to focus a lot on the denies as well to slow down Force's lane, which has been massive. I mean, look at all the denies from Talon. 18 on KP, 17 on Savage. Even if they're not getting as much CS, although they are. But this EXP slowdown for Polaris is going to hold them back a bit, especially in the Viper. I mean, the early levels for Viper are just so key to have that dominating presence, and with 17 denies from Savage, it's not going to come out as fast as Force would want.
Yeah, Savage has gotten way too much farm against a hero like Viper. This is not how the lane should have gone. Xavius is keeping tabs on Savage. Savage is very low on HP, not strength morphing yet, but Xavius doesn't have anything to rebound off. So you can't really hope to close the gap here on Savage. Just kind of keeping up the vision as top lane. Here we go. AU now the one in danger. Pulverize is going to be out from KB, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, Natsumi, he will rotate on the Pudge, try to find some form of a trade. We'll just get a bit of damage off. AU, though, he'll be happy to just barely survive on the Omni.
Yeah, that'll drag him all the way back from the lane. He does just pick up a Clarity and opt to heal himself, maybe go for the stacks instead. That'll leave Natsumi a bit vulnerable. He does have Dismember, so has a way of kind of playing just by himself now, although down bot.
Yeah, Xavius trying to get aggressive with the Dispose, but Tombstone's going to be dropped high, seeing an opening. Force the rebound out, but Makoto's there, looking to cut him off. Avalanche will land. A toss, not out yet, but they don't need it. Makoto will just get the job done with the right clicks, as now Force is in danger. Force the TPs out from Polaris. Get something out of this surely for the Dire. But Hyde's just walking away. Poison attack is there. Hyde, he'll try for a TP, but it's not going to be enough. Underestimating the poison damage of the Viper. And I believe one of the decay stacks ended up wearing off as he tries to TP. A little bit unfortunate.
If they find a consolation prize, it's a lot of TPs out from Polaris to find that punishment onto the pause 5. At the least, Makoto also doesn't find anything for his kill, but he rotates top now, seeing that commitment. If they find an angle onto Natsumi, with the Pulverize ready, that Pudge could be dead, but Natsumi also gets a good readout. Backs off, just plays in the jungle. Makoto is still in this area, though, and he's going to be camping until the opportunity presents itself.
Absolutely. Makoto, again, we kind of discussed the tough laning stage he had. He's still quite low in terms of net worth, but with these kills racking up, he is slowly going to start catching up. Speaking of, though, his enemy in that mid lane, Lelouch, currently top of the net worth board, so if you're relying on this laner to be able to pump out the damage in the middle of these team fights, which you are going to be, he's doing a great job. His Q, mid lane, is going to drop. He'll juke out the Light Strike array, but it will not matter. Laguna Dragon Slave is more than enough from Lelouch. In fact, it was Xavius that took the kill. But now with the siege creep up, Polaris can start to push in the mid-tier 1, and that is a lot of damage from Lelouch. Even with just the Falcon Blade available, he is going right through this structure. And there's no TPs incoming. Talon, they might just let this one go. In fact, Hyde, he's the only one around. He'll drop the Tombstone. In comes KP, but they've got the Heavenly Grace to cancel off the Pulverize. AU, what kind of reaction was that from our Omni? He did it pretty much instantaneously.
Okay, he gets a good cancel, really good positioning. I love the aggression coming out from Xavius. Like, even if they don't find a kill, they force the rotations. The defense just falls flat because of how low they drop. They're forced to drag down KP, opening up the top lane a little bit more. And they find the objective in the end. From that little rebound forward, trying to force some aggression. And the game evens out a little bit more on the kill board, but map control is definitely in Polaris' favor. And with this kind of lead up on the Lelouch, with his travels lined up at around the 12-minute mark, and he's just going to be able to run down. He's got level 3 Fiery Soul ready, lots of right-click on hand, as we've seen. Talon grouping up top to find her own tier 1 tower take, but it's not as big as the mid. And their bot's also being shoved in by Force, so getting a lot of space out here from Polaris, even if this top tier 1 just falls.
Absolutely. Polaris will be happy with this. They can still take down the bottom tier 1 anyway. Like, no one's going to be around to defend that from Talon. Polaris, Pretty happy with the way this game one's going so far, I'd say. We'll start focusing on the bottom tier 1 as Talon does the top tier 1. Get no real TPs coming into the bot lane, though there is still a lot of HP on that tier 1 tower, but I don't think Talon really wants to try and force a defense. With the state of the game, they're probably just better off trying to catch up on Makoto and Savage. I think that's probably just the way to do it, because you know Natsumi, once he has the eggs up, he's going to farm out of control. In fact, they're going to go hunting now. They'll spot out Natsumi on that punch. But he's by his own tier 2 mid tower, so chances are you are not going to be able to catch him. Though Q and KP are sticking around. But Natsumi, I do think is going to be way too tanky to deal with for now. He's fine.
Yeah, even without something like the Vanguard, he's just naturally durable. At least level 2 flesh heaps up. So a little bit more off that damage block to play with. And again, with the TP points on hand, doesn't have too much to be scared of. The side of Polaris, for their part, clearing out that bot jungle, keeping that build up on the Lush. BKB coming out for the Lina after these travels now. And these timings are just perfect. Like, they've been playing such a good game on Polaris. AU has just been a massive issue for Talon. They have no backline jump until that blink of Mikado is done. It is being finished up soon, but he's going to have to find the right targets here, Mike. If AU stays alive in the middle of it, just one Heavenly Grace removes a lot of their control and pretty much cuts off a lot of their damage output here as well.
Yeah, he really has been part of the heart and soul of the team here, AU. Throughout all the series we have watched, he has been so impressive. Especially after you kind of remember his debut back into the pro scene with, I believe it was TNC. That didn't go too hot, but things are looking very strong for him now.
If I recall,
was it
right?
Fnatic?
Like, yeah, that 1 week he was on Fnatic for a pro series, right. And then they had that immediate roster swap, which was, unfortunate, but it happens.
It does happen. Arcane Rune, going to be picked up by Xavius. Makoto, he'll make the jump in. He's not happy about that, but Xavius, he's got his team right behind him. That's going to be a tombstone wasted. So Hyde, he won't have that for another 75 seconds. And the thing is, every time this tombstone's on cooldown, you're going to feel so much safer as Polaris. Because it's so much of the team fight of Talon in this early game is Hyde's level 3 tombstone. So now for the next, say, 60 seconds, you're not really concerned about a fight to break out from Talon. If anything, Polaris would be the ones to smoke up and force the fight. But they're more interested in just keeping their farm going on their cause.
Yeah, and they have a really good mid-game spike to hit. I mean, why rush the game when Natsumi's just getting a free ride to the Ags? He's managed to catch up really well, despite a little bit more back and forth in this lane. He's got the farm. Number 3 net worth, smoke out with just Natsumi and Xavius right now. And if they find a good opportunistic hook, I mean, you start to build up these flesh heap stacks on Natsumi. The Ags timing becomes faster. They are sneaking around here, but high ground's held by Q.
Yeah, Q's going to break the smoke. Natsumi, he could still try, but Makoto's right around the corner along with KP. They'll still move in, but there's a big avalanche to come out. Makoto, he's setting up a really nice fight as the Komo no Mi pulverized from KP into the onslaught. AU, he's still going to show up. They're going to keep going. They got Savage down as well. Lelouch took him out on the Morphling as they find another. 3 down for Talon. How did Savage die in all this? Upper top lane, he got soloed by Lelouch.
Yeah, I mean, you get caught off guard. He was playing under vision, which Hyde just takes care of now. He was playing really forward in jungle, trying to find what farm he can, but with the travels on the Lina, you can just get an easy jump in when the Morphling doesn't expect it, and you've got the burst damage, especially in a full Agi Morph, so have to respect that. Polaris, really great map control, really great movements coming out. You don't even find any sort of exchange here for Talon. Like, the damage just isn't there. Even if KP lands this big pulverize away from AU to save, the follow-up just isn't enough from Mikado right now. And he's a sitting duck when he does commit with Avalanche Toss, and if no one dies, there's just no save potential on Talon's end at all.
Absolutely not. Talon, now 3k behind in terms of net worth. They're starting to really stick as a group, not feeling quite safe alone. You gotta buy that space for this Morphling as Xavius mid lane could be a target. They'll make the jump in. The onslaught, Xavius doesn't have rebound up, and now the pulverize once again from a mile away, but Xavius is still fine. AU does save the day, and that's gonna be another tombstone drop that gets nothing. This is really just terrible news for Talon.
It's really not panning out. Polaris, their reactions are on point. They're getting these great teleportations out. AU just casually walks up, saves his teammate, and they instantly smoke off the back of it. They get very fast resets with a Purification. Sasavius gets the look again. Unleash is ready to go. Rebound's a low cooldown. And they're exposing themselves down bot here.
Oh, Force goes a bit too early. Doesn't allow Xavius to get within range for the rebound, and that does kind of cost them the attempt at the Tiny, so a slight error there from Polaris. They will at least force back the Tiny, though, and KP's going to take over on the bot lane as the Primal Beast, but he's not going to make it too obvious where he is. In the meantime, Natsumi, he's got the Ags we talked about. This is when Pudge becomes a real farming and damage machine, and you've got to start to get very worried as Talon once you see that. That is a very scary timing.
And it's a big timing. This should be Polaris now just grouping up as 5, and they are. Lined up bot, pushing in that tier 2. And Talon just has no defense. Their lineup really isn't suited for that. So they're just going to have to sacrifice, going to have to farm, bank on Savage to hit this Manta timing into the Scotty and kind of play from there. I think the other big timings for Talon, BKB on KP is going to be pretty damn important here. The bigger one's probably this Ags on Q. He initially queued it up as his first item, went for the Aether Lens instead, but once you have a Rubik with double Spell Steal, that's where things could get a little bit different. Polaris, though, with the advantage here, going for a smoke play.
They are. They know how powerful they are right now. They want to use that power spike on Natsumi. Oh, even Lelouch with the BKB is going to feel very strong at the moment. Talon, not too weak themselves, but they haven't had much success in the previous team fights. Now, side of Polaris, they've been very smart to back off every time they see that tombstone dropped. You just never want to fight within it. A Savage now. Rebound is there. Light Strike Array out. He is strength morphing, but he's copping so much damage, and he goes to the right side. I don't know if that's a misclick. I don't know if he was trying to juke them out, but I suppose he was in dire straits, and that'll be Savage going down again.
Yeah, he's just trying to find farm at Polaris. They know what Talon wants to do. They've played against this style of Talon of trying to stall out, trying to farm up in that hyper carry. And now they're punishing really well. Into the Roshan they go. Doesn't take too long for this objective to melt with the output they have. They're going to have that secondary life up on Natsumi or Lelouch. And they're really not going to have too much to be scared of. I mean, we haven't even seen the Guardian Angel come out from AU. Talon, for their part, they're not able to do anything. Mikado is now going for a Midas, seeing that he's probably going to need to go as a secondary core to scale. And that's just going to stall out these timings more. Remember, the most success we've seen from Talon's when Mikado stalls a game, he's looking to farm. And that's something Polaris can really use their advantage here and just kind of get that first game under their belt. If they just play as clean as they have been. BKB's up on KP, that could be a good timing, but it just doesn't feel like a solution. Like, if you don't find AU, I mean, this guy with the Heavenly Grace just does a lot.
What do you do? I mean, Talon, they've got to just slow this game down. It's desperate times now. Polaris, so dominant. Again, they've been looking fantastic throughout the whole qualifier. Apart from that upper bracket round or two they had against Talon of all teams, but they're looking to get their revenge here and off to a great start. Savage, not doing too bad in the farm department, is still third in net worth, but now is being chased down by Xavius. TP immediate, Lelouch, Light Strike Array. Oof. Oh, he's a hair off. Half a second away. It's now Hook mid lane. They've got Hyde on the Undying. Onslaught is there. Try to help him out. Natsumi, he's just such a tanky boy. He is taking no damage. He'll still find Hyde. Tombstone will go the way of Force. And they are not slowing down Polaris. They want to keep going. They want a tier 2 mid tower. They'll save the siege creep. And in we go. Even with the shards up on Force, it's going to be some quick structures to go down here for Polaris.
They've got the output. Sidekick up on Lelouch. They just melt objectives. Savage.
He gets stunned up again. He'll adaptive. Force is right behind. Lelouch will keep the chase going. This time around, though, surely Savage can waveform out. Light Strike Array, though, is going to land. Force, he's on the chase. KP shows up now. He's forced to save the day. Try to TP out. He should make it and does. Savage is still around. Pings are out. They seem to know. He'll waveform towards the north. Xavius, he's going to have a look around. Rebound was so close. Courier, the Courier, it's going to see him. They know he's there in the tree line. Savage is not making it out. KP, he tried so hard. He tried so hard to save Savage. It's just going to mean nothing, though. Polaris, they can smell the Morphling in the tree line.
Oh man, they get such good plays out. The Courier micro for the vision in the tree line. And Savage, his TP was on cooldown. Even with that save from KP, he needed a little bit more time to try and bail out, and he just doesn't find it. Polaris, they are on point this game. Again, maintaining that momentum they had from the lower bracket, that game they had with T1. And for Talon, it's looking very scattered. Polaris, going for more.
They are. Bottom lane. Hide. He just can't. Once the Pudge gets on top of you, you can't make it out. It's just too hard. Top lane, Xavius was trying to chase down KP as well, but misses the rebound onto the Primal Beast. 8k advantage now, the way of Polaris Esports. An amazing start, 23 minutes into this game one. We talked about how important game one of a best of 5 grand final is, and Polaris, they would agree, based on this performance. Talon, not out of this game yet, but John, what do they need to do to try and really force it back their way?
They've really just got the stall for Savage and Mikado now. This Midas build-up, it just means they're looking, oh, they got a toss back here.
They do. There's your Pulverize out once again. It is onto the Viper. Force, he will melt. Maybe this is the team fight. Onslaught, KP, he'll land on 2. AU, he might drop and does. In fact, Xavius, he's not making it out either. A great team fight set up there. KP on the Primal Beast doing a fantastic job. And Talon, maybe that's what they needed.
Yeah, they have to have Mikado play. I was worried with a Midas, he's just going to farm up, but they are looking to make some moves out. I think Polaris just has to respect that with a Tiny, the toss back is your safest bet. And they're still getting some good map space out. Full Shadow Blade up here.
Oh, the replay. That damn Pulverize, it makes me laugh every time. Lelouch, he's going to find KP. Immediate Laguna. Natsumi has Dismember. No problem. They'll get a bit of revenge here on Polaris.
Yeah, it's a nice kill to pick up. Natsumi's not stopping though, he's just on the chase. He knows how big he is, with the Aegis to protect. Doesn't find anyone else, but you can just see the confidence in Polaris. Yeah, they lose a little fight. It doesn't make the biggest dent in their net worth lead. And it's still Talon with their backs against the wall. This is still not a good game for Talon at all, though.
Yeah, they do find Hyde, but AU does get caught out as well. Still Mikoto, he's a big target. He has no way out of this. Dispose, dismember, hold him down. And Natsumi, he's got a taste for Ox this game, John. As they do move in onto Q, the Rubik is going to TP out. Savage, he will walk out the old-fashioned way, but once again, Polaris, they are finding the better end of these trades. Talon, they find an Omni for their trouble, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it really isn't. And for Polaris, I mean, they're reaching this point in the game where all the outer towers of Talon are going to be gone. They can just constantly force into the high ground, keep the creep wave shoved out. They have really good push on pretty much all their heroes except for the supports. So they can just ensure Talon's locked in, unable to farm, unable to find that build-up. I think for Talon, outside of these plays from Mikado, we are inching closer towards Q's Ags. Whether or not that's going to be enough, whether or not he can get the big spells this team needs is a different question. But that could also be one of the turning points, as they've kind of allowed Q to just play a lot more passive here. He's playing it a lot more safe. He's not sacrificing his body, which Talon, you know, to be fair, tends to do with Q, just let him build up. But it's a lot of time to just allow a Rubik to build. Still, KP runs into Natsumi.
He certainly does. That'll be a dismember to come out from Natsumi. BKB was forced by KP, and he will eventually just TP away. Nothing to stop it. Gonna go through the BKB after the dismember. It's Force having a bit of a laugh to himself about that one, not holding the dismember for the TP. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Mikoto looking to set up onto Lelouch. But Lelouch, he has very good positioning. Doesn't get too close to the creep wave. Takes it, immediately backs off. No messing around from the laner.
Yeah, just understanding that he's such a big part of the net worth lead of Polaris. Doesn't want to bleed anything away. He's had a pretty good game so far, 1-0-3. Not taking too much activity on the map, just playing as that pause one from the mid. And allowing even just Natsumi to cop a little bit more. Although Natsumi hasn't died either. So they're really just, sacrificing Force on the Viper, who's gotten his item timings anyway. You're still fine. They go with a play here onto the mid. Silver Edge fully up on Lelouch. Sneaking into the triangle. Good wrap if they do commit all the way to the top here.
They can just hold this triangle here. Polaris, wait for the side of Talon to try and make their way back over. Someone eventually will. Savage might show himself in this mid lane as the Morph. Will do so, so now that they know exactly where Savage is farming. The right side of that Radiant jungle. Rotations in from Polaris, but it doesn't seem like they have a smoke to use. In fact, Xavius is holding one. Meanwhile, KB, top side, has been caught. Lelouch once again, right on target with the Light Strike Array, and Natsumi does follow up with the hook. KP trying to do his best to make as much space as possible for his carry, but it does cost his own life.
It's better than Mikado dying or Savage. Mikado missed out on the blink toss.
Koda's in trouble. Lift up from Q, he'll delay things here from Force. No other way to really lock him down here on the Tiny, so he's going to be okay. I think Polaris just waiting for the next Roshan now. It's 45 seconds away just about. Natsumi was just having a quick peek into the Roshan pit to see. At the very least, you do have a timing now on Savage. He does have the Eye of Skadi up, so you might be able to try and force this Roshan fight when it does come up. I don't think it's going to be that easy, but they could try. In fact, they might have to try with the way this game one's going.
Got to find some risk to take that pays back for them here. Polaris, smoke out, just on the hunt, and blink up on Natsumi, full Shiva's up. Really nothing to scare this Pudge. Natsumi's just massive. Even though he doesn't have the most flesh heap stacks, there's just no output in Talon. Talon, for their part, now going for their own smoke, with a Scotty fully up again, looking for that Gambit here. Question is whether or not they find anyone from Polaris. They don't have forward wards on Talon, so it's pretty blind as far as these smokes go, and they just have no clue where Polaris is standing. They have complete control on the map so far.
Are they going to try and sneak Roche? Talon, they're hanging around the pit. They'll get their wards down. They're trying to force a positive team fight. They see the Viper. Force, he wouldn't be a bad target for Kodo. He'll jump in. Natsumi, though, right there to try and help out. The Viper, Force dropping. There's your Guardian Angel. It's not going to be enough. They've got the Viper down. No buyback available. Now Savage. He's way too deep. The damage is too high. He's gone. Oh, Savage, he went right in the middle. Lelouch and Xavius take care of him as now KP's gone to boot. Hyde, he's falling apart as well. That'll be a triple kill for Lelouch on the Lina.
Oh no.
Yeah.
There was a blast rig from the Midas usage there as well, and that was that's just unfortunate. Mikado, he's not even safe here.
He is not. Always feels real bad when you lose a neutral item like that, and just nothing going the way of Talon right now. It's a 12k advantage. Polaris, they have Roshan open. They'll move right into the pit. Nothing has stopped them. Such a dominant performance thus far for game one.
Talon, they just lack they extremely lack team fight. Polaris again with the saves coming out from AU, with how durable you are on Force and on Natsumi. Even if you manage to get a jump out of any of these two cores, they're probably just going to live, or you're going to have to expend a lot, as we saw when they took out that Viper and Force. That you won't have anything left in the tank for everyone else. Lelouch is such a massive issue on this Lina, still on a perfect game along with Natsumi. Full Satanic up now, counteracting the Scotty to a very good extent. Once you pop that active, you really don't care. Still, Talon, Q has the Ags. Maybe that gives them some angles. It's not like you have big teamfight spells to steal here, though. So it's still pretty tough for the Rubik to find that opening for the team.
I think it's all about the displacement spells now for Q, right? Like, you've got Dispose and you've got Hook that you can steal. I think if you can force some of the heroes from Polaris out of position with those abilities from Q, then maybe you could force a fight. If you find the support, say, with the hook, like AU gets caught out or Xavius gets caught out, I think that's when you can really get going. Even Lelouch or Force on the Viper is a pretty good target. The only guy you wouldn't want is Natsumi on the Punch, because he's happy to be close range like that. But I think it is really up to Q to try and get those spells up and try to really displace the side of Polaris here to give them a chance in this game one.
Yeah, they've got to find a way to drag someone out of position. Lelouch doesn't quite land the LC. They immediately rotate down bot once they saw the outpost was being taken. Polaris just not resting. They really, again, if you look at their last series up against Talon, it looks like they've really learned their mistake. They're not forcing high ground, they're not bashing their heads against the wall. They're just building this lead slowly but surely up and up and up. And they're just preventing Talon from finding any openings. This is such a great change for Polaris to find. I mean, they've they're in a really good position in this game. And for Talon, I don't see any angles towards the late game even. Because it's not like you have Mikado and a highly elusive hero. He's on a tiny. He's going for the Ags build up next as well. So you do have some long-range damage coming through from Mikado, but you'll need a damage steroid to really feel the brunt of that damage output. Like, you're going to need a Daedalus after that, and that's just so much farm with so little space to get that done.
You might not have the time right now. Polaris, they're moving in high ground. They don't want to waste any time. They've got a double damage on Lelouch. Half its duration still left. Look at that tier 1 tower. Or tier 3 rather. They do get a toss in. Xavius will get a dispose. Savage is going to run. Guardian Angel was popped. In fact, they are moving in pretty deep. Hyde and KP are both gone. That's 2 down. They both have buyback though, so Hyde, he'll commit. KP, he will hold out. But Polaris, they are not backing off. Buyback or not, they will stick around for the mid lane of Barracks. They might even go for more now. Tier 3 bottom tower. With the sidekick and the DD rune. It's so much damage from Lelouch. Can they deal with him? Natsumi, he'll make the jump in. A 3-man rebound. Xavius, he sets up perfectly. This is not looking good. Talon is in such big trouble. Force the buyback on KP. But there's only 2 heroes left here for Talon. And Polaris, they can go right for Megas. All lanes are open. There are no tier 2 towers standing. I don't see why you'd back off. Polaris, they'll go all the way for this.
Yeah, no reason to. They've just got such great front lines with Pudge and Viper, so durable. You can't even put a dent onto Lelouch with how far away he's hitting. And Talon, they have no big play. Smoke out, buybacks are coming through. They've got to get a toss back into base, it feels like, to even have a chance here.
Yeah, it's happy death time though, John. It's happy death time. Talon, don't look too happy about it. Polaris, in fact, they're not backing off. They're going to force another fight. They know there's no buybacks left on Talon. They've got a huge advantage. Dispose is there. KP, this could be the dieback. Makoto will try to help out. KP barely able to onslaught away, but now Makoto, he might be targeted. They call it. GG. Game 1 to go the way of Polaris Esports. And Talon, I'll be frank, John, this game 1 didn't even look close. Polaris, they were all over them.
Yeah, they dance around the side of Talon. Talon tried to go back into the slower style. Like, their support duo didn't really do much. Q was just stuck in this lane. Hyde was stuck in this lane. They'd rotate in for the Watt runes, but Polaris just dictated this game start to finish. They had a great time for Lelouch. They had this great core for him to play down mid as the pause 1. Natsumi, he wasn't even threatened, even as a more space-creating Pudge. You know, that hero that you don't expect to scale as well into the late game. He still had all the space he needed because of the protection of AU. Polaris are just playing phenomenally well. Perfect games coming out for Lelouch and Natsumi, and for Talon. It doesn't feel like they can go back to what they've been relying to in this upper bracket in their run. Like, they've been going back for slower games, big win conditions on Savage, and space making for Mikado. Polaris just ban all of Mikado's faster heroes, and suddenly Talon just has no one to play with.
Well, John, give us a quick MVP before we head to the break before game number 2. Who was the MVP of the series for Polaris Esports?
I think it was AU. Like, they got a lot out from Lelouch for sure, and he did manage to carry the damage, get some good rotations out to punish Savage while he was on his own, but AU enabled them to have this really good lane for Natsumi, to have all the save for whenever KP or Mikado would come in that Talon just really had no play. So AU again on point with his return here on Polaris, switching from coach to player. He's just looked phenomenal.
He certainly has, John. We are going to head for a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft of this best-of-5 grand final between Talon Esports and Polaris Esports. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into Game 2's draft here between Talon Esports and Polaris Esports. It's MLP Dota and John Xfire once again in this Game 2 of this Best of 5 Grand Final for the TI-11 Qualifiers for SEA. John, I've got to ask you straight off the bat. You and I, we want a close Grand Final. We want a 5-game series kind of Grand Final. That Game 1, extremely dominant from Polaris. They've done their homework, they know what they're doing. What do Talon need to change up, especially during this drafting phase? Because I think AU, I've been saying it over and over again, this man is a prodigy when it comes to drafting. He's a genius when it comes to it. What do they need to do?
They've got to find a way to jump the back line. That draft from Talon Game 1, they commit early for the Morphling, which has worked out for them. They've been first phase picking the Savage Hero. I think Polaris is ready for it. I mean, they looked very ready in that game number 1. They just managed to find all the counters. They took away the impact of the Primal Beast really well with AU's Omni Knight, and all his saves was really just almost like frame perfect from him. Every single time KP would start, like even before the first smash came out, instantly just saved. And I think the side of Talon just needs to find something else. Like maybe they have to first phase the Mikado hero, because in second phase, all of his heroes was just taken out. Second and third phase of bans, like they took care of the Puck, the Void Spirit, all of the highly mobile heroes. They just get this very dominant mid Lina for Lelouch, which rarely loses lane. So I think that's where Talon has to adapt. Just shift the priorities, maybe shift Savage onto second phase for his pickup, get an early mid pick instead, which runs the risk of a counter pick. But I think with how Mikado plays, you don't necessarily need to worry about counter picks for him on mid. Like stuff like the Puck, stuff like the Quap, they aren't easily, even if they get countered in lane, they still have play because of their mobility. So I think that's all they need, like a playmaker from mid. Mikado needs to set the pace. And for Polaris, if it works, don't change it, right? Like they have great saves from AU. They could just play this really aggressive style, lane dominant heroes across the board, and just run Talon down the early game, which is where Talon really feels the weakest. Like their early game across almost all the series they've played has been pretty abysmal. They tend to try to hold and punish you for overextending. That's how Talon has found their entries back. But if you remove that late game condition, just keep stomping them in this early to mid, it just doesn't feel like Talon can find any way back. And I think Polaris has a really good grasp on that early to mid game. So just focus on that. Keep playing like this. And they were really disciplined on Polaris's end as well. Because that time we saw Polaris up against Talon in the winners bracket and also in the ESL 1 qualifiers. Like their one issue was high ground. They kept trying to run up and Talon kept finding punishment. This time they play super patiently. They look for a team fight first. They wait for Talon to get desperate. And that patience really paid off in the last game.
Yeah, fun fact about AU that most people don't know about as well, Jonathan. He actually can flex to mid as well if necessary. He just needs to buy himself some cross earrings, just change the earrings up there, and suddenly he'll be a mid laner with that haircut he's got going. So yeah, It's one of the flexibilities of Polaris Esports here. John, talk to me about Talon once again. Like, you know these boys a lot more personally than I do. I must admit, looking at their body language, looking at the faces of Talon right now, they look a little bit defeated after that game one. Do you think they've mentally reset?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Talon's gone through a lot of... every team goes through that, and I think for how long Talon's been together, they should be able to shake it off. Mind you, Forev isn't there, so maybe that tool for the mental reset isn't quite as solidified. But we'll find out. And this is going to be Talon's big test now. And Polaris, if they rally in this game to secure it, have that 2-game lead, they've got a really clean shot towards the TI groups. So we do see the draft develop. Enigma, Death Prophet being banned out by Talon. Puck and Void once again banned out by Polaris. And instantly into that duo of Marcy and Omni Knight once more. So if it didn't work, don't change anything. They go back to what worked out really well. For Talon, they've got this Undying that they did give to Hyde, but they could flex to KP. They've got to decide what to hammer in here. Do you want to go for the Savage Heroes? They will go for the Pangolier, which is more of the Mikado hero on the mid, and now they start banning Lelouch. So they're adjusting in the draft on Talon's end. They're shifting Savage's hero to the later part of the draft, which does mean Polaris will be able to ban out stuff like the Morphling, stuff like the Void already banned. Slark could also just be taken out now as well. So the options will be limited, but now you do have that play from mid, and perhaps that's one shake-up the Talon really needs. Again, the Tiny for Mikado. Slow lane against Alina. Blink timing was there, but then he had to go back for Midas. It just felt like you had two big farmy cores and no one really to play make off the back of KP's Primal Beast there.
100%. I do like the draft openings from both sides. You already talked about the Pango more than likely going to be the hero for Makoto, but it can also be picked up by KP. We've seen that many times. Even Q could flex it as a pos 4, though we haven't seen that as much. And even for the side of Polaris, you've got this Marcy that you could give to Force, but last game it was Xavius who plays it in the pos 4 role. So very flexible, makes it very hard to know. What are you laughing at, John? Is it the seat, the way he's sitting?
No. You take a look at Force's camera. He's got a suitcase behind him. That's because they're flying out to Manila for another tournament tonight. We're both flying out, and I think that's why they're also kind of speed running this game. He's like, oh, guys, we might miss that flight. This is like another qualifier for another tournament that we really want to go to. We don't really want to fly in at 5 a.m. and play at, 10 a.m. immediately. So let's snap, guys. Luggage is right there.
They do have another tournament tomorrow. It is in a mall as well, Jonathan, by the way. So don't forget your tanks. I know how everyone feels about the mall tournaments. Very, very good.
Yes.
And I mean, he's ready. He's looking to speed run this 3-0 and just get the suitcase and run. Book me a cab. I'm going. I'm out of here.
Yeah, they're gonna try, and we'll see if Talon can try to stall out as well. Again, with this change up in the first phase for Talon, Polaris has the room to just ban out Savage's heroes now. So Morphling gone, probably Slark banned out next, and just simplify the game. Take out these key heroes Talon loves to play themselves. There's some flex on hand with Talon for, as you mentioned, KP could take the Pangolier. And I think they have been leaning more onto that for Mikado in this qualifier at the least. There is still that flex as well with Undying, so you could have that be the KP hero. Another interesting thing, of course, is with the bans being prioritized now on Mikado and Savage rather than KP, I mean, some of his specials are there. Like, Brewmaster is still in the pool. Mars is in the pool, although Mars has just not been as popular at all recently. So whether or not that's something Talon wants remains to be seen. And they do actually ban the Remaster, so they still respect ban the KP here in the end. They leave the Savage Slark as an option, and they go with the Lelouch Ember. Another highly mobile hero. There's not much lockdown from Talon, especially if they run the Undying as a core. Like, you're gonna lack some really good control for the Ember. He's just free to zip around here.
Yeah, this is another Lelouch special. Like, you saw the mid laner. He's now got his Ember. This is another signature hero of the man. And it seems like Polaris, they just keep going back towards these comfort picks. Why the hell not? Again, game one was so dominant. They may as well just go for their comfort drafts and go with that. We'll see what Talon can pick up now for their own third pick. They'll have a bit of a think about it when it comes to the reserve time. Just minute 15 left here for Talon. Maybe just reveal the position 4 of Q. keep that Pango kind of a secret as to where it's going. Just keep it flexible here between Makoto and KP. Q on that Rubik last game around, like he got the Ags up, he got the Aether Lens up, but just never really had an opportunity to do anything. Like the spell stills, like he was trying to get the Heavenly Grace, he was trying to get the Purification. It just never felt like the Rubik had any impact that game, and I'm sure Q's feeling like he really needs to step it up for game 2, because it just felt like he... Honestly, I kind of forgot a Rubik was in the game at that point, in game 1.
Yeah, they weren't able to steal anything significant. I think AU did a great job of just managing to block off the Guardian Angel steals there as well. They go with a Shaker here for Talon, which has been really popular in these qualifiers. And that should be our Q here on the offlane, but the concern then is it's another hero that relies on the Blink. It can lock in the Ember, but you've got to play really well in the fog. You know, you've got to have pretty good control on the map and just be able to sneak up to the Ember. It's not quite that instantaneous lockdown you'd get with, say, a Hex hero on hand. So there's still some play here for Polaris if they do manage to get that early map control and get the vision out. Not going to be an easy game to kind of clear out. And they go with a Shadow Demon, so some flex on hand here. Probably just considering running the core Undying overall. So maybe a Shadow Demon and Earthshaker support duo. That can give you the good lockdown. That is a good response to the Omni Knight as well, as we saw Polaris themselves run up against T1. So you do have some answers on hand to remove that protection, and some hold to kind of keep that Ember locked in if you can chain stun him off the disruption. So I like seeing that from Talon. It does fix some issues out. The Disseminate as well, right? With how the damage app works with a bunch of heroes. Shaker does play really nice on top of that. Even stuff like Undying and Pangolier. Lots of AoE damage to bounce off each other.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see how they make this SD work. We haven't seen many teams find too much success with it. Talon, see if they can in this game too. Polaris Esports, 4th pick for them. Reserve time is being ticked down, but they'll go right back for the Viper. Force, yeah, he had a great game. He just did his job. Dominate the lane, dominate the mid game. I really appreciated the early shards pickup as well, because as you can see, Force is trying to speedrun the grand final right now. That suitcase is still sitting there. The shards pickup, it worked, right? Because you had your power spike 15 minutes into the game. Go shards, get all the tier 2 towers, and just go high ground at 20 minutes. It made a lot of sense, and with the proper execution, it's actually very, very powerful.
It really is. Like, with the buffs you get from the Marcy onto that core hero with the minus armor you're giving onto the objectives, it just melts. You don't have something like the Lina to kind of provide you that really big push from the backline, though. So it does feel a little bit slower for Polaris, and unless they find something really quick here for Natsumi. I mean, you've got options for, say, Terrorblade. You've got options for, say, the Luna. Even the Medusa is not too bad. Heck, maybe even a Drow. Although Drow into the Pangolier is a little bit more awkward. You do have enough jump from Talon to kind of cut that hero off. But they still have some ways of playing this really quick. And Talon, for their part, I mean, they're going to have to pick up first. They do ban out the PA, but they can just lock in and focus on what Natsumi might want to play. And all of those push heroes are still on hand there from the pause 1. You do have the Shadow Demon to kind of steal them back and take some of that damage back in the form of your own illusions here. But that tends to only feel really big towards the late game. So early on, it's just not going to really stop that momentum from Polaris. They respect ban the TA out. But again, all the push options are still there, Mike.
But they are. One more ban to come. Polaris is looking for those position 1s of Savage. I was thinking heroes like Terrorblade and Luna and things with the Shadow Demon where you can really start abusing the illusions with the disruption. I mean, Luna maybe not so much, but TB still seems to be a pretty good pickup, though against the Viper lane can be pretty rough. I wonder what Polaris is thinking here for this final POS 1 ban. And I wonder what Savage is thinking in terms of POS 1 pickups. You still have options like the Slark as well, which has been quite potent recently, but it feels like it's more so picked into heroes like Morphling, and that's not available right here. They'll get rid of the Naga. Savage, he's rubbing his hands, he looks happy, he'll get the Slark.
Yeah, I think it's still good here. Like, even if Guardian Angel stops you, you're still stealing stats. You are a Nullifier builder as well. You've got AoE save coming out here for the Slark. Mind you, Slark versus Viper lane is still pretty atrocious. And I still expect Force to have a really good time there to keep Savage down. So this could still be very rough for Talon. And Slark, if it does fall behind in farm, it can bounce back, but it does feel like it takes a while. Like almost like you're waiting for the level 25 for the better essence shift. So it just means another stall game for Talon if things go south from the laning phase. And for Polaris, again, all that momentum-based heroes here are still on hand. Luna, Terrorblade for them, can just get a push going fast. Drow, again, not very popular, but still achieves that same goal of really fast push as well if you want it. And it doesn't feel like the worst thing in the world. You're mainly worried about, say, a Pango blink timing. Should be able to protect until then. They go with a Phantom Lancer instead, which Natsumi found a lot of success on. And the AoE clear of Talon is pretty limited. I mean, you've got Swash and Slam, but to rely on a big slam on a PL, they're usually fast enough to dodge that out.
Yeah, I mean, just from the draft perspective, you look at the Earthshaker, you think to yourself, like, wait, isn't Earthshaker a counter to PL? Not really, and it hasn't been a counter for many years, it feels like. It's just so hard to land the slam in that perfect position onto the Phantom Lancer. So many ways to juke it out with Doppelganger as well, and chances are you're just going to be out of mana in the team fights anyway. Diffuse Blade comes up, Earthshaker does not have the greatest mana pool, pretty easy to get through it. You have heroes like the Ember Marcy to jump the backside and find Q anyway. So I don't think it's going to be an easy game for Q on this Shaker. And again, against the PL, I think just at glance value, people still think that Echo Slam is a really good counter for the PL, but it really hasn't felt that way in quite a long time. At least for a few years.
To be fair, the damage output of Shaker in Echo with a lot of illusions is still high. The issue is landing it. It's not really the damage, I think. It's just landing it on PL. They're just very elusive as the game drags on. Their Doppelganger is just an obnoxiously low cooldown, so you will want to start with something else. You know, maybe get a good roll-up, jump in first with Mikado. It's easier said than done. As you mentioned, there's still issues for the backline, and Polaris, again, they find themselves a really good draft to play with here. They've got that speed, that momentum they're picking up from the lower bracket win they've found over T1, and for Talon, it's looking shaky. It's still game 1 out of best of 5 that they've lost. We're only on game 2, but yeah, as you mentioned, Mike, that game 1 is very important.
Well, give it to me, John. Predictions. We've got 4 predictions here to make. I'd love you to make some guaranteed predictions here. We all need some Battle Pass points. Give it to us, John. What are they?
Roshan kills, probably, this could be a long game, maybe 4. I can see it dragging up to the 4th Roche. Player with the highest net worth by 25. I definitely see this more on Natsumi this time around. Total number of Smoke Gang kills by 10. That one's a bit hard to call. Sometimes Smoke Gangs, they don't generally come out in the first 10 minutes, so probably 0. And teams with the most kills at game end, honestly, probably Polaris. Like, Talon, their lineup, once it tapers off pretty hard. So Polaris just covered all their bases, and this draft just looks excellent once more coming out from AU.
It certainly does. We'll see if they can pull it off, though. It's one thing to have a good draft. It's another thing to actually be able to kind of run this draft and make it work. And Talon, after that game 1, they didn't look happy. They need to reset. They have a much better draft, I would argue, going into this game, but it does feel like there's going to be a hell of a lot of pressure once again on Makoto. He's going to set a tempo this game, and Savage on this Slark. He's been really good recently on this Slark, but he's very, very important. He is carrying the team by himself. There's no one else that's going to be able to back him up later on in this game, as Fisher is there. Q, he won't be able to block in the Ember. And in fact, Hyde and Savage, they will try to rush, but Xavius has already found the other bounty route. And it looks like Polaris, they're going to get away with the 3-for-1 trade on the bounty. So a bit of an advantage to get this game 1 started. And speaking of starting the game, let's start with the mid lane. Lelouch, on his signature Ember, going to be against Makoto on his signature Pango. How is this lane meant to go?
It's a little bit more back and forth. There's more play here for Mikado in comparison to laning up against Alina, but Lelouch should still be able to have a bit of a better time. I mean, Ember harassment with Sleight of Fist is just obnoxious and not something Mikado can always dodge out as well.
Top
and
lane.
you're already seeing a lot of that. Well,
Force, he's already gone. Q, able to set up along with Hyde. They ran a tri-lane to get started, and it does work out. It doesn't seem like Polaris were expecting the tri-lane start whatsoever.
This is a good change-up for Talon. They understand that Viper's early lanes or early laning levels are pretty bad. You just show up, get the chain stunts off, and just punish with Savage. You can just build up a lot with the Essence Shift. I mean, you've gotten off lane Undying for KP anyway, so it doesn't need that much help.
Here we go again. This time Q is not going to be able to break the gap to get the Fissure off. Xavius is the one to take the damage. They'll know Q is still around here. They should also know there is a Observer Ward around that area that they are still under. But Q is not backing off. It seems like they are going to commit to the tri-lane.
Yeah, just kind of be aggressive and force, secure Savage a strong start. Again, you've got an Undying offlane. He doesn't care that much. He does enjoy solo EXP anyway. And to be fair, KP is doing a good job of just running down Natsumi. Like, once the decay is up, the PL can't really trade all too well. So you're having a pretty decent way of just changing your conditions here on Talents. And for Polaris, I don't think this is the end of the world. Like, Natsumi's still going to be able to farm up pretty damn well here. Once the levels are up, I don't expect KP to really have massive kill threat there with the protection of AU. And once KP runs out of mana, this lane's pretty dead for him anyway.
Absolutely. You see AU coming eventually on the Omni 9 and start trying to get a bit of harass with KP, but like you said, KP doesn't really need the help. He's fine. Question is, can Talon keep the aggression up with this tri-lane? Like, that's one thing, right? When you run a tri-lane, you're going to have both supports kind of struggling for XP throughout the game. You are going to need to give them time to catch up, but it can be a little bit awkward. In fact, hold that thought, because Disruption is there to set up once again. Force is being chased by Q. Fissure not out yet, and the TPs are incoming. Instead, they'll try onto Xavius, but AU's going to TP in, and now the turnaround. A 3-man rebound. Xavius, he might drop, but he's setting up a kill onto Q. Still running. Does find a courier. We'll leave it be. Purification out. Xavius breaking some ankles, but it's not going to be enough. He will drop. AU now on the chase is Savage. He's not done yet. Pounces there onto the Omni Knight. A lot of Essence Shift stacks being taken. Hyde's there with the Disruption. This should be another, and AU will drop, but now Hyde. He will give another kill back the way of Force. And the one big problem I see about those two kills for Talon is Hyde picked up both of them.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You definitely want that on Savage. You want him to get this investment from the trial lane for himself. But you're still happy enough to find these kills. Polaris are finding openings. They understand with just a little bit of save out from AU, the lane just changes massively. And they'll actually send AU walking back up top. With the saves on hand from this Omni Knight, what he angles AU's finding, his spacing in these fights, it's going to be tough for Talon to keep committing that aggression. And the one-on-one lane for Natsumi is a little bit more manageable because you're not feeding as much decay out onto KP. He's not able to trade as well because you're not getting as much strength with every spell use. So it's a good way to just repair. Just go for your own trial and be aggressive yourselves.
Water runes are being contested. Hyde able to take one. Lelouch already got the other one anyway, though, so he's more than happy with that. Makoto will not be able to fill up his own bottle. Unfortunate for him. So it is a 2-3 so far. Talon, they are one game ahead in this game too. Still a very close kind of game here between these two teams. And I suppose the one main concern I have, looking back at the mid lane here for Talon, Lelouch is farming way too well on the Ember, right? He had a great game on the Lina. I'd say he's even better when it comes to playing Ember, and he's having a very free laning stage so far.
He's not being slowed down. At the same time, it's not as dominant as the Lina game, so Mikado is having a little bit more play, and I think that's at least a point of solace here for the side of Talon. Mikado is going to hit his level 6 fairly fast enough, but without any rotations onto the Ember mid, I don't see any way you're going to chain stun him here and look for that opportunity for Mikado. We do have the pause. Internet issues abound once more. It is Southeast Asia. So we're going to have some quick reconnects here, Mike.
I don't know what these players are complaining about, John. I play SEA on 100 ping. If I can do it, they can do it. But, you know, it is TI qualifiers. I'm just joking around. Obviously, they need their 0 ping or 1 ping or whatever it is. Fair enough. We'll get the reconnections going. The SEA server has felt rather stable recently, though, I might add, John. You know, props to the people in charge. I say rather stable. It's not, you know, up 24/7 in the way you'd like it to be, but it's been better than usual.
I don't know. I've still been having coordinator issues at night. Nighttime just doesn't feel great. Sometimes games don't even register until like an hour after, so it's been a bit touch and go. Again, lots of people playing, and that's a good sign that lots of people are still playing as well, which is always good for the health of the game. But yeah, it's still been a little bit shaky. I think this is just a routing issue. I believe before this series, players did mention switching networks to the backup, so maybe it's acting up as well, and maybe having to just double check.
This is one of the things in SEA that you see a lot, right? Like these teams do need to have two different connections just in case, and it's just what you got to do, right? If you're seriously trying to contend for TI 11, you've got to have those backup networks ready to go. So you really don't want to be stuck playing on 100 ping in a TI 11 qualifier grand final of all things. And Polaris, they'll be all back. Hopefully the ping issues have been resolved. We'll find out very, very soon. Going back to the tri-lane while we're waiting, Talon, so far finding success with the tri-lane. Savage is having some decent time farming on the Slark compared to, say, Natsumi on the PL. Problem is, Polaris now, they're kind of contesting with their own tri-lane, and the positive about doing an aggressive tri-lane on Polaris's end is you can stack the triangle, and you are seeing AU do exactly that. And that's always going to be very effective when you have something like an Ember, who can farm those large camp stacks very effectively. So there is a bit of an advantage on doing it on the right, the off-lane tri-lane here for Polaris.
And you can have that build-up ready to go. And once you are ready to clear on the illusion, he's going to have a great time just increasing his lead. It's, again, not that massive in comparison to Mikado, especially in relation to Game 1, but it is still there, and the Ember is still going to feel a lot better with the early item pickups. And Phase Boots into Orb of Corrosion, you can just run a lot of these heroes down from Talon's end. And for Talon, even with this kind of start with the trial in the top, their draft does feel slower. Your Slark will want a lot of items. Savage, he wants to go Diffusal Ags, and that's going to take some time. Compared to the farming pace of Appeal in the jungle as well, it does feel like even if Natsumi has the slower start up against KP solo, once he does dip in with Illusions, it's not going to take too long.
Offside. Hyde, he got caught by a rebound. Xavier's not able to get to dispose yet, but they are on the chase and they will eventually find it. Hyde, no way to survive. He's already committed the disruption. And nothing they can do to help out because Q already committed the Fissure. Another nice pickup here for Force on the Viper. That'll be his second kill of the game. I suppose for Talon, as long as this Slark is hitting creeps, they are happy, but seems like Polaris are getting warmed up here in this offlane.
Yeah, they're getting started. Again, their lineup is already geared for aggression. Nice block, though.
Makoto, he's here. Rolling Thunder, he'll try to salvage. Force, not going to get that free lane he wanted. Makoto with a very strong rotation. Something they weren't quite expecting, and they will be able to secure a kill this time for Q on the Earthshaker. Problem is, mid-tier 1 is being forced in now. Polaris, they've got a siege creep. So the timing isn't exactly perfect here from Talon, as you give up a bit of damage the way the tier 1 mid tower. But Lelouch is not giving up either. He keeps going, but Makoto is going to be able to just take care of the creep wave. And in the meantime, Natsumi ends up going down. KP able to set up. In comes Q with the Fissure, landing on 2 heroes. And Force, it looks like he's just going to go for Q instead. Q just moving right forward, just saying, take my life instead of KP's. He will make it as hard as humanly possible. So he will juke through the tree line. In fact, KP's coming back in with some decays. And Q's out of it. He is not dropping.
Yeah, they managed to get that space out. Very important solo kill for KP to find. And drags the attention to himself. They're diving in deep up top. Are forced to TP away, though.
Lelouch, he'll show up. Hyde. Oh, no chains. Won't lock in the Shadow Demon. He's going to be okay. Bit of a wasted rotation this time from Lelouch. Not able to find a kill that he'd like, and now Makoto's making another rotation. I mean, Rolling Thunder is a very low cooldown, so it is back up. Never mind. He might just wait for the 8-minute power rune before he tries again. We'll show back up into the mid lane. You've got Hyde right behind him, but I don't think the SD can really look to set up here for Makoto. Maybe just trying to make sure that they do, in fact, get the power rune or at least deny it away. But Lelouch is going to be able to pick it up anyway. Does get lucky with the RNG. Does pick up an Imbiz rune for himself.
Yeah, should allow him to maybe look for movement out if he so wishes. There are some good sentries watching towards mid. So they should be able to spot that rotation out if it does come true on Talon's end. Mikado's still looking for play down bot. They scan out. KP is very deep in here.
He's in by himself. The Tombstone's kind of just been left to go, I think. The Soul Rip is there. Force is still dropping. Eventually denied off by KP, so no gold to go the way of Force. And now with Makoto around, they take him. It seems like Talon have recognized that Force is the main problem here on the side of Polaris. And they just continue to make this Viper's life a living hell.
Yeah, with Force just being forced to be down at bot, I mean, the top lane's just so much more free for Savage, and all sides of Talon now are starting to find a little bit of better farm, which is important. You know, you gotta force to do something he forcefully doesn't want to do.
Oh, that's 3 times, John. You used force 3 times in that sentence. My God. Start laughing at you. Just amp it up a little bit. I'll up it. See how he likes this one.
You gotta find ways, Mikey. Still 3-6, 3K lead for Talon in the early game. Looking a lot better in comparison to game 1. They are still getting some aggressive moves out from Polaris. I mean, they're looking to really hammer in mid. They have a good understanding of just what kind of game Talon likes to play. They love to play the slower game that does require the map control mid provides. They don't quite fully commit for it, but they do have forward wards now, so they can kind of contest the jungle, keep up as to where Savage might be farming up, and get a little bit more aggressive there. The one issue for Polaris here, I mean, there's still the shard buildup you could get in force, but the early push is definitely not as fast with the heroes you have on hand here. Unless you just constantly sidekick someone, but Xavius only has that level 1.
3-6, 4K advantage, Talon, having a much better time. A lot of stacks to be taken now by Savage in their own dire jungle. Makoto will help out. So much farm to go back the way of the Slark, and something you kind of pointed out earlier, right? Like, you're going for this Diffusal Blade into the Axe timing. You want that gold ASAP, and Savage, you'll have the Diffusal up rather soon with the way this is going. So happy days for him, unless he dies. Oh boy, that was very close. Has to pop the Shadow Dance just in case. Got a little bit twitchy on the fingers there, Savage.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be a pretty vulnerable target if the side of Polaris wants to gank him down, but they're still sort of focused mid. And they're getting some space out for Force to farm top, and just kind of buying some room here to get that build-up going for Natsumi as well. Still emphasizing the mid more than anything else.
Lelouch, oh, nice juke out. Would not allow the Fisher there from Q. Speaking of Q, immediate smoke up.
Under a ward.
Makoto, under a ward. A little bit unfortunate. They know the smoke is coming towards that top lane. Force is immediately dragging that creep wave back towards his own tier 1 tower, and look at this. They're right behind him. There's a counter smoke happening. Q, he's going to have his smoke broken. Sees Lelouch, doesn't really want to be here. Makoto, he does have Rolling Thunder, so they might try for this. In fact, KP has also TP'd over. They'll make the jump in onto the Viper, but Force, he's got AU to back him up. Still, the Rolling Thunder is still going. Meanwhile, Lelouch has been trapped up the Echo Slam. It was committed, but Lelouch, he's not dying yet. He will remnant out, and he's going to be just fine. As nobody drops top lane, they are still chasing Force on the Viper, but he is way too far back. So nothing comes out from either side.
It's a bigger commitment out from Talon, using so many ults to try to find that kill. Just kind of losing some time here. The side of Polaris can get a push out going now. They've got Unleash on Xavier, so he could actually just melt that mid tier 1. They've got to be able to respond here on Talon's end, and they are sending the heroes back in. But knowing that the roll's down for longer, and knowing that there's no slam to threaten from Q, should provide some openings here for Polaris to kind of dig deeper if they want.
Makoto, gonna be fine. We'll dodge the rebound in the mid lane, and Q was there to back him up anyway. Talon really making sure Makoto does not get caught. Especially considering top net worths are right now all the cores of Talon. They don't want any of those cores dying at the moment. Polaris, they do want that comeback goal to go their way. Group up top lane here from Polaris. KP is around to defend on the Undying. It's actually quite nice trying to push the creep wave as well, because you've got the max level decay. It's a lot of damage as mid lane. Lelouch going to be able to back his way out once again. He'll go for a reset. It's like Polaris will keep trying to push in that top tier 1 tower, but there is going to be a smoke rotation. Talon, they want to force another fight. They don't have Echo Slam this time, but it's not like you have the Blink Dagger up anyway. Not too big of a deal. You're more reliant on the Rolling Thunder and Tombstone if you are on this dire side. But Polaris, very, very good game sense. Do read the map and do understand that Talon are missing, and they just back off. So Talon, looks like they're going to find nothing out of this smoke.
It's just more time kind of expended here, while Polaris just goes back to farming, getting that build-up they'd want. You know, going into that Maelstrom timing for Lelouch. Managed to buy a lot of space out for Natsumi as well. He's got the Midas up on our PL, and he is getting a nice pacing onto the Diffusal Blade of his own. Stretch just being a massive nuisance to the side of town once that's up and running. It's a little bit, kind of slowing down a bit. Both sides just wanting to get that farm. They are starting to clump up mid once more. But Mikado is around to at least constantly shove out that creep wave, so it is a little bit harder to commit. They do jump, though.
They do make the jump in. Makoto in big trouble. Disposes there. He'll swash shield crash away. Still the chase is on, but he's got help right behind him. Lelouch forced to remnant back towards his tier 1 tower. And it seems like the Marcy is fine to back her way out. AU even hanging around on the Omni Knight just in case. The Makoto dropping very low. Xavius, he's having a look around to see if he can snipe him. Kind of hard without the rebound to set up, but he is still having a look. We'll go for a TP play out. Decay is there, but they will not react in time. Unfortunate once again from Talon. Savage now mid lane. He'll chase down AU on the Omni, but can't really lock him down. AU's fine.
Yeah, they're just dodging out from the aggression of Talon early on. And for Polaris, you're also playing passive, but the scaling of their lineup just feels a lot better. You've got the PL, you've got the Ember, you've got mobility, and the illusion spam as the game goes late. And for Talon, it feels like their spike it's not as big. It relies on really clean plays coming out that just hasn't been lining up recently. And for Polaris, just forcing Talon to constantly group up as Tree on mid, I mean, it means that you're really not getting that build-up. KP desperately wants that BKB, so you can just keep committing, but he's having to respond to the clump ups every time. They are allowing Savage to farm. He's got the defusal up. He's going into the Ags next. But they still need to keep stalling. And again, it's coming at sacrifices now, while allowing Polaris to also get that build up on Natsumi.
Yeah. Mid lane. Push is going. CH creep is up. Talon. They've got the Tombstone to play with here from KP. They've got the Echo Slam of Q. Again, no blink to set up, but it won't matter. They've still got the spell ability ready to go. If a fight does get forced out, they won't catch Lelouch, but they are still doing so much damage into the tier 1, and the Fisher made it rather awkward. Now Lelouch, he does get jumped. They pounce on him, and the Echo Slam. It's going to make sure he cannot make it out. AU could not save as Savage. He'll dive right in. He'll find another. The Omni down. Talon, they'll find 2 and the tier 1 mid tower. And that's exactly what you want to see if you're a Talon fan.
They get the big kills they want. They open up the map. They're finding their aggression here in Talonson. But Polaris, they hit this timing on Natsumi. He's got the defusal blade up. So the PL can actually start joining in. Maybe not the safest. Probably still needs more stat items on hand. But he's got the potential to just be opportunistic. Pick and choose his fights. Find some good pickoffs. Hold back the side of Talon. And punish if they do overextend. So it's not really the end of the world for Polaris. They are 4K behind, but it does look like that farm differential. If you look at the graph here, Mike, it's mainly on Hyde and Q. Like, Force and Lelouch are lagging a bit behind, but the gaps aren't that massive, except for Lelouch, who has, been stuck on mid just as much as Mikado, but hasn't been able to really get kills of his own either. So maybe the one hurting point on the Ember, but the Ember is still a very slippery hero, and you saw how much Talon had to commit to find that kill.
Absolutely. Kodo going to cancel off the Rolling Thunder for now. Force has been purged up by Hyde. Swashbuckle in. Force, he's still quite tanky, but there's your Rolling Thunder. Heavenly Grace Purification is out from AU, but the lockdown, KP, he is running right in. He is just so tanky on the Undying, but they are going to force them to back. They don't want to dive into that tier 2 tower quite yet. Especially with that 4K lead they have. It's not quite large enough to dive tier 2s yet, but it is large enough to give away to Polaris and throw the game. So you've got to play cautiously still as Talon.
Yeah, definitely got to play it safe. They're starting to get some pings out onto Natsumi. Natsumi gets a good read to back off. Oh, Q doesn't quite fish it the right way. So, manages to bail out. Still keeping that build-up on Natsumi. And I think towards the late game, it's still really tough for the Slark to deal with a PL. Like, you've got to get the right jump on the illusion. You do have this AoE clear coming out with the Pangolier and with the Shaker. With just landing onto that PL while also worrying about the Ember, it's just really tough. And I think Polaris, again, they're comfier with a slower game here, which is really surprising because it tends to be Talon who wants to go slower. But now Polaris are more than happy to also stall the game out, confident in their win conditions.
Still grouping up mid. Natsumi We'll join in a little bit. Just throw those illusions out. Start to be a little bit annoying with that diffusal blade. See if you can poke and prod. Or even just go after the creep wave with these illusions.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Talon looking like they really want another objective. Just not wanting to play into the late game of the PL. You Natsumi, top of the net worth board now, but nowhere near that level 25 mark. He's still just level 13. Of course, the 25 mark with that doppelganger Talon is when things get really silly as this Phantom Lancer. Still got a while to go for that. Certainly is getting to a stage, though, where he can join his team. Savage, on the other hand, getting closer to his Ags. Only 2k gold away on the Slark. Huge power spike for Savage once he does have that up. And they are still the stronger team here with this draft, so they are going to move into that bottom tier 2 tower. And it seems like there'll be no defense to come from Polaris.
And they don't even have a good opportunity to go for a fortify until the creep wave comes in, and by then, tower's a little bit too low already. So freebie coming out from Talon, immediate pings towards the mid, but the smoke and TPs are out here from Talon already.
There you go, Talon. Oh, there's a double damage rune down to that pot rune spot. You'll love to see that if you're Makoto. You'll happily bottle that one up. Now they want the fight. No two ways about it. It's either the fight or Roshan they're going for. Talon, they don't exactly have the best Roshan lineup, so they'll try and force a fight. AU is going to be spotted on the Omni. It's not the biggest kill in the world, but it is something. Makoto, he'll go ahead and take it. He'll save the DD rune. Only pops the Rolling Thunder. But it is still just a pos 5 Omni Knight at the end.
It's not the biggest kill in the world. Respawns are also fairly short, but it does still give you a little bit more room. It also does allow you to maybe check for wards, although AU didn't quite drop any. And for AU Spartan, I mean, he's buying space. He cops the smoke gank. He's still allowing Natsumi to farm. Manta style is going to be the timing for Natsumi where you can really start to consider joining these fights with at least one defensive item on hand. And that's where things might get a little bit scarier for Talon. They still hold this 5 to 6k net worth lead. They've got the BKB up on KP. The blink up on Mikado is going to be really big as well in terms of trying to get that lockdown onto these slippery heroes. And as you mentioned, Savage is inching towards that Ags here. So with the longer range pounce, with the charges on the pounce, you do have tools on hand to kind of clip in that Ember, clip in the PL if you manage to somehow find that angle. And it is up now for Savage. So you might look to play here.
Absolutely, they definitely want the fight. Talon, they are moving into that Radiant Triangle. Savage right in by the tier 2 tower. 4 staff away from AU, just trying to get away from this Slark with the Rolling Thunder. Gonna lock him down. Now they found Force. They found Natsumi. That's the Phantom Lancer being caught and he is gone. Q is not wasting any time with this Echo Slam. He drops it immediately. They even got Xavius. In they go for more. Into the tier 3 tower. They will find Force on the Viper. 4 down. The only survivor being Lelouch for Polaris Esports. But Talon, they have hit a timing. And my god, are they abusing it.
That is just insane value immediately from Savage. I didn't expect them to instantly find such big kills. Polaris didn't expect the Slark to be that mobile. Like, these charges on the pounds, with how low cooldown it is, it just allows you to do so much. I mean, getting that pounce onto Natsumi was the big one. They lock in the real PL, they get the good slam out from Q, and again, going back to that Shaker versus PL dynamic, Mike, if you do lock in the PL and prevent it from using the Doppel, slam is still pretty big damage. So Natsumi has to weave himself in and out. He needs that protection for the Manta, and Talon just find a way to sneak right in, getting instant value out from Savage.
Absolutely. Q has been doing a really good job on this Earthshaker so far. Like, just the fishes alone have been so effective. Just multi-man fishes over and over again. Sometimes with a good fisher, you don't even need the Echo Slam. The blink up, though, he'll be happy to pop the Echo Slam for a big one. Top lane, they'll try onto the Marcy. Hyde will be there to disruption. TP is cancelled off. That'll be another kill to go the way of Makoto. Talon, now 9k ahead in terms of net worth. And really no signs of slowing down. In fact, Natsumi is going to be spotted. Makoto immediately into the Rolling Thunder. His team is nearby, and he can just perma-stun up this PL. Where's the Doppel? He hasn't got it yet. Another pounce is in. Savage right on to that Phantom Lancer, and he does at least get away for a little bit, but Savage is not done. He gets another pounce. He gets the pos 1 PL down for 45 seconds. And the voice lines keep going.
Top tower is
Talon
under attack.
into the T2 top. They'll back off for now. Maybe try for Roshan. And that's where they're headed.
They've got the opening for it. I mean, Mikado with his confidence in that fight, just showing up knowing that with Q, they could buy so much time. We've seen this multiple times out of town in this game already. Just great Fisher block into the chain stuns from the rolls. And Savage, again, weaving that thread through the needle with these excellent pounces to follow up. And just secures them a big objective, widening that lead 3 to 15, 11k up. First rush of the game going the way of Talon, and they hand it over to Mikado to have him protected in the front line. They've got a lot to play with. For Polaris' end, again, this is a bit of an opposite draft from Polaris. This is them wanting to try to build up on Natsumi, wanting to have this massive mobility on the Lush. The big issue for Polaris here, Mike, is that with Force in this kind of game, this is the kind of game where you look at the offlane Viper and you realize it's probably not going to have that much impact. Force, he's not going to be farm priority. He's kind of misses leveled spikes. So for Polaris, I think the only way they get value from the Viper now is just accept that they're going to have to use Force as a sacrifice to buy all the space for everyone else.
And that goes back to the tri-lane, right? Like the brilliance of Talon to try and make the tri-lane happen up at top side and make sure the Viper just can't dominate the lane. It's completely shut down Force. And considering how important Force has been throughout all the series we've watched of Polaris, that's a real problem. It's just huge.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the potential of the Viper on a strong start with the Ag Shard timing into the push. We're not seeing any of that. He does have the Force Staff to save from pounce. That is a lot of utility. But outside of that, I mean, you can't really do anything.
Here we go. AU on the Omni Knight. He cannot afford to die this early, but he is gone. You need that Pulse 5 Omni to back you up for this Tier 2 tower defense. It's not going to be there now. Q's still holding on to the Blink Echo Slam as well, so it's going to be very hard to try and defend this. Fisher, off the mark. There was a slight of fish dodge. They will not catch Lelouch. Rolling Thunder, though, does catch Xavius on the left side, but no real teammates around to help him. Call it a zoning, Rolling Thunder. The mid-tier 2 is slowly being chipped away out in Talon. They will pick it up, no problem.
They're clearing out the map. Polaris only stuck with one outer tower left. I mean, they're still managing to sneak Natsumi outside. With Midas, with his farming pace, he's not that far behind.
Full staff away in the Viper. It's just so scary when Savage closes the gap with that pounce. Desperately just trying to buy more time for Natsumi. They know later on the PL will outscale everyone on the side of Talon. He just needs time. Harder Tarask being worked on, but it's kind of a matter of how much time you have left, because Talon, they are all over this game too. 14k advantage now. Natsumi will TP out of the top lane, but Makoto is just there to defend. Just push out the creep wave once again. And Polaris, I mean, they are grouped up mid lane, but it just doesn't feel like they can smoke up and try to force a fight yet. Maybe they're forced to try so, but you're not farmed enough on the PL to really get involved, I don't think. Not against this Slark and not against this Pango.
No, you at least have his protection now on Lelouch. He has his own BKB. He's not going to get chain stunned. The only hope you have right now on Talon is having to expend that demonic purge onto that Ember, but he's always going to have a remnant back there to save. So you have more play coming out from Lelouch. That is a good sign here for Polaris and kind of trying to stave off Talon and the aggression they're showing so far. For Talon's part, only a minute 40 left on that Aegis. So they're going to just have to maybe take a tier 2. High ground still feels like a little bit of a tough prospect considering the play Polaris has on hand. They can't just keep spamming out these illusions from Natsumi in the high ground defense, which is where that PL really shines, and that's why the shard that Natsumi has is really important, installing that game out. But with the map control townhouse elsewhere, I don't think you'll mind a stalled out high ground push. I mean, this PL is still growing big though. And if it does stall long enough for that heart you mentioned to come into play here, Mike, as long as Natsumi doesn't get caught by the pounce twice over, you're going to be fine. So, again, you've got all your cards there.
Speaking of that pounce, AU's going to get caught out. Here's Savage. He'll take another. It's easy pick off onto the Omni Knight. With the 8th permanent agility stack here for Savage. Going back to the PL point you were making, like, Heart of Tarask, and then I believe the Eye of Skadi will come out here for Natsumi, and around that point you'll have 4k plus HP. Maybe just a little bit less than 4k, but that's you have enough time to tank through the damage of the Slark, I think, is the point. And a nice way to reset throughout the team fights. But looking at the farm of Natsumi, he has such a long way to go before that point. Such a long way.
Yeah, he's even going for the Aether Lens first now. He's got that queued up, so he understands with a longer game, Spirit Lance spam has to come in. Polaris, though, trying to go for a sneaky smoke here, Mike. On the left side, top
Look
lane.
at the pound, Savage.
Oh.
He's right in. He's right onto the PL. Stunning him up, leashing him up. There's the Fisher.
mana.
Q, not letting him go. Mana's down. He is gone. He does have buyback for this fight if they need it. Q. He will go down as well. Lelouch setting up Savage. He's forced to BKB,
Look
but he
at the
just
stacks
keeps
of
fighting.
essence.
He is getting a lot of stacks from here from the side of Polaris' Savage. He's going to back off for now. Back into the T3 tower.
Middle tower is under attack.
Polaris are the ones that need to find a way to defend this. 16k advantage here for Talon. At least with the Viper, you can slowly chip away at Talon. They don't have the greatest tower push. Even with this many agility stacks on Savage, he's going to keep trying to chip away. Change the route. Rebound was there, but it's not going to land in time. But they just need to force Talon away because they don't want Natsumi to be forced to buy back. And he won't be.
Yeah, it's still a successful hold out from Polaris. Stall out this game, but they lose a really big hero. And we just talked about Natsumi and how key he is to this game. Savage, again, just working with his Ags really well to enable his team to follow up. Like the mana burn, with the lockdown he has, if no one's nearby him with a Force Staff, Natsumi, I mean, you can try to dodge out all you want, but you can't even try that without mana on hand. So he's at a severe risk. You've got double diffusals on the side of Talon with Savage and Mikado, so you have a lot of ways to just prevent the spell casting here. Next Rosh in a minute and a half, we'll see that respawn timer here. Even managed to find a Titan's Liver to hand over onto Savage if he so wishes. So a lot harder to pin down as well. I think for Polaris, this is somewhat of an issue we saw from Talon in Game 1, but the line of Polaris in this time, it doesn't have the biggest teamfight either. But the teamfight control is reliant on the Marcy. Lelouch? Oof.
He's going to be okay. He'll remnant out. This is what Lelouch needs to keep doing, is just split pushing these side lanes and just buying more time. Of course, Savage is always on the hunt as this Slark. That's what makes it so scary to try and do this, but you've really got no choice. You have to get it done before Talon make it back to the high ground.
Yeah, just keep shoving back, keep stalling. And unfortunately, this stall will just lead to the next Rosh, and without outer control here from Polaris, going into the Rosh is just a lot tougher. There's some forward wards on the triangle here from Talon to protect. They can still try to sneak away with a smoke, but how do you really initiate on Polaris? Like, you rely on Xavius to jump in. He doesn't have the BKB or the blink up yet. So if the Marcy does go with a rebound first, she's just kind of dead. You could try Lelouch with a BKB, but the Basher has been up on Mikado for a while. So if they get lucky, you suddenly catch that Ember in a very awkward position, and that just causes even more issues. So your angles are limited here on Polaris.
They're trying so hard to catch the Ember. Q was even there just with the Fisher, but Remnant's away. Lelouch knows. Meanwhile, Makoto, top lane, by himself. Baiting forward, he'll get the Rolling Thunder off. Rebound was not there in time, and now the turnaround. His team is cutting in. The Slark from the mid lane is trying to move in and force this fight. Rebound, Rolling Thunder is still going. This Marcy has been caught. Xavius needs a rebound target, but can't find one. So Makoto's the one to take the killers now. They make the jump in, but Savage on the wrong side of the Fisher will pounce right in onto Force, gets the Viper, takes all the stats away, but cannot dive too deep. He is forced to back off. Again, you don't want to throw this game back the way of Polaris if you can avoid it as Talon, because it can swing back the other way very quickly if you give up a good team fight. So Talon, they are going to be conservative. Wait for the next Roshan. The only problem is for Talon, Roshan is 2 minutes away.
It's time to respond here for Polaris. Time for them to try and equalize these lanes, get that build-up they want on Natsumi. He does switch back. Oh, he's still going for the Aether Lens. All right. Which is fair enough. Again, spamming out the spells is going to be important. Oh, no. He queues back to just the Heart of Tarask. So it just wants that HP. Probably not going to rely on that good old Pale Horse build that we usually see from Phantom Lancer. In fact, this is a hybrid build. Doesn't Speed love Midas on every hero as well, including PL? There you go.
Oh, well.
He was very ahead of his time.
He definitely was, John. He definitely was. Smoke is up. Polaris Esports. 5-man smoke, but where are they heading? Top lane, they're going to find Makoto. He's been very hard to catch recently on this Pango. Rolling Thunder is back up with the roll-up, so it makes it very challenging. Makoto has been very quick with the reactions as well, especially with the rebound initiation. Just never able to land the stun in time here on Makoto before the roll-up is there. Like Polaris, they're going to smoke again. They'll pop another one. They'll get some wards down. Heart of Tarask is now up on Natsumi, but he's got no buyback gold. Polaris, they just check the Roshan pit for now. Just kind of keeping tabs on what's going on in the pit. Still wrapping around. A very awkward smoke attempt from Polaris. They'll get a bounty for their trouble. It seems like they literally just want to know when Roche is up. That might be the fight they have to take. Smoke broken. Hide. Disruption is there. Who's going to make the jump in? Makoto, he's around. They cannot land the stun in time. And now the turnaround. Talon all over it. Have locked down Xavius. Locking down Force on the Viper. Force in the BKB usage early on. Force, he will just TP out with this and try to get out. Makoto does not bash through the BKB, sadly, but they even found Lelouch. Massive kills for Talon.
Oh boy. That's dire straits for Polaris now. Maybe forced to buy back for high ground if Talon does force the issue, and with a buyback commitment, turn around for the Roche. So the output now from Natsumi is huge, but he has to be careful.
Counts in, but 4 staff away. Natsu, oh, Savage, he's very, very deep. Shallow Dance is there, he'll turn around into the tier 4 towers now. A lot of damage on that Viper, but is he going too far? Guardian Angel is out. Savage, he finds one, but the Fisher, it's blocked him the other way, but he's got Pounce available if he needs it. He should be okay in just a moment. He's very confident with his ability to just regen through all that damage output.
I think the big issue for Polaris is just the lack of hold for something like the Slark. If you have no hard Hex, you still only have rebound in the chains, and that's just not enough to lock Savage in.
Rebound in again. Hyde does get caught. Will go down. That's something. They do lose their mid-melee barracks and Natsumi. He's going to try to rush forward onto Makoto, but he just doesn't feel farmed enough to actually try and go for any kills. Not onto the cause of Talon.
Just have to be conservative, you know, you only lose Amelia Rax, not the biggest loss in the world. Polaris can still hang on to this game. And they are in a position where they can contest or sneak Roche. They've got the wards in the area. Talon are pretty blind right now in this position. So Polaris can try to be sneaky here. And they desperately need Hyde. Like, he is a big part of these team fights. That Demonic Purge is providing them with the openings. The Disseminate, with the damage you're doing to illusions, just bounces a lot. You need that damage output amp. Savage, though?
Savage.
Poking.
Very aggressive jump in. This is all by himself. He has the depth round, he has the Shadow Dance, so he'll pop the ulti first. Makoto, however, getting caught, still trying to find Natsumi. Now the fish is there. Q waiting for the BKBs to wear up for that Echo Slam. Won't throw it out yet. Instead, it's Xavius, who gets caught out on the Marcy and will drop. AU, he'll be right after. The Omni Knight is gone as Savage. Trying to find a little bit more here on the Slark. KP's going to find Natsumi. He's there with the Fisher. That's a great block out. Natsumi, he'll doppel away, but the Echo Slam going to lock him down. He is gone. No buyback available. On to Roshan, they call it. GG. They don't believe they can make the comeback after the Aegis is taken. And I would agree with that sentiment. Polaris, they will lose game 2 in Talon. They will even out this grand final 1-1.
Yeah, I know. It's spectacular bounce back for Talon. For Polaris, I mean, they went back to that same opening, Omni Knight and Marcy, but the shake-up from Talon there, the change in draft to ensure that, you know, they don't have Mikado on here that he can't really be aggressive on, was all they needed. Like, he manages to play a quicker game from the Pangolier. KP on the solo lane as Undying also did really well, and that tri-lane really just shut down Force. I think, if, as you pointed out, if you take away Force, he's been a key part of what Polaris has been doing, especially in the last series we saw, even on something like Viper. When his timings are off, Polaris, it doesn't feel like they've got enough juice to kind of bring the fight over to the opposing end there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Force is just too important in the side, and very, very clever by Talon, right? Like that adjustment of, okay, he's got the Pulse 3 Viper again, no problem, we'll tri-lane. We have this Earthshaker, who's one of the heroes that really enjoys tri-lanes anyway, and they make it work. And you know, you've got to give props to Q, because I was pointing out that I don't think Echo Slam's that great of a counter towards PL anymore, and it has been for a long time. But it was all about the fishes from Q. How many multi-man fishes does this man land in the middle of team fights? Just not allowing Polaris to do anything. Every time it felt like Polaris was about to turn a team fight, Q was there to make sure it just never happened. And even just those solo echo slams on Natsumi, just to ensure he could never think about getting the doppelganger off. Just a really spectacular performance here from our Shaker.
Yeah, great performance out from Q, and all the cores of talent just so well protected. This is perfect games for everyone. KP even not dying once. So they managed to just build off the back of that momentum from the laning phase really well. And I think for Polaris, for that next game, we've got to see some adjustments as we saw from Talon in game 2 here to kind of bring it back and get that game advantage once more.
Well, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with our game number 3 of this best of 5 grand final between Talon Esports and Polaris Esports. Don't go anywhere.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 3 of this best-of-5 grand final for the SEA qualifiers for TI11. It's MLP Dota and John X5 once again. John, we are now in a 1-1, a tie series here so far between these two teams. Talon looking very dominant throughout game number 2. And I'm going to give you the old switcheroonie, John. Game number 3, what do you think Polaris need to change up in their draft at the very least to try and force this to a 5-game series, I suppose, or at least 2-1 for their side of things?
It's hard to say. Maybe not really draft, but adapting in playstyle, right? Like they ended up dragging that trial lane over and wanting to give Force more space. In doing so, they actually did slow down Natsumi's lane, because the solo lane for PL versus Undying, once KP did get the solo ring, he managed to find that solo kill bot. So I think you have to kind of pick your poison. If Talon does decide to pull something funky like that, they go all in and shutting down a Viper, then just secure your lane and shut down maybe just go for your own tri lane, defensive tri lane down bot instead. Sacrifice the Viper, but sack KP's Undying, because he had a really good timing onto the BKB, and just kind of try to play off the back of these core fights. Because in the end, I mean, Savage did manage to outfarm. Natsumi was keeping up pretty good. He had the Midas timing, but it just kind of fell flat. And I don't think that's really a drafting issue, although there was a bit of a lack of control. I think the Slark pick for Talon was just really good for that lineup, because in the end, you didn't have hard stuns out from Polaris. You had Rebound, you had Chains. That was it. In comparison to Talon this time, they got the Rolling Thunder, they got all the stuns in the world out from the Earthshaker, and they had setup from the Disruption and great ways of handling the Omni Knight with the Shadow Demon. So they had a lot more play here for Talon in comparison to Game 1. I think Polaris maybe getting a little bit more play out from their supports would kind of improve the cause, although I can't really say, because AU is just so good in these saving supports that maybe you just compensate with a more active hero for Force. Like, even if you get sacked in the Viper, the issue is it just tapers off so hard. Maybe you go back into something more playmaking for Force, like, say, his Primal Beast, which could be one here that's really hard to even run down in the tri lane, so that could give them more presence there as well.
Absolutely. What I'm curious about as well is, are we going to see the same bans coming out from Polaris? Because I think it's been Void Puck both games now. Mm-hmm. You can't quite blame them, because these are favorites of Talon. I wonder if they switch things up a little bit, or whether they just go the exact same bans for the first phase.
Honestly, I feel like you have to go with the same bans. Like, you just have to take away those tools, because if you leave one of those open, the Puck or the Void will definitely go through for Talonson. And they've got first pick overall. So they do take care of the Puck first. Wouldn't be surprised by the Faces Void, or there's a bit of a switcheroo Polaris could pull. Ban out maybe something like the Slark, bait in the Faces Void or the Morphling pick, and just kind of control it from there. I feel like if you had to choose your poison, a Void is much easier to gank up early on in comparison to the Slark, and it does take longer for the Void to be online, so it's a lot easier to punish a slower game from Talon if they do pick up a Void.
Well, there they go.
Stick to it.
Exact same bans. Yep. At least they do respect ban Enigma as well, once again on Talon, because they don't want to give Force that Enigma. We saw that in the previous series against T1, I believe in Game 3. Force just so dominant when it came to that hero. And obviously very annoying to lane against the Enigma as well if you are Savage. Just with so many creeps being able to be denied off. And surprise, surprise, Hyde, he's going to take the Undying once again. We are going to see the Marcy for a third time as well, but the Lina coming back out from Polaris. Why the hell not? Batrider, though, immediately picked up by Talon. No hesitation about that one.
Yeah, they go into that. That could still be flexed between Mikoto and KP, so it's still fairly open. as to what you want to do there. And now they get to ban out that Omni Knight for AU. He still has options though. I think Talon, they might outthink themselves here, ban out too many of AU's heroes, because if you do that, you leave a huge pool for Natsumi and for Force if he doesn't want to run that offlane Marcy. So you have to kind of weigh your options here. They might take care of something like the AU Chen. Again, another saving support. Maybe the Dazzle could be an issue. Both of those heroes we've seen really high impact from AU. So it's really just a pick your poison kind of situation. They'll ban out Natsumi heroes instead, which I like to see. Like, just be confident enough to handle what AU brings out. The Omni Knight's probably the most annoying thing, and Polaris are the ones to ban the Dazzles themselves. So you don't even need to worry about that in Talon's hand.
Absolutely not. Final bans to come. I wonder where this Batrider is going in particular here for Talon. You do have the flex between the mid lane and the off lane here between Mikoto and KP. Would you rather see KP pick up the offlane Batrider this game? Like, obviously the Bat's very good against the Lina, just being able to grab the lasso and just pull her aside and get her out of position. But do you think offlane Bat, or would you like to see Mikoto pick it up this game?
I think I'd prefer offlane Bat for KP, honestly. Like, Talon, I mean, with a Batrider, it's back to that same issue for Mikoto where it can play, but you're talking about like Travel's Blink BKB or just Travel's BKB timing. And the laning phase for Batrider against Lina in the first 5 levels, Lina has an insanely good time, unless you manage to get a really good flame break off. So it's just very Lelouch favored, and we've seen what happens when Mikado does have a slower game. Like, Batrider is not a hero that plays from behind that well. He's going to have to soak farm up from Savage as well. I think just seeing the usual offlane builds a lot better, like Tranquils into Blink, in comparison to Travel. You pointed this out the last time we saw that adjustment. It just feels like you still get value from the Batrider, even without the Travel. So I think the offlane for KP is the better choice, but it's open enough to kind of get that done. And I think the genius of it picking the Batrider here is that Polaris aren't banning out more Mikado heroes. Like, they ban out Night Stalker, Beastmaster, and Dazzle, but you have options. And they go with the Oracle for save, so they do have another saving support for AU, a nice way to dispel off the lasso. But Mikado heroes are still in the pool. There's an Ember, there's the Void Spirit. If for some reason, if they want it, there's the Storm as well, and the Quap's in the pool. Like, a lot of these mobile playmaking heroes are still available, even the Pangolier.
5 seconds remaining.
Certainly is. Talon? Might just go for another support pickup here, maybe the Pulse 4 for Q. No need to reveal too much. I think it's almost guaranteed now, to be fair. It is probably going to be the offlane Batrider for KP. Rather not throw the mid Batrider in against an Oracle of all things. So much in the way of getting rid of that lasso with the false promise. And even the Fate's Edict is quite annoying against for the Batrider at the least, because you can just block off all the magic damage. So Talon, thinking heavily now, reserve time being used up, third pickup once again. I do believe they'll just go down the Q hero route. Question is, what do you really want here for Q? I mean, the Shaker was fantastic last game.
Yeah, did provide a lot, but they're kind of picking blind. They can't use Q's pick as a counter pick for whatever Natsumi might want to bring out here. So it's not as safe of a bet. Like, if you pick the Shaker, you might just avoid the PL altogether, or you feel more confident with the saves coming out from AU here, blocking off that magic damage. So it's a little bit more difficult. To go with a tiny pickup first, I am wondering now if Talon's using that as flex. Like, Q has played some support Tiny, although it has been leaning towards Mikado recently, but we've seen Tiny versus Lina mid matchup. Lelouch just dominates, and I think if Polaris sees that, expects that mid, and it ends up being mid, Lelouch is going to have a great game. He's just going to farm up. He's got some good timings. He's got the sidekick to buff him up, and you're not worried at all about a Tiny mid here for Polaris.
No, you certainly are not. And if they did get Tiny mid against the mid laner again, like we saw this in game 1, Lelouch had a great time against that. He's more than happy. And in fact, it is probably going to be the Tiny mid. So Ench does come out, so Q Enchantress is what's upon us, unless he wants to take a pulse for Undying. Love me some Ench, and so does Q, I believe, but mid Tiny again. I think they could still flex it with the mid bat, but they're going to repeat game 1 with this mid Tiny against the mid laner. I just don't know about that, John.
Okay, you mentioned flex. The one way to flex this now is KP. No, Mikado Batrider KP Undying with a Q Tiny and a Hide Enchantress. You can still switch like that. But it's still a Batrider versus Lena lane. It's maybe a little bit better than Tiny, I would say 50-50. Like, it's a bit harder for you to just clear out the creep wave. Lena's going to deny a lot of that away from you. She can still reach and harass you, but once you hit your level 3 timing, level 2 Napalm, 1 value point in Flame Break, you can punish the Lena a little bit. But the Tiny also has that same spike with Avalanche Toss, which Mikado couldn't find in the laning phase either. So I think it's still an issue, no matter which mid you pick here for the side of Talon. I think Polaris have covered their bases really well here, and are just pretty much free to focus in on Savage Hero banouts, because Pause 1 Tiny is just kind of a dead concept right now. I mean, you could still go, but the nerfs to grow, that attack speed reduction and grow now feeling so bad, it's harder to scale up as quickly on the Tiny. So yeah, they've got a lot of room to just take care of stuff like the Slark, which we'll enjoy playing up against the Oracle with the extended life. You get so many Essence Shift stacks up. Probably going to be a priority ban in the next phase. Morphling could be a priority ban. It's not a particularly good Morphling game again, because, well, we saw Savage kind of run the Morphling against the Lena of Lelouch and just get bursted down. So I think Polaris have a really big advantage on this draft right now. I mean, they have so many options.
Oh, here we go again. They've got the Viper for Force, so I don't know if Force is happy about this, but at the very least, you don't have the best tri-lane opportunity anymore. Though I say that, you always like to remind me of the Undying being the king of tri-lanes. So you kind of do. With the Ench as well, can be decent. But do you think Talon actually tried to force a tri-lane again against Force? Because I think what really enabled that tri-lane was the fact that you had the Shaker. But Q won't have that opportunity anymore.
I think it worked like the two supports actually had to tie in there. It was the Shaker and Disruption that enabled like Savage to get those early pounces. So with a really hard lack of control from your supports, the tri-lane doesn't feel as great. I think Force should have a better game here for sure. The one thing with Talon still, again, is this flexibility is just really awkward. There's a lack of really good control. There's a lack of backline jump until the blinks come out for the Batrider and the Tiny. And just, relying on that blink timing means that AU has a lot of save here. He just has a lot of opportunities to keep using Fate's Edict, to keep using the False Promise to save people, and we've seen what that does to Talon with the Omni Knight in game 1. Just cuts off everything. They do ban out the Slark and Morphling. So again, they've got the room to just ban out the Savage specialties here. Laning up against a Viper, there's really not much that feels good there as well.
It's tough. They get rid of the Peel, they get rid of the Pudge as well on Talon, so you can only kind of wonder what position 1 they're thinking about here. Not wanting to play into the Peel. Supposed to be fair, Natsumi could want to just run it back. There's the TB. That kind of makes sense. You don't want Peel into TB. They do go the Terrorblade route. That's a 23 Savage special. One of his favorites to play in that safe lane. And right now, you really haven't got much in the way of counters. Now, mind you, laning stage, this Viper should just destroy him. But it's Viper versus an Ench lane. So, Ench also an extremely dominant support. Undying could be there as well. Another extremely dominant laning support. It's a brave TB pick for sure, but if they can get through that laning stage, it does feel quite nice.
Yeah, you've got to break through the laning stage and kind of rush the BKB here for Savage. I mean, we say that in a few games for Savage. He usually ignores it and still goes for the Manta build-up. But with Alina on hand, with all the magic damage coming through from Polaris, it does feel risky. They go for the Doom here on Polaris' side as well. So the pause 1 Doom for Natsumi, I like that. I think the Doom is going to have a lot of value. Your scaling is on Lelouch anyway. You don't need a big scaling 1 here for Polaris' end. Blink, BKB, refresh, or Ag's timing is huge. And you can just put the lid on that Terrorblade. If Savage isn't careful, and he's just going to get caught out and just die. It's going to be really easy to melt him down. It is a Q Tiny in the end, with Hyde taking the Enchantress. So they do flex it with KP taking the Undying this time around, and Mikado taking that mid Batrider. But I know what you're going to ask, and I think overall, Mike, in this draft, Polaris has a really nice draft once more.
I would agree with that sentiment, Jonathan. I agree with you on that. I wonder how these lanes go in particular. Like the Hyde Ench, I do ask whether it can deal with the Viper. Like, Impetus is really nice, Enchanting Creeps is really nice, but Viper can still be extremely potent against these two. I think Hyde's going to have a lot of pressure to try and make this laning stage work. Again, you do still have the opportunity of trialing, though. KP does take the Undying. So you could trialing with Tiny Eng with the TB, though I do think that's a nowhere near as good of a trialing as last game around. But that might be the way they're forced to try and deal with this Viper.
Yeah, I think that's a one way to have of slowing down Force. And to be fair, Ench and Tiny don't sound too bad. Just use Enchant to slow, run down with Avalanche, or run down with level 1 Toss and toss back to Tower. Early levels could be the way. And just kind of go from there, although that is really bad for a Tiny. Very EXP dependent, just like the Shaker. And Q was kind of just getting really active early on, but the Tiny Blink feels much more important in comparison to Shaker, who at least can stun from quite a distance away. Tiny just doesn't have that play without that mobility.
Let's get into it, John. Game number 3 here between these two teams. Again, it's currently 1-1. It's a tied series at the moment. We all want a best of 5, a 5-game series if we can. I say we all want it. Polaris may not, considering they still have those suitcases going, John, but it does seem like they're probably going to be too late for their flight now. Let's get into it, though. Game 3 predictions are here. Can you give us some predictions, John, before we start this game?
Longest kill streak coming out here. I feel like, again, I'm pretty confident with what Lelouch can get out from his mid. First play to get 15 denies. Honestly, probably Savage. He's pretty on point, but just controlling lane overall. Total number of towers killed before 25. I can see it going back and forth. Maybe 6 to 10. At that point, it's usually fairly safe. And player with the highest net worth by 25, Lelouch. I feel like this is just a really good game for Polaris, and Lelouch should be able to repeat what happened in game 1.
Let's see how it all pans out. Game 3. Get that 2-1 advantage. You're 1 game away from winning out this whole grand final. It's a great position for either team to be in. Could be a very early team fight to break out as well. Polaris have got some very deep wards being placed by AU. Maybe to keep tabs on the edge, but maybe to go for that early fight. They have the high ground advantage as well. Hoping Talon will show up for this bounty rune. See, Oracle, one of those great heroes at level 1 fighting, because you've got that Fortune Zen to just lock someone down for such a long duration. And when you've got a Viper and a Marcy to back you up, it's not too hard to set up on somebody. And naturally, considering how game 2 went, you do want to shut down Savage like you did in game 1. And that's exactly what they might be trying to do early on, is just get the first blood on this TB, force him to TP back into the lane, then maybe find another kill and make him have the walk of shame.
They're set up for that. Like, with this vision advantage, what position they have, as you pointed out, Mike, shouldn't take too much to get that done. It's down to Talon to try to read here, and they've got their own cliff ward on the top area, so they should know no one's kind of hanging around there. Maybe hugging the left side, or hugging the right side, or looking for a move down onto them. To get the go-ahead, Savage doesn't want to walk too far forward here. If he does, he's pretty much just dead.
He's already on the vision. They know he's there. So see if Savage does have the game sense to not go that way.
No?
Still under vision. Polaris, they're the ones that need to be patient about this. They can't rush for this one. You don't want to go after the Terrorblade while he's too close to that tier 1 tower. Savage.
Oh, Savage.
Oh, here we go. Charge it up. Savage. No real running from this one. We'll see if they can secure the kill, but surely you can. With all these poison attacks, it's going to be too easy. First blood to go the way of Force on the Viper. A much better start already. And like I said, if you want to shove AU down bot right now, trying to go for another kill, you make the walk of shame happen, it's such a bad start for the TB. They might go for it too. I wouldn't blame them.
Yeah, and they managed to even get the D ward off. AU denying his own ward, forcing a sentry down from Hyde. Not going to feel good expending that gold, not being able to unblock the camps here as well. So already a fantastic start for Polaris. The only consolation for Talon is that they find an extra bounty. So there is that, but overall, much better for Polaris. Still taking a sneak peek at mid before the action really breaks out bot. Mikado versus Lelouch should be, again, very Lina favored until maybe level 3. If Mikado does stack up the sticky napalm with a flame break, you can get some aggression out from the bat there.
Look at the patience. AU, he's going to move in, hide bottom lane. They're going to try and the Ench, and they do force out the hill to be skilled up. Avalanche out, Force. Gonna take a fair bit of damage himself, but we'll be fine. So now it's a tri-lane versus tri-lane situation. Question is, do Polaris want to try and give up on this one? It seems like they're gonna go all the way, because they see the tri-lane with Talon. They don't want to risk Force having another bad game.
And they just want to slow down Savage's farm as well. Like, this does make it really uncomfy for Savage to farm. His supports will have to constantly run forward. And again, this hurts the Tiny. This hurts the side of Talon supremely hard, because levels for Tiny are so important. Avalanche Toss can be stalled out. Even Hyde finding the impetus levels or the enchant levels is going to be a lot slower. And for Savage, I mean, it has to come true from that CS. So far, looking good. As long as he maintains lane control fairly well here, you probably don't mind too much.
Certainly don't. Savage so far, 7-4 having a great old time. Force still copying a lot of damage. Hyde hasn't even got impetus up yet, but he could just pump out the damage with the right clicks. Still, the Ench is so annoying. Those Nature's Attendants being available. And the real fun does start when you get 2 points in enchant. Being able to find the creeps and make life even harder for Polaris. You will see Xavier's kind of running around. So is it... Oh, hold that thought. Q. No, they're not going to go for anything. I was going to say, John, we should have a quick gander at the top lane. Because we are going to have the Undying versus the Doom matchup. We don't really need to talk too much about this. It's just going to be a bit of a farming lane. And it seems like KP for now does have a slight advantage. But it should really just go very even between these two.
Yeah, it should be really good for the Doom here. You've got the mana burn already consumed by Natsumi. KP's not going to have play at all here. So, considering what happened in his solo lane last time, shouldn't repeat this time around on that Doom.
Jump in, rebound, it's off the mark. Xavier's gonna go for a run, but Avalanche will be there. Problem is Q is not level 2 yet, so he doesn't have a toss back. Will not be able to displace the Marcy. Just kind of the fear of God here from Q. But once the level 2 is up, that is the spike of the tri-lane for Talon.
Yeah, it's just getting that EXP. Q's been very much off to the side, avoiding any sort of steal. He does get it now.
Rebound is there. There's your level 2 timing. Q, he is going to move in. Force will get tossed up, but Savage, he's the one taking way too much damage. He'll be able to make it to the tree line, and it looks like he is going to survive. So he's fine for now. Metamorphosis will wear off. The lane does get a little bit more challenging for Talon. But they'll salve up Savage. He's going to be just fine to reset.
And considering the aggression onto Savage, I mean, he's still finding some CS, which is really good news. Force is still not able to, and Xavier's
doing a good job of getting the creeps, but it may cost him his own life. Avalanche up with the toss. Xavier's, he had the stick charges. Still running. They miss uphill. Xavier's getting a little bit lucky. He'll cop another. Rebound away once again, and he is barely going to survive. Very lucky uphill miss there for Xavier's. He'll run back towards the base and reset.
Yeah, it does provide openings for Talon. Now, you are just dragging away one more hero, giving some opportunities to maybe bully out Force while the Marcy goes to reset. Savage, though, does have to shove in the wave of tree range creep, so a lot of EXP for Force to take while his additional support is gone. Pretty good for the Viper. Hits level 3, level 2 poison attack. Next time they make that move in, they might be able to find that kill.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. Very, very good point. Q. He's actually going to start rotating mid lane now as well on the Tiny, so he's kind of left the tri-lane for the moment. That's not the greatest of news here for Talon, especially if they get caught by a Fortune's End by AU. Hyde does get spotted, but they don't want the Ench. They want the Terrorblade. Problem is, the TB is just way too close to that tier 1, but there's your rebound out. They're going to try now. Dispose is there from Xavier's. That level 2 poison attack gets right to work, and it's just like you said, John. With the level 2 poison attack, it's just so much more damage. The moment Hyde and Q aren't really paying attention to that bot lane, he does get caught out.
Q just going for that mid-movement gives that opening out for Polaris to play aggressively, and out the lane is pretty painful for Savage to play equalized. With Force, you're going to have to just try to get what you can, maybe start to consider getting some defensive wards down in the jungle for Savage to start jungling early once you have some stat items up. You are still seeing Q trying to make movements out, stalking AU.
Yeah, might find one from Makoto here. Makoto, he'd love himself a free kill. AU, he's eventually going to get caught out with the Firefly. He cannot make it. Makoto, that'll be his first kill of the game, the Bat Rider. And we all know how our mid laners feel when you feed a kill away as a support to the enemy mid lane. Pretty sure Natsumi, or Lelouch rather, is not going to be too happy about that.
Yeah, it's a little bit more for Mikado. It's still a slower lane for him, though. He's 6 CS behind. Lelouch is still having a pretty damn great time. But with that kill, Mikado's comfier. He gets the regen rune as well. Although they've got the burst here.
It is going to land. Lelouch has the Laguna, has the Dragon
Ooh.
Slave, but doesn't throw it out yet. Makoto, he's going to run. He is just fine.
He knocked the rebound off with a flame break as well. Xavius?
In trouble now. Great body blocks coming in from Hyde. No Hurricane available, so they can't stop the secondary rebound. But Hyde, he lets them know about it. They really wanted that kill onto the Bat Rider, and with a regen rune of all things, Makoto's right back into the mid lane, full HP, full mana. Nothing ever happened.
Yeah, just back to that farming game. And for Polaris, I mean, that little excursion has left Savage solo, which is still a pretty terrible lane against Viper, but he's not dying. He's able to just play with farm, work the creep wave, use his illusions coming out, and just try to get that build up. Mikado, he still has lasso, so you do have to be cautious about going up too close towards that Bat Rider. Kill opportunity still present itself. And one big thing for Polaris, though, this is free farm for Natsumi, and that escalation on the Doom is going to be a lot faster in comparison to the Terrorblade. Midas ride here for Natsumi, not going to be too long. And once that's up, I mean, farming into that Blink BKB alone is already terrifying for Savage. They have to watch themselves in talent. Natsumi with a free game, going to have a lot of mid-game impact here.
And I love the fact that every Doom that we cast, John, always ends up getting the mana burn creep, so KP can't do anything. Even with the Soul Ring up, it's just not enough. The mana burst is just not enough to help him dominate the lane anymore. With the Midas coming, it's Natsumi really is going to escalate quite fast. Speaking of escalations, though, mid lane, Talon, they have grouped up as 3. Get a bit of damage onto that tier 1. We'll try and chase down AU now on the Oracle. Toss into the laner. Avalanche will connect on both. Makoto, he'll go for a lasso, and this could be a massive pick-off as Lelouch is going to drop, and Makoto is still running, but eventually will go down. AU, meanwhile, has been hurricane biked by Hyde.
Radiant's top tower.
Xavius, he will back, but it is certainly a successful team fight here for Talon.
Yeah, it works out in the end. You're not too happy on Polaris finding that one kill. I mean, it's still slowing down. Mikado equalizing a bit. Savage turning onto the mid lane as well. I mean, he's got the Metamorphosis ready, which could look to help with a shove, but we'll just go back to farming. 3-3 so far here, Mike. 1k lead up for Polaris. Very even game so far. Big difference is still Force having more activity. Level 6 now on that Viper. Savage shoved away from lane, already having to jungle. And with this lead of Natsumi, I mean, the Midas is already done. Flying out now, 9 minutes in with phase boots. Your Terrorblade will not be able to keep up for quite a fair bit of time. And that threat of the blink timing on Natsumi is massive. Although, Natsumi.
In trouble? Oh, that's a lot of creeps flying his way with the Skellies. Alright, well, you were just saying Natsumi was getting massive, but he does get picked off. Q, able to set up another for Talon, and that's a big one. And now with the Dark Troll Summoner up on Hyde, he is going to be able to help push this tier 1 tower very, very fast.
Oh yeah, I mean, that added damage is always funny to watch. This little skellies go to work. You even got the regen aura coming out from the flag bearer. So the push does begin, forcing out the early fortify. You are getting a shove in here from force down bot as well, so you should be able to equalize. Natsumi, he comes back up.
The Skellies was just kind of chilling out there for a moment. He does get to work. Natsumi will just Midas the big creep and eventually defend the tier 1, but the damage has somewhat been done. It's like Polaris Esports, they are trying to chip away at the bottom tier 1 tower, though. Force is doing a great job of that. But the team fight is going to break up at the top lane because it seems like the defense is here. Makoto, he does have lasso, rebounds off the mark from Xavius. Dispose is still there into the Doom onto KP, though they don't want that Tombstone to fly out. KP is still walking away, however. Lasso is out onto Natsumi instead, and the Doom's the one in trouble. Force, he is going to show up and try to help out. Moving on to Hyde, they'll blow him up with the Laguna. But Makoto, he'll be able to TP just fine. Bit of an even kind of fight between these two teams. Lelouch picking up both kills for the side of Polaris, and I suppose you'd have to argue it was a better trade for Polaris considering they do protect that top tier 1 tower.
They protect the top tier 1, but they lose their Doom pots 1, highest net worth in game. So you don't mind it too much on Talon as well. You're slowing down Natsumi just a tad bit more. You're getting some punishment out, and with a Viper leaving bot lane, you can kind of get some space going to farm down there as well. Savage not under direct threat of any rotations. They're doing a good job in Talonson just to ensure that as long as they're being aggressive, Polaris can't set their eyes onto that Terrorblade while it's very vulnerable and just allow that slower build-up. Still, Polaris, 2k lead up, all of their core still having a fantastic game. Those kills going on to Lelouch. I mean, he's just being fed this timing into the BKB. Has the travels up now as well. She's an absolute menace. This is the point where Lelouch can just start showing up in every lane, split pushing really hard, chasing down here is very fast. And for Talon, I mean, they need more build-up. Picado has his own travels, but for him, it's travels BKB Blink. Takes a lot more time. And KP only really has the Soul Ring. He needs his own BKB Blink as well, and it's just a lot more passive, although the supports are doing a fantastic job of compensating here in Talon's end.
Talon, mid lane, Arcane Rune. It is picked up by KP. Disposes out, he'll pop the Flesh Golem and want to force the fight, but Xavius does bounce out. Had the false promise there on AU just in case you needed it. So everything's just fine, but now mid lane. Tombstone's going to be dropped. He's got the Flesh Golem going anyway, and with Savage to cut in the mid lane, the Metamorphosis is going to be an easy tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Q was in danger, but Force unable to finish the job. Q able to TP away from the Viper. And Talon, they get away with quite a lot here. No bodies dropped, tier 1 mid tower gone. Polaris, they just weren't around to try and force a defense.
Yeah, they're just building up while they can. They will go for a smoke play now, looking to punish. They might be able to hunt up top. Hyde is in the way, though. Might not be the target they'd want to go for here.
Yeah, Hyde's doing a great job with this positioning. See if they can try and wrap around and avoid the Ench. Pings are out. They might have to settle. Makoto is just around the corner. That's such a big kind of target to go for, but instead they're going to try for Hyde. And Hyde, he'll be more than happy to die for this. Lelouch does pick up the kill at the lead, so a bit more gold for him on the Lina. But as long as Makoto gets out, he's happy.
Yeah, and he bails out, scans down bot where he was trying to move in for a bit of a lasso play. So do manage to avoid that. The side of... Well, the both sides now just very even. They're clumping around bot. Doom's ready on Natsumi.
Makoto, he's a big target. Xavius not finding the rebound he wanted yet. And Makoto now, realizing they are around, is just going to back off. Just abuse the Firefly in the jungle instead. No Doom to be expended here by Natsumi. We'll just go back towards the farming game. Trying to go on towards that BKB if he's on the Doom. Still has a 1k advantage, but when you do have a pos 1 Doom, you do want to have a bit more than that. Especially when he's picked up a Midas. But now they aren't pulling too far ahead of Savage. He's still doing a pretty decent job of keeping up on the TB.
Yeah, he's still seeing that build up. Smoke out here from Talon. Again, they've got the lasso already in Mikado. He wants to find something off the back of that. But they're also not able to find anything. The forward vision just doesn't do enough. Maybe up top, but Force is already all the way back behind that tier 1.
Kodo, can he make it? No, he doesn't have anything like a blink. Can't break the gap. Problem with this rotation is mid tier 1 tower is now going to be forced in by Polaris. Sure, you've already got the enemy pos 1, so Talon seem happy to trade with the top tier 1 tower. Still, I think Polaris is going to be pretty happy with that, though. This is a free mid tier 1 tower for themselves now.
Yeah. Evening out map control, allowing them to get aggressive and start planting some forward wards in the triangle, forward wards in the bot jungle, prevent that free farm buildup for Savage. Savage, for his part, has been avoiding that area anyway. Been playing up top. They've got the wards here from Talon, but so does Polaris. And they see them sneaking around in the top jungle, instant smoke.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They'll wrap around with the smoke into the Radiant Triangle. They'll get some wards down. Nobody hanging around that triangle. However, Savage, he's just above. In that Dire jungle, Xavius is going to run right into him. This is the real target they want. Smoke broken. Xavius, he'll be very happy with what he's seen. Savage knows he has no way out now, so the Doom is going to fly in. Nice easy pick up there for Natsumi. That's the big one.
Yeah, it's the ward. It's the vision game coming out from Polaris. They just preemptively plant up and ward up their jungle, knowing that Savage is going to want to farm there. They managed to punish 4k lead up for Polaris. As the aggression, it's a bit of a more moderate game, but... Oh.
Xavius, toss back, Q does get caught out. There's your Viper strike, so Q has no way out of this one. He will drop the Force. We talked about Force having a much better game number 3, and that he is on this Viper. He certainly has not been dealt with whatsoever. Talent, they've got to try and slow this game down a bit. They're 5k net worth behind now. Natsumi's really getting out of control in this net worth department on the Doom. Now almost 3k. In fact, he is over 3k ahead of net worth in comparison to the TB. And right behind him is Lelouch. So both cores that are looking to carry this game for Polaris, they are having a fantastic time.
Yeah, they've just managed to get so much space going. Again, considering just how well the laning start was, especially for Natsumi, they just never stopped it. They never went up to the Doom to punish. And the side of Polaris now shoving them away from that top jungle as well, forcing a bit of a smaller area for Savage to farm in, just impacting that build-up even more. Savage trying to go into the Scotty, skipping out on the Manta here altogether, knowing that if he's caught out, he's probably just dead. There's no saving you with a Doom around. So you might as well just go for some stats, go some for durability on that one slot, and just try to mitigate, try to get some damage and slow us off in the middle of these engagements. For Polaris, they're inching towards, I mean, they've got the blink actually now on Natsumi with a BKB, and a BKB on Lelouch up as well. So smoke out, and that wasn't spotted by a ward either.
See what they get. Force, he's trying to bait. They're not taking the bait on Talon, though. They realize they can't really force a fight near that tier 2 top tower. Talon look to back off, but Polaris, they are on the hunt. Xavius rushing forward. Lelouch not going to hit the light strike array, but the chase is still going, still hide. He is a very fast entry right now, and he just runs. They can't catch him. No initial stun, so you just can't lock him down. He's fine.
And that's some good time. The Talon's buying here for Savage and Mikado. Like, they just back off, they keep playing, they keep getting that build up. The lead is still massive for Polaris, and they are kind of lining up for Roche. They still need to pick off. They get scanned out here as well.
Jump in, Natsumi. He's got the pulse 3 Undying, but a nice avalanche from Q, still the rebound. Xavius is going to make it in time. KP will be forced to die. Polaris, they are in a very nice position to force Roshan now, and they will.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Got really good damage. They pop the Unleash. Doesn't take too long to take care of that Roche. DD is spotted out by Talon, but they're not going to be able to pick it up just yet. They're going to have to surrender that. They got the scan. They saw that kill. They know what Polaris wants to do. Polaris will just get that security for themselves. 2 lives up on the Lelouch. I mean, everything's kind of lining up right now for Polaris. We are 6-9 now, and they're just finding all things. Like, Talon again playing a more passive game. This is more in line with what they were doing in their last series against Polaris. So this is just them kind of trying to get that build up, get it going on Savage. But once Polaris starts committing harder, once Polaris starts finding the big dooms they want to, it becomes a nightmare game for Talon. Just, it's Batrider into save. Lasso is not going to be easy to pull off here for Mikado. Your tools to buy time are rather limited. Polaris can just keep just trying to take this map over.
And they are. But Savage, he's kind of the saving grace right now on the TB, still farming in that Radiant jungle, still trying to catch up the best he possibly can. He needs to be that big pos 1 that just puts the whole team on his back and just carries for them. Right now, nowhere near the point where he can be yet, but he's approaching that level. He's against Natsumi's Doom. Like, eventually you might just build into the Aghanim Scepter and just charge him down every team fight. There's just nothing he can do about it. It's Talon. They'll go for a 3-man smoke up. They'll rotate through the Radiant jungle towards that Dire jungle is where they want to go. Instead, they'll head down towards the bot lane, hoping to find Natsumi getting greedy over a creep wave. But again, great game sense from Natsumi. Immediately backs his way out, realizing something is wrong. Back into the safety of his triangle. And it seems like the smoke is going to amount to literally nothing. Nobody's there.
Yeah, it's a lot of wasted time here for Talon now as well. And if they have this blink, they want to use it on Q. They need to get that jump, and with that smoke fading, Polaris going off their own smoke once more. And they have the more aggressive vision here. Triangle vision still down. They can kind of figure out where everyone's playing, with how great their coverage is, and they're going in the right direction here.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Right in
attack.
they go, Q. You get caught out on that pos 4 Tiny. Does at least have the blink up, so it's not too big of a loss here for Talon. He's already got that item that he really wants, but he is going to drop it. Natsumi will happily take his third kill of the game. In fact, bottom lane, the immediate charge up onto Makoto. He'll BKB and try to run, but the Doom is still available. So Makoto going to have to juke out and is going to be alright. Meanwhile, Hyde will also go down mid lane. Force and Lelouch able to find another pickoff.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They just managed to make it work. Finding two supports. Not the biggest kills, but it's giving them this opening towards mid. TP's come in. They will play it safe. Savage, he has the Scotty up here, Mike. So he's looking a little bit scarier on that Terrorblade. It still doesn't feel like it's enough. I mean, he only has 1.9k HP. The Lina and Viper on top of him, he'll just melt. Along with the threat of the Doom still on hand from Natsumi. So for Talon, despite hitting these item spikes on Savage, it still feels like a game you stall out here.
You have to. You're nowhere near the point yet where you can fight even with the Scotty. Like, the Doom's just going to ruin you every single time. Again, Natsumi even working on towards the Shivers Guard now, just having that bonus armor against the TB. Nice way of clearing out the illusions and just scouting out for your team as well. This makes life even more challenging for Talon. And Lelouch, Silver Edge to come out on the Lina. Pretty rough affair for the TB as well. Makoto is at least working towards that Blink Dagger on the Batrider, and I think that's the one factor that's been kind of lacking, is the initiation's just not been there for Talon ever since you left that laning stage. And I thought Makoto might have gone for the Blink earlier on, but he opted to go Boots Travel BKB, so a bit more defensive. But I think the Blink is going to be an important turning factor for Talon to actually find some pickoffs here throughout this mid-game.
Oh, for sure. I just felt like maybe with just Q's Blink, they would make something work out. But again, the smokes just haven't panned out the way they'd want them to. Polaris clumping up as 5 now, but they don't really pop a smoke. And I don't think they have one on hand. Just maybe a bit of a clump around this Shadow Blade timing from Lelouch.
Got sentries. So forward, sentries plays, still Hyde. Does cop the Light Strike Array, but Force Staff is there. Makoto cops a Laguna. And Lelouch pops a BKB and runs. This is a very awkward team fight for Polaris. Talon would love to force this, but again, they're lacking the initiation. All they've got is Q on the Tiny, and he just was not anywhere near enough to make a blink in to try and toss back. And I think your point was correct, John. I think they were relying on Q to make those initiations earlier on, but I don't think they were expecting to lose the tri-lane against the Viper. Maybe just not expecting the tri-lane of Polaris to happen earlier.
Just pays off this time for Polaris. They will smoke up in Talon though. And Q still wants to use this blink in a very big way. But look at Polaris. They've already pulled back defensively. They know after a smoke, the enemy team's likely to go for a smoke play themselves, and there's just no clear avenue for Talon to kind of cut through this mid lane here.
I mean, they've got to try. They're 7k behind. It's just really tough. They want a solo pick off and they just want to retreat. That's literally all they want here. Nothing else to play for Talon at the moment. They just need some pickoffs. Problem is Natsumi picks up a Shiver's Guard now, so he's got even more presence in the team fights. He's even tankier, so you can't even think about trying to go for him unless he's way out of position. And speaking of items, there's the Silver Edge on Lelouch. That's going to hurt this TB.
So much output coming out from Lelouch. And again, the change-up from Polaris is very stark. Again, just compared to the last time they played against Talon. Just a slower game. No reason to be aggressive when you're ahead. Just keep getting bigger and bigger. Although, I am concerned with how close Savage is to all of these cores. Like, he's only 1k behind Lelouch, only 2k behind a Doom with Midas and Devour. So, considering that, I mean, Savage is still farming like a madman, but it's only him. Everyone else, they're just as poor as Force right now.
Top lane, this is the fight that Talon may be able to force. Makoto, just trying to bait on the Batrider. Polaris still being very hesitant. Very patient. As Natsumi will just devour the Wild Wing Ripper. No messing around here for the Doom. Force is having a fantastic time with the Viper. Spams his favorite voice lines. And that'll be it. They just back off again. It's a very slow game. It's only 6-11. But Polaris, they're playing this surgically. Like, it's a real clinic right now from this Dire team. They're not giving any openings to Talon.
Yeah, they understand what went wrong in the last time they played against Talon. They just got a little bit too hasty, got a little bit too anxious, wanted to force out fights, and Talon would manage to work that to their advantage. So they're holding back a little bit more. For Talon, though, This is a bit of a godsend because that lead isn't growing by that much of a rate. KP having to BKB TP away. Some of that spell immunity is gone. Q did TP up as well, so some miscoordination out from Talon. It should still lead to a tier 1 for players if they want to go. No, not even that. Like, see that caution. They just played so safe.
They do. I can't disagree with it either. Like, they don't want to throw this net worth lead away because they understand one bad fight, and suddenly Talon, they might just have the game back their way. Makoto's got the blink up now as well, John. So he's got the initiation. If you can't do it, Makoto can do it. Well, Polaris, they're just unwilling to risk it. Now, some people might argue that can't the TB scale ultra late game? Isn't the TB the strongest POS 1 in this game? I think the idea for Polaris is they're just confident that Natsumi's going to be able to find the Doom on the TB every time, and then all this farm's just going to go right down the toilet anyway. So it's all about execution for Polaris, and I think they're just confident enough to just delay this game out.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, Lelouch, the Lina does scale really well up against Terrorblade as well. Like, it's not a comparable team. We've seen Lina versus TB multiple times, and the Lina, she has just as long in range. She doesn't rely on Metamorphosis, so her range is always just there in comparison to Terrorblade. And she can also itemize kind of the same way. Going into the Skadi next, they do clear at the top, tier 1. You've got the blink on Mikado. They really want to use that here on Talon's end. But again, Polaris just don't give any openings, and they'll go for a smoke now themselves. That was under a ward. Talon should be aware.
They've got an advantage here, Talon. They've got the high ground.
Q?
Q's going to jump in. They got Lelouch, but no, the TB's been caught. Natsumi, he finds the Doom. That's the execution we just talked about. Such confidence from Natsumi. He just jumps right in, no hesitation. Hits the TB, and that's it. 16.5k of your net worth on Talon. It just goes down the drain.
Yeah, and we saw Mikado go for a lasso play. If AU's around, you're not getting any control here. And Polaris, just again, the patience paying off in a big way. Have an angle for the high ground. Roche in a minute to the respawn. That could be an opening for Talon. They didn't expect the Metamorphosis here on Savage, so they'll have that up. Mikado, though, being chased down a bit.
He's got the Firefly. He'll be able to get onto the high ground, just free pathing on the terrain. He didn't have the Doom anyway, so a bit of a hard chase for the Natsumi Doom. He doesn't really care. They just want the next Roshan. It's a bit unlucky for Polaris because it is a late Roshan timer. Still 30 seconds left for Roshan to respawn, so they might have to force another fight and wait for Doom to be back up to force the Roshan fight. Talon, they're not going to wait for that. They've got to go right now. They know Doom's down. This is the best chance they have before Roshan respawns. Let's see who they find, though. Force breaks the smoke on the Viper. They've got the vision on the high ground. That'll be de-watered by Talon. But Polaris, they might just back off here as Q. He's still going to try and jump in. There's the toss-up. Right into Savage. Force. He'll go for the Hurricane Pike. There's your rebound. With the BKB, he is not dying, but Makoto. He'll go for the chase on the Bat Rider. In goes Savage again with the Eye of Skadi's on the Flame Break, but now the False Promise. It's there from AU. Saving the day, and now Natsumi. He'll jump right in. Who are they going for, though? They get the Tombstone to get started. Meanwhile, Lelouch onto Q. Has found the Tiny, but they do at least find the Viper. It's a 1-for-1. Positive trade the way of Talon. They have to force Roshan right now. There's no choice about it.
They need to take that objective. Without the Viper, you kind of lack hard front line. The Doom is only 20 seconds away. They've got a window and they go buyback.
It is about to expire, John. They've got the Marcy. Natsumi's in, though. He's got the stuns out. Savage is dropping solo, and now the Laguna. Oh, they've taken him down again. At least Natsumi, however, he does die in the Doom. But, well, Lelouch on the Lina, trying to run. Can he make it? Not quite. He does find one more kill than Makoto. He will drop. KP trying to TP up. Should make it up, but AU can't get the damage off in time. KP will make it to the fountain. Roshan gets started, though. Polaris, they've bought back on Natsumi. They want the Roshan. They don't want to give a chance to Talon. A great team fight. But without the buybacks on Talon, Roshan goes the Dire's way.
Yeah, they're going to be able to find it, no problem. Talon just doesn't have the backup, even if Mikado came back in. And Polaris, they make that fight work. Yeah. The saves again from AU, stalling out that fight, being able to isolate Savage, knowing that he popped his BKB in the earlier engagement. And now, Talon, they're 13k down, 9 to 18. Polaris secondary life up on Natsumi, negating that buyback disadvantage that he created for himself. And for Talon, I mean, it's so hard to find that opportunity. It's even with the Blink Lasso, like because of AU, you really have to rely on Q. Like it's got to be the tossbacks every single time. And he's been trying so hard, but Polaris are just really not giving any openings. They've been playing so well this game. I mean, they're just built up a massive amount. Savage, he needs this Lincolns to be up. If he has that with the BKB, he might be able to find openings in the team fights, but it's gonna take a while to get that. And with that Aegis up from Polaris, I don't expect any outer towers left for Talon at the end of it.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but if you see the Lincoln's build up here on the TB, can you not just build into the Ags for Natsumi? Like, it just kind of does the same thing, right? Like, just Lincoln's gets wasted as an item.
Of course. I think the one counter to that is support 4 staffs can just save you. So it's not as bad. Ideally, you'd still want that AoE around Savage more than anything else. Or you might need to just chain lockdown him in, which your lineup can do. But without anything like a nullifier in the books, multiple 4 staffs can still bail out someone caught in that. Kind of like a Ricky smokescreen. So not the worst thing in the world, but it would also be a little bit of a reveal. I think Savage is going to try to pocket as much money and stay away from Vision until that's up, which means that Natsumi might already invest into the parts for the refresh. And it looks like he has. I mean, he's already bought out the recipe. So it's the sunk gold fallacy. He's sunk some money in, doesn't want to turn around. Double Doom is still big, and that can just force out the Lincolns anyway on Savage, so it's not the worst thing in the world for Natsumi, and that is if he has mana, but with the Shiva's up, mana shouldn't be an issue here.
That's fair. I suppose you can always still break the Lincolns with Force's Viper Strike, even through the BKB, I believe, but you know, it's one of those things. It's not as easy said as done, right? Execution is quite hard in games like this where there's these team fights, while they don't look close, they are actually very close. A lot of little mechanics happening here between these two teams that make it very hard for either side. And Talon, the fact that they're still in this game, 13k behind, 32 minutes in, still a decent position for Talon. Though Dota Plus would not agree, 88% the way of Polaris right now, and that's also fair. Natsumi is a monster, and he has the Axe queued up.
Alright, shifts out, just keeps it at the recipe. Good call out from Natsumi. And for Talon, I mean, even if this game stalls, the openings are not presenting themselves. Usually, again, when Talon goes for these longer games, Mikado's a lot more disruptive. You can't be as disruptive on the Batrider. You have Firefly to bail, but it's not like his Puck, it's not like his Quap. And that does mean you can only do so much to work these lanes. Bot tier 2 melts, Polaris takes that out, only the mid left. Once you take that mid out, once you clear out all these outer objectives, I mean, the play for Talon just shrinks. And Polaris can just go for what we saw from game 1, slowly choke out Talon, slowly weave your way onto the high ground, and then just work your way from there once you find an opening.
Yeah. 16k advantage now. You see how potent, you saw that 30 seconds ago, Lelouch with the sidekick, the amount of damage the Lena does to these structures, it's just not fun. Especially if he has a double damage like he does now. A lot of damage being pumped out here from Lelouch. But if he is working on towards the Satanic as Talon, they're the ones that need some answers. Lincoln's still being built up here on Savage, but again, against the Ags, it can be a little bit rough. A little bit rough here for the TB. Natsumi, still very confident in this game, number 3.
Dire are scanning.
Gotta give props to Savage. He's found farm considering how difficult the game has been. So only 3rd in net worth, but only about 3k behind Lelouch, 2k behind the Doom. So still a position where they can easily make a comeback. And I say easily. It will look easy if they do make the comeback, but it certainly won't be very easy in terms of execution. The Satanic now is up from Lelouch. Arcane Rune found out for the Lena as well. Do you falsify it as Polaris?
Age is still up for a minute and a half. With a fresh Ags up in Natsumi, you don't really have much to be scared of. Although, Talon are grouped up for the defense here.
They do make the jump in. Lincoln's is broken. Lasso is there. They've got the Lena. That's a massive pick-off, but Lelouch is going to Satanic up, and now the Doom's out with the Aghanim Scepter. Natsumi, he's going to knock down the TP once again. Lelouch survives. They cannot kill him. The false promise is there in time. Look at this Doom, Natsumi. He is terrorizing them right now. Avalanche from Q. It's going to buy KP some time. Oh man, you hear that Doom sound over and over again. You know it's a disastrous fight for Talon. The Ags reveal, coming in clutch. They're on to the tier 3 mid tower. And Lelouch, he just can't die. Satanic with false promise, John. It's too hard to kill him.
It really is. And for Talon's part, they used their 4 stabs early, so they didn't have that save for Savage on their supports. They had no way of bringing Terrorblade out of that situation. Mid-rack's gone. Polaris not going to be gunning for more. Again, not bashing their heads against the wall on this high ground. Mikado.
Here we go again. He's just trying to creep skip. Just push out this creep wave. He's going to be okay. Through the BKB, just TP out of there. 23k net worth disadvantage now for Talon. 1 rack's down. Still not out of this game yet. They are within it. Savage has to find a way to survive these team fights. I don't know what the answer is. He doesn't either, John. I think he's just going straight damage now. Because Lincoln is going to do nothing. So he's going straight Daedalus, hoping for the best.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. And it's down to execution, as you've been pointing out here, Mike. The play for Talon, it's either a toss back into the lasso, as we saw, drag them so far away from AU that the saves can't come in, and have the 4 stabs ready to save Savage. Like, just be able to take these fights away from tight corners, away from tight areas, which it's pretty hard to find a fight in an open area now for the side of Talon, but you can't afford to get clumped up. If that Doom's on everyone, no one's going to be able to force staff to save, and it's just a disaster for Talon at that point. For Polaris, their path is much clearer. You know, they just need to look for 1 pick-off. As long as AU's got the reach, and he will have the reach with a blink up, no one's going to die. And if no one dies, then Talon never finds an opening.
Again, Talon still not out of the game, still holding on. It feels like it's by a thread now, but they are holding on. Natsumi, Strength Blink is being built up now. Aeon Disc even being built up on Natsumi, very, very smart. Top lane, Savage, he has been spotted. Line's being drawn out, they want to try and cut him off with this smoke here on Polaris' end. He's going to go for the TP out, and they aren't going to find him. Instead, they might find Hyde on the edge. TP away, Natsumi still can't see him. Won't be able to get him either. Nice TPs out from Talon. They buy more time, more space. It's all they can do at the moment.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, just try to keep stalling. Try to get the items up in Savage. He is very close to that full Daedalus, and he's also going for his own Hurricane Pike now. So some save, if he sees the Doom running up, can just Hurricane Pike him away, buy some time, buy some distance out for himself. Polaris, I mean, they've got control in this game. They've got the Basher up and Savius. Like they've got everything they could ask for right now from every hero. And the overwhelming blink for Natsumi not too far off. Force going for a Hex, and this is a very well farmed Viper with that additional control. It's awkward for Talon. Polaris, it just feels like this game is pretty much theirs no matter what angle Talon finds. Like, it's very hard to see, with the way Polaris is playing, any openings presenting itself for Talon. This is really good discipline and really just great learning from Polaris to fix those issues from the last time.
Yeah, I'm sure the game looks boring to some people, but this is really high-level Dota from Polaris, and I do agree it's very, very clean. Very, very clean. Not clean, though, is buying a Daedalus without buyback gold. Savage, I guess he's in a position right now where it's like, well, if I don't have the Daedalus, I've just got no chance anyway. So if I die, and we just call GG, but that's the kind of position Talon are in right now. It's not even about buyback gold anymore, because the buybacks won't do anything. Unless it's on your high ground. He'll buy himself a bit of time to get that gold up now. He just felt like he needed that bonus damage to at least have a chance at fighting. Of course, the next objective for both sides is going to be Roshan. It is up in 1 second. There it is. Talon have no choice.
They've got to force it somehow. I know what's better for them, to go in first or just take the fight, force a fight in it instead of going into the pit first. I feel like that's better. Like, it's where Polaris could be clumped up. You could maybe get a good avalanche to start from Q, get a good toss back, and then just lasso up. Perhaps on like AU or Natsumi could be really big. Just take care of everyone else afterwards. Because if they're in the pit, I mean, that's an easy blink doom in from Natsumi, and there's nothing you can do about that. It's just ugly for Talon in the pit. Polaris has all the control. They are shifting for the refresh on Natsumi, double AoE doom. I mean, when that's up, there's no play for Talon in there. And I mean, it's just very, very patient, very, very disciplined from Polaris. Just ensuring that Talon doesn't find punishment. Because Talon is the kind of team that can punish well. That's how they kind of work their way up here into the grand finals with nothing but 2-0s. Punishing overextensions, punishing overconfidence. And Polaris are showing no signs of that at all.
You want to see the real fun with the Doom, John? Wait till he gets level 25 and has the break talent on Doom. It's AoE Doom breaking everyone around him. That's going to be a hell of a time for Talon if it gets to that point. Not very fun at all. This Polaris, they saw the Roshan. They are not going to force it. They want Talon to try and force it first, and they make the jump in. At least go for a fight before Roshan. I have Skadi now up on Lelouch, so even more slow and very effective against the TB. Especially while he's in that meta form. Slow is going to be kind of insane against Savage, and Lelouch just such a powerhouse. He's got the Oracle behind him. It's like, if you can't kill off AU, you can't kill off the Lena. False Promise is going to make it impossible. Props to AU's itemization. He went for the Blink Dagger. Very smart. Stay out of range. He has the Telescope as well, which is even better. Just stay a mile away, blink in, you've got the range, cast False Promise, and then you may die. Then you have Lelouch's permission to die. But before that False Promise, AU cannot.
Yeah, he's got to be able to cast his spells. But again, he's been able to every single time. Refresh up in Natsumi. Double AoE Doom. Talon, I mean, there's no play against that. There just isn't. They need to find something. And they're also being patient. Smoke out now, though, from Polaris, and they're still holding the high ground here. Talon has not left their triangle. So they know what Polaris wants to do. And find a nice rune here for Natsumi as well. So 67-second cooldown Doom after the refresh. They can just look to fight again, even if it doesn't work out somehow.
Makoto's going to break the smoke, does juke out the gank. They're still going to have to try for this. In they go. KB, he's going to pop the flash goal on the Doom. It was there onto Hyde of all people, and now onto the TB. They've got the double Doom out. They've got to man fight this. Savage is trying. He will die the first time, but buybacks are there. They'll keep trying for the last fight of the game if they can. Try and turn this one. Hyde, he is still running. Does get rooted up. So Talon are incoming once again. An avalanche up, but it does nothing as now Savage, once again, caught out by Natsumi, has no metamorphosis. This could be it. He'll sunder, he'll try. Lasso is there. They're trying desperately, but Savage is just melting to Natsumi. That's a dieback. Hyde buys back now on the edge. Meanwhile, KP, he will drop as well. Onto the Bat Rider, Makoto's gone. It's the grand final, they've got to keep trying. But T4s are there. No, they call it. They know. Without the TB, there's just no chance. Polaris, this third game, they played so clean. It is such a clean game of Dota from Polaris Esports.
Yeah, they play spectacularly well. Again, they go back to the win condition for Lelouch on mid. And they had all the answers. They get a great saving support out for AU. He just disrupts everything. And there was no real impact out for Mikado. All the lassos were just instantly canceled off. And Polaris again pull out with a really great draft. They adjust really nicely, running that early try lane, finding that kill on Savage before the game even actually starts. And Talon tried to go back to that slower style of game. Polaris never allows it. They're not making any openings happen. They're not allowing any mistakes to happen at all. And they just play a really clean, perfect game of Dota here.
Who do you give the MVP to this game? This is a hard one. I feel like this game 3, it's going to be challenging to choose an MVP, John, but I want you to give me somebody. Who is it?
Oh, it's so tough to call. I still want to say AU because I feel like everything he's done just cuts off what Mikado wants to do. He has just been a great foil to Talon trying to come back in, to this Batrider trying to make plays. AU is always there with the saves. And I think he's just been such a big integral part for that success Polaris found in that game, that even the decision to run that tri-lane bot was phenomenal and just ensured the Terrorblade was just uncomfy start to finish.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, in-game, I want to say Natsumi's execution made him the MVP, but when you look at the draft, you look at the way AU trapped them with that draft, it's hard to decide between the two, right? Because Natsumi played the Doom perfectly. He made it impossible. The itemization was perfect. I'm kind of wondering now, who's shot calling the game? Is it AU shot calling? Is it one of the cores? Because the itemization, the way they position, the way they play, their timings, the way they force you to come to them, they will just drag it on. These guys have a flight to catch in 2 hours. They don't care. They don't care. They're just chilling at home. They're playing this game. We'll go to 5 games if we have to. We'll drag out the game for hours if we have to. Very, very clean, very persistent gameplay. Let's see what Talon do in Game 4 to try and force this to a game number 5. It's 2-1 the way of Polaris. We're going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 4 of this best of 5 grand final. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 4 draft here between Talon Esports and, of course, Polaris Esports. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, Polaris, they are one game away from qualifying directly to TI-11. Talon, not out of the grand final yet. They're into their fourth game now, but they need to pull off this victory to force to a fifth game. I'm going to ask you straight off the bat, what needs to change for us to be able to see that fifth game here between these two?
I'm not sure. It feels like you've got a lot of worry about, especially from AU. I mean, he loves these saving supports. He had a perfect Oracle game here this time around. Lots of save to deal with what Mikado wanted to do. They have a really good understanding here from Polaris' end as to what Talon wants, because they keep banning out the Void and Puck. And I think Talon, if they don't first phase a Mikado hero, it gets really hard. Like, they need to prioritize that Mikado hero. They need to have some playmaking, because we ended up with just a farming game up against Alina and Doom from Talon. And Polaris just played such a disciplined game that they don't allow any openings to come out. Again, correcting all the issues they had the last time they played in the winner's bracket up against Talon. And they've just really refined themselves into a clean Dota machine, which for a team like Polaris, I think making it all the way here to the grand finals alone is already a feat for them. Like, this is a team that we've always said had a lot of potential. Going out from Pro Series wins, all of that, and then when it comes to the DPC, it's just a bit shaky. And this is a team that got relegated down to Div 2, or was close to it, if I recall right, and they did get relegated. And to have that, being demoted to Div 2 and now potentially going to TI, it's been quite the ride for them, but it's so good to see that success for a squad that has mostly stayed together now for almost 2 years.
It is kind of crazy to think that they are a Division 2 team that might just qualify to TI-11 directly. It is kind of insane to think about, but there you go. The performance has just been so on point. It's something we always talk about with this squad of Polaris, right? You used to always tell me, all they need to do is not tilt. When Polaris don't tilt, they look amazing. It's that 50-50 between this team, and right now they're on the good side of the 50-50. Talon, on the bright side as well, they don't look tilted either. They're smiling, they're happy, they're laughing. That's what's important. You've got to keep resetting that mentality going into Game 4. No need to be sad about it. You've just got to try and get to that fifth game. If you've got any hidden strategies, it's time to bring them out now. There's no two ways about it. This is the time.
Yeah, your backs are against the wall here for Talon side. And Polaris, I mean, they just need to keep doing what they've been doing. Play disciplined Dota, come out with these really good drafts, have these saves coming through from AU. And Talon just lacks play every single time. Like, AU has just been so phenomenal on the 5 in this entire tournament. And Force has been really damn good on his off lane. He's just been performed to a really high degree. Do you see the empty chairs? Now, mind you, again, these boys need to fly. And we're all heading to the same tournament, actually. So, chances are they really want this 3-1 win. Because they'd also like a chance at going to a different tournament into, qualifying for a different tournament from tomorrow as well. So they've got a lot of Dota lined up here, the Polaris boys. And I'm sure they're very motivated to just clean it out here. And they've just been looking good. They're feeling very comfy, of course, in their team house right now. Not Sumi. Yeah. They're comfy, Mike. They're comfy.
Oh, they certainly are, John. They look it. They get back in their seats now. Hopefully we'll have this draft going underway very, very soon. Of course, we did have our producer actually point out as well, because I've been constantly asking who's the shot caller here in Polaris. Apparently, AU does not move his mouth, so he doesn't talk at all. He's kind of cosplaying Anna here in this best of 5 grand final. Apparently, Xavius is the one talking the most within the team. So there you go. And I'm not surprised AU's mouth is not moving, because he looks like a statue every time we look at him. He's a very stoic man. Apparently, it's Xavius that's the one that's really making the calls throughout this game, at least from reading his lips from these cameras.
Yeah, that does make sense. I still feel like a lot of the refinement in Xavius' callouts, and a lot of what Boomy's been doing, still comes from AU. Because remember, he's been developing this team as coach for at least 2 tours now. So I think a lot of that can still be sort of credited to AU, but the finer points in game definitely down to Xavius acting as a captain, getting that refined shot calling. And I think the drafting was also refined a little bit by AU for sure. Like, certainly as a coach, you've got to put that analysis and insight in. So it's still a big impact to have him around as well. Still into the draft now, potentially the last game in our qualifiers here if Polaris managed to carry that momentum through. No changes in the bans. Talon respect banning the Lelouch Lina instead. And first pick for Polaris. They've grabbed the Undying now too. So Talon, not going to have that tool for KP. But the Marcy is open if Talon wants it, so maybe just trading a little bit back and forth here, although Talon will take a think about it.
They will have a think about it again. Backs against the wall. They need a nice draft here for this game 4 to try and force it to a game 5. And I think after that game 3, you really want to be careful with your drafts here, as they are going to continue thinking into that reserve time for these first 2 pickups. Marcy is there. That's one. You pointed it out, John. It's a pretty obvious pick here with the Marcy just always being first face picked if you do not ban it out. What do you follow up with, though? Do you want to pick up Viper yourself? Do you want to run the Viper Marcy on your end of things as Talon?
I mean, you could go for the Viper for KP on the offlane. I don't know if it's really necessary. It does feel like KP likes to have a little bit more play in his offlaners. He loves his DP, which is still available. He likes his Brewmaster, which is also still available. Honestly, I don't think they picked the KP hero here. It's got to be Mikado. You need to have some play on your mid. The puck's gone, and if you don't pick the Mikado hero here, chances are Pango, Ember, Void Spirit are all going to be taken out, or the Quap. A mix of those 4 heroes will be taken off, and you just lack that mid play once more. And that's been really key for Talon to find any momentum at all. Across all their series, it's been back to Mikado, so I think you have to prioritize that mid, and that's why they're kind of having a think about it here. They go with a Quap, so there you go. You can't ban that out now in Polaris. You do have a stable mid coming out for Mikado. There is still maybe a little bit of a chance for flex, as you've pointed out a couple of times here. My Q has played the pause for Quap a couple of times, and you can still run something like the KP Marcy. So even if the Quap has an atrocious lane matchup somehow, you can still shift things around if need be.
Yeah, absolutely. Polaris' second pick. Where do they want to go? There's a bit of a switch up now. Makoto, no more Tiny for him. No more Batrider for him. They'll have a think about it with their own reserve time. You don't really want to have to be forced to pick up a mid pickup this early. Then again, they haven't had too much troubles in the mid lane so far, so they may not mind. Lelouch's doing a fantastic job. They'll continue thinking, though. They'll spend a bit of time on this one. Any mid laners in particular you'd like to see against the Queen of Pain, assuming it is the Makoto mid-quap?
You still have options for, like, Ember still in the pool. I'm actually a bit surprised Talon don't opt for something like the Mikado Ember or one of the Spirit Brothers. The mobility It's a lot better on those heroes as well. And we know Lelouch. We saw his Ember. He had a pretty decent time, although it didn't quite work in their favor in that game too, but it is one of his specialties. And there it is. Ember as well. Here you go, Mike.
Very good prediction there, John. The Ember comes out again. It's a Lelouch special, the Ember Spirit. He loves playing this hero. But we didn't have too much luck with it earlier on, but we'll run it back. We'll see against the quad matchup in the mid lane. It does do quite well. Doesn't really care too much about the poison of the Queen of Pain. The Shadow Strike, I mean, of course, the Q. Next ban stage, though, I wonder where this goes, right? Like, we'll see the Batrider banned out by Polaris. I don't believe we've got a KP hero yet, though he could play the Pulse 3 Marcy. We have seen that before. Any picks that you in particular think have been really dominant for either side that you'd like to see banned out here in the second ban phase?
Well, Viper's already won. Yeah, that's a big one for Force. Some saving supports, like Omni Knight, is probably really annoying, although I feel like Omni Knight's more manageable than Oracle. So maybe just ban that out for AU. There's still the potential for Chen coming out from Polaris, especially if they want to play this game a lot faster. AU's Chen will just enable that in a massive way. So all of those are pretty big threats coming out from Polaris that Talon might have to think about. For Polaris' part, they see that flex in the quap. They know it's not completely locked in. For Mikado, they ban out the Batrider once more. They ban out the Pangolier. So they're ensuring that there's not going to be as many options left yet for Mikado. And again, Ember versus Quap matchup. Ember tends to have a pretty good time. Like, you could go for the Shadow Strike plays. You could try to harass out, but Ember still has the dodge that he can get done with Sleight of Fist. They do respect ban the Morphling now as well from Polaris, so ensuring that Savage won't go back to that specialty. And of course, Talon again taking out the AO Chen, which has been super impactful.
10 seconds remaining.
So kind of covering all bases. I mean, with Chen gone, Omni Knight still shows itself for the side of Polaris. Oracle, it's still there. Dazzle, it's still an option as well. So much to worry about. And for Polaris, it just feels so straightforward. Like, they can just get some nice picks snuck in here. They've got the back-to-back picks. They should be able to kind of figure out from this next pick as to if any flex is still remaining at all for Talon.
You still have heroes there, like you pointed out. The Omni Knight's there, the Oracle if you really want, but that was just a counter towards the Batrider. No real necessity for the Oracle to come out this time around. A Disruptor is actually picked up here by Talon, so something a little bit different. Not a bad hero against something like the Ember Spirit either. Polaris? How do you respond to this? Like, this is a very different pickup now from Talon.
10 seconds
Because Static Storm can make huge kind of waves in the middle of a team fight. And again, the glimpse can be extremely annoying. Especially if you TP. It's a classic thing as well against Disruptor, right? Like, you TP to your tier 1 tower, Disruptor's waiting behind the tree line, and he just glimpses you back. We see it almost every time. Just, everyone seems to forget Disruptors in the game, and eventually he'll just pop that glimpse and see you later. Make the walk of shame back towards the lane, and well, hopefully we won't see that this game for Polaris, but you never know. It seems to happen every time we're casting.
Yeah, I think my one concern with the Disruptor picked up here for Hyde is that you can get picked off in the backline. Like, you've already got the Ember. You should be able to just run it down on the Disruptor. You do run the risk of, say, Static Storm, Kinetic Field coming out, but I think the Ember overall still has a pretty good grasp over that. And Hyde will definitely want the Ags built up, but it's such a luxury item for the Disruptor. It's luxury, but it also feels necessary. So I don't know if they'll be able to get that farm out. The Omni Knight does come true for players, and they go back to the Natsumi Luna, so they pick up their big pause one early on. Lots of confidence, and they are looking to play fast now. They've got a lot of push on hand, a lot of good farm coming out from Natsumi. This is going back to, again, how he loves to play. He's been known as a very farm efficient carry for quite some time now, which is also to the downside of Polaris, I think, in the DPC. You know, it became very predictable that he'd take something like the Dusa, but in this case, he's just enabled so much by his team that it's a non-factor. So I think he should have a pretty good time here.
Can't you just go back to Terrorblade here for Savage now? It looks like a much better TB game, I'd argue, against the Luna.
And it can be. The reflection's still there to be annoying, but the one issue you have is, again, you're going for a physical core up against the Omni. That's not going to feel comfy, and Terrorblade doesn't naturally build into something like, say, the Nullifier. So Guardian Angel is always just going to be a massive issue unless Mikado can always get that jump in and get a good Sonic Wave and lock down. I like the Slark a little bit better. Just again, because you're dealing with Omni Knight overall, you can kind of escape from all the control or the lack of control coming out from Polaris. Because once again, they don't have hard lockdown on their support duo coming out. If that is going to be the support Undying, they could flex that for Force in the off lane. But it's a very good Slark game just because, you know, there's nothing to pin you down. Even a Quap is going to have a pretty good time. Mikado's going to be able to jump in and out. No problems. Your only stun is Lucent Beam and Sleight of Fist Chains. That's not enough to hold something like the Slark.
They are certainly lacking a lot of stun here. A lot of control just not there for Polaris. Talon looking a lot stronger with this draft in game number 4. Final bans to come. SD being removed here by Polaris. So maybe thinking that the Marcy is going to be in the position 3 role here for KP. Wouldn't surprise me whatsoever.
5 seconds remaining.
One more ban for Polaris and then Talon before we can continue with these drafts. "25 seconds reserve time left to think about this one. It's a matter of whether you really think the pos 3 Marcy is what's happening here with Talon. And they get rid of the Rubik's, they do believe so. Talon, their final ban. Looking for something in the off lane, unless it is the pos 3 Undying. It still is a bit of a flex pick.
I think with these banouts, it feels like a pretty decent Brewmaster game coming out here. Just for... You do have an AoE Purge, so you have a way of taking off quite a fair bit. And you can just remove a lot of what the Omni Knights bring. So the Brewmaster has a lot of value there. Laning up against the Luna's probably not the comfiest, but it is a KP special. And as you mentioned, with your backs against the wall, you might just go back to what you're comfiest with here on Talon's end. So you could just stick to your guns. No, give Q to Marcy instead. And just give KP, like, just give him the Brewmaster.
He hasn't seemed to like it at all. Since that ulti change, since the Ags change, he hasn't seemed to like the Brewmaster whatsoever. Oh, here we go. Keeper of the Light comes out, so it does seem like it is probably going to be the offlane Undying here from the side of Polaris. They look pretty happy with that. Claps coming out here from the side of Polaris. They seem pretty satisfied with their draft. Talon, how do they respond? I doubt we see anything quirky like a mid-coddle coming out here from Polaris. Like, they still could flex the Ember, but I don't think that's what's happening. Talon look very happy themselves. What's the final pick? Is it a KP hero? Is it support? Oh. It's an Invoker to come out. So something very different here for Makoto. And that could mean an offlane Quap or a pos 4 Quap, and it's going to be the Q Quap.
Yeah, they go with a Quap flex, and we pointed this out early in the draft, and you pointed out the last time we saw the Queen of Pain draft from Talon. They've got that flex with that hero. So go for the Mikado Invoker up against a Lucius Ember. That should be a pretty good lane to play with. Mind you, Polaris, they still have this insane combination, Sleight of Fist along with the Chakra. They have a lot of ways of just running this one down. They are running the core Undying here for Force. So he's got a lot of presence coming out up against a Slark that honestly isn't too bad. Slark doesn't have that much strength to start with. I'm sure you can tank yourself up and just allow Slark to get some Essence Shift stacks, but it's not the worst thing in the world. And with the Undying on your side, that does mean Talon can't really run a tri-lane up against that. You do not want to drag 3 heroes in to the Undying. So Polaris, they still have some ways of cutting off the aggression that Talon has been looking for in the lane to enable Savage.
Well, I'm very excited to see how this Game 4 is going to pan out. Of course, we are going to head over into that very soon. John, I need a definitive answer. Which draft do you think came out on top for Game 4?
I think Polaris has a really good draft. Like, they've got these combinations that just Ember Kotl. It's very hard to bet against that. AU going to have a really good time in just saving his entire team. And you've got this really good tempo coming out from Natsumi. So he can opt to play faster around objectives. He can just go back and farm at a really good pace. I think Talon, they've got to execute on point here. We've got to see the same plays we were seeing out from Savage the last time we saw his Slark, if they want to try to drag this out to 5 games. But Polaris, they're looking good to, secure that road to TI here, Mike.
Let's see how it all pans out. Game number 4. Talent, they need this game for victory. We'll get started. Do you want to do some predictions, John? We've still got some time. I know there's a 5-on-5 smoke, but usually these are just for wards. So 4 predictions, John. What are you thinking?
301 plus. Trees almost always tend to get wrecked out, no matter what the lineup is, and you do have rebound here. Total number of player deaths at game end. I can see this being a 41 to 55 game. Will a tower be denied? Oh, that's such a 50-50 thing. I'd say yes. Team with the first tower kill, Polaris. There you go.
Thank you for that, John. Do like the switch up here from Makoto as well, right? Like Invoker into Ember is definitely Invoker favored. Just being able to purge off the Flame Guard with the tornadoes never feels nice for the old Ember. CS wise, Lelouch should still have a good time, but certain timings, especially once you have the Urn up on Makoto, it can get very frustrating with the Cold Snap combo. See how Lelouch tries to play this one out. Get a nice deny on the Observer Ward already. That was his own Observer Ward, though, to be fair. Just denying that gold away. It's now Makoto.
The battle begins.
In fact, I said it was his own Observer Ward, but it was not actually. It was the Dire side, excuse me. 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes. Very even start in terms of net worth. We'll start off with the mid lane here, John. Lelouch, he's going to be on that mid Ember. He's going to be against Makoto's Invoker. What are you thinking about this mid matchup?
Again, it should be Mikado favorite. I feel like the Ember does have pretty good play up till level 3, level 4. That's when the Invoker starts to get really annoying. But before that, you can play around with your Sleight of Fist. You can try to harass out. Invoker doesn't have the highest armor in the world, so Sleight of Fist will do significant damage every time. And Lelouch does avoid the first EMP use, so already getting a lot of value, a lot of harassment out onto Mikado. And he doesn't have quite the level yet for the Quas. So, yeah, you're going to feel a lot better for Lelouch whenever you do gap close and twack away. But again, once the levels go up, Invoker should be able to equalize. But if Lelouch finds rune control in this game once more, I think Mikado is going to have a pretty awkward time in trying to really push that Ember down a bit here.
Well, let's have a look at the side lanes as well while we have a chance. That bottom lane, Q, KP, Pos 3 Marcy, Pos 4 Quap against AU's Omni Knight and Natsumi on the position 1 Luna. You mentioned in the draft, we've seen this Luna from Natsumi many times. KP has been running quite a bit of position 3 Marcy as well. Really seems to enjoy this in the off-lane role. Against AU's Omni Knight, though, it feels like it's going to be kind of hard to really harass them. But as I say that, they do make a jump in. KP doesn't have level 2 yet, so can't dispose. But plenty of harassment being thrown out towards the Luna already.
And this is key when you're laning up against the Omni Knight. Early levels for Omni, downtime on Heavenly Grace is still pretty big. So you have some good windows to just apply that harass onto Natsumi and get some space for KP to just farm and get the denies he needs to slow down that lane. Good lane start for KP, 10-2 in the CS. A little bit behind on Natsumi, but kind of to be expected, with Q just kind of twacking away with no care and having the scream to threaten, to harass. And AU, he only really has the one Mango. He has a Clarity on hand, but once the man is out here, the lane's a lot tougher.
Yeah, AU in trouble now. Heavenly Grace is there. KP going for the sidekick rather than the dispose, so can't toss AU back. It's going to be just fine. Because that top lane, we were having a gander at it in just a moment, and 23 Savage is going to be there on that position 1 Slark. Once again, this man has found a lot of success on this pos 1 Slark. He'll be supported by Hyde. He'll be against Xavius in that position 4 Coddle and the pos 3 Undying of Force. You'd imagine is favorable for the Slark, but he still does need to be somewhat cautious against that Undying. The Tombstone is going to be dropped. Doesn't really amount to much here for the Undying, but does zone out the Slark, because now Hyde's going to try and get aggressive. Onto Xavius, a lot of damage being dealt. One more right click will do it, and they find it. Hyde, great first blood pickup, realizing he was out of position on the Coddle, and with the glimpse back, does manage to secure.
Yeah, he gets first blood, and he manages to find a Tombstone. So Hyde manages to get himself his early boots up. This is a pretty rough lane for Slark overall, though. You can see that in Savage's CS. It's not safe for him to walk up. And with the early Solar Ring, with the Chakra up, the spam on the K, and the threat of an Illuminate, I mean, Slark just dies from one Illuminate early on if you get enough decay up. So Savage really has to watch his spacing here.
So those decays force. Already 20 strength there on the Undying. Very hard to deal with. Such an annoying off lane to have to try and fight against here as Savage pounds away. Still copying so much, and it's hard with the Chakra Magic right behind the Undying. The bot lane, Natsumi again being terrorized here by Talon. The +4 Quap very, very good with that Shadow Strike. AU trying his best to keep Natsumi up and healthy. There's only so much he can do at the level 2 mark. Would much prefer the level 3. At least on the Omni Knight. And for now, Talon, at least in the offlane, are having an extremely good time. KP's basically free farming on this +3 Marcy.
He's getting the build up, but I don't think you mind too much for Natsumi because he can flash farm the jungle really quick. And that's the one concern. The Slark can't do the same. With this kind of slower starts for both cores, it still favors the Luna overall, as long as some space is created in the jungle.
Hyde again top lane, getting very aggressive onto Xavius. It's that level 2 Thunderstrike, and it does so much damage as Hyde. Glimpseback is there, Savage out of range, but it won't matter. Hyde able to secure another kill onto the Coddle, and with that damage on Glimpse now, it's just easy for Hyde.
Yeah, he's finding some good punishment. It's not really relieving this pressure on Savage, though. Like, Force is still able to just control this lane so well. And Savage down to, 500 HP max is not a great feeling. It's still really dangerous, and the Slark is still not finding farm. So even with the kills Hyde is finding, for one, your Slark's not getting assist gold because he's not really helping there. And your Slark is still not farming. So it's a sacrifice that Polaris is more than happy to make here.
So far, so good. Savage, very, very low. The Illuminate not going to fly through and connect on the Slark. Doing a very good job of making Savage feel uncomfortable in this top lane. Hyde the real savior here on the Disruptor, that's for sure, as Hyde again going to try and sneak up from the back. Does not want to deal with the Undying, only wants Xavius. That's all he wants. Not going to have the opening this time. Meanwhile, bottom lane, again, AU. Going to be targeted on the Omni, being body blocked here by KP. But they don't have any follow-up spells, so AU is going to be okay. In fact, now Natsumi's the one pulling the creep wave. Just such desperate times here for the Luna. A really just terrible start here for the Luna in this laning stage. Talon doing a fantastic job in the offlane of slowing this man down. So Natsumi forced to just pull the creep wave back and equalize the lane a little bit. KP will not leave him alone, however, just continues to steal creeps away.
Just get what you can. They do kill off Savage up top. Again, that's the one issue there. Even if Hyde finds those kills, there is no saving Savage in the lane. It's just a atrocious lane, even as, I'd say, worse than Natsumi. Because again, the Luna can still flash farm. There's a Mask of Madness build up coming out for Natsumi. Eventually, he'll find that gold. And for Savage, nothing fixes a Slark's lane. There's nothing you can go for to flash farm.
They're trying to get aggressive. KP's in. Sidekick was popped, but they are going to back off. They don't have the lockdown.
Dire's top tower
+3
is
Quap
under
really only,
attack.
+4 Quap really only has the slow with the Shadow Strike, so a little bit awkward trying to make that jump in. They will be able to survive once again down a bot lane. The mid lane, something we haven't talked about for a while. John Lelouch top of the CS board right now on the Ember. Meanwhile, top lane, there was a Tombstone dropped, as you just saw. Force
Dire's top
trying to get
tower is
aggressive.
under attack.
He's going to be forced to back off. Rotations are in. Makoto, he'll join with the EMP Cold Snap onto the Undying. Force cannot decay. Chakra Magic is there. He'll try to survive, but the Tornado is going to connect. They do manage to punish, but here comes Lelouch. He'll at least find Hyde on the Disruptor. Chain's not going to land on Makoto, though. A little bit unlucky there for Lelouch. They find a support for a position 3 trade. Still Xavius keeping tabs on Makoto. Chakra Magic up on Lelouch, but no,
again.
the chains again. Not going to land on Makoto. Now the Ghosts walk away, and they don't have the detection for him. Oh, 2 chains in a row, not connecting on the Invoker. Makoto, he'll be very happy about that. It's Q now. Blink forward, trying to find more targets. We'll give the glimpse vision for Hyde. AU. Still a tanky Omni Knight. His chains are going to connect onto the Q Quap, but he is fine to back off. Makoto will back him up with the Tornado EMP. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, that works out for Talon in the end, but that's massive commitments from both sides. Lelouch, had a remnant to say, was dropping pretty low from that aggression. Still, in that interim period, you do get a little bit more out from Polaris. Like, they lose a couple of heroes, but Natsumi works his way towards mid, finds a space to free farm in just a little bit, and actually has the Morbid Mask up. So he's got some lifesteal. He can play in the jungle now. Level 1 Glaive's not amazing, but the farm can start to pour in. KP, he has a free lane. that investment needs to pay off. That BKB, if it is fast, does provide a lot of openings. Talon shoving in mid just a bit, but their lineup isn't the fastest to push without KP around. And they've already lost their top tower. So Polaris can put a big dent onto Savage's farm. You can just see him jungling. It's not the fastest progress for the Slark.
Certainly isn't. Not easy to catch up on the Slark either. Still, Force is kind of getting pincered in here. Hyde, Q, they're both around, looking around for the Undying, but Force is just hiding very effectively. Now does show up, will drop the Tombstone. Savage, he does have the Shadow Dancer. He'll keep the fight going. He has his supports around, but they're giving more strength away of Force. He's actually a very, very tanky target, as even Makoto's going to show up. And once again, we're seeing another game with Talon. Their only objective right now is shutting down Force's off lane. They do not want this man having a good laning stage or a good game.
Put a little bit of a dent in it. I think Force at this point is just kind of doing his job, though. Like, you are buying space for your bigger heroes. You're allowing Natsumi and Lelouch to get that build up, get some space in the lanes to farm up. And again, if you do manage to build up on the Luna, it can become a little bit of a problem, but we'll have to see what Force does off. Nah, he just goes back top, so he still wants to just keep track of Savage. Talon now grouping mid here.
Chains out. He does manage to get it on Hyde, but the double damage is still going to go the way of Makoto, and that's the whole point. Lelouch, he continues with the chase. Chakra Magic will be there, so a refresh, and there you go. Lelouch, he finds something. In fact, Makoto, he's the big target, but a nice tornado will fly through Lelouch. Does he want to keep the chase going? In comes more TP's KP. He'll show up, rebound out, onto AU. They found the Omni Knight. He'll try to purify, but it's not going to be enough. AU's gone. Back into the mid lane, Lelouch, he's still playing around with Makoto, buying time for his team to try and make their way over, but nobody's coming. Lelouch is in dire straits, and he's going to drop. Makoto picks up a double on the Invoker. They are not allowing any openings for Polaris whatsoever this game for.
Yeah, it's a big shakeup for Talon. They're playing much more aggressively. They're finding the openings they want to now. And the side of Polaris, they're responding in kind. But you have to be careful about bleeding out like that, especially to the Invoker. Like Mikado, and he's going into the Witchblade. He's got the room to kind of finish that up shortly. And all that aggression mid means that Savage, he only has to deal with just the Undying, but with no threat of that Illuminate out from Xavius. The Slark feels comfier farming up. And Savage is working towards that same build-up we saw last time. Falcon Blade power threads up into the Diffusal, Ags, BKB. So he's set to at least get a decent enough timing from the Diffusal, considering he died once in the lane. And same thing kind of goes for Natsumi, though. Mask of Madness up on Luna. The farming pace is kicking up, already ahead of Savage. So Polaris are still equalizing fairly well. And I think the pressure's more on Talon to actually be aggressors. They need to be able to get some aggressive wards. They need to find some early towers somehow. They will go for a smoke play here with Hyde and Mikado.
Down towards the south side. Into that Radiant jungle they go, Talon. Scan is not going to catch anyone, but Natsumi is around that area. If they keep drifting towards the left side into the mid lane, they will find him eventually. Problem is, Polaris, they do show up in the same area, so they are ready to protect their Luna. In fact, Tornado, it's going to fly out onto the Keeper. Static Storm will be dropped. They will pick up Xavius. Savage will take that one. Chains out, but without the Coddle to give you the Chakra Magic onto Lelouch, they won't want to keep this fight going. Polaris, they'll accept the Coddle death.
Yeah, they have to kind of give it away. Talon, they do actually manage to find a tier 1 bot just from KP. He's been given way too much room, it feels like, on Marcy and Force.
Getting caught out again. Makoto not allowing this Undying a game. He'll pick up another. Great performance from Makoto so far. 3-0 and 3. Making it very challenging for Polaris. It's now a 3-9, 3k advantage the way of Talon. And that bad laning stage that Savage had, it's no longer really there. He's caught up in net worth quite effectively.
Yeah, number 3 in net worth. KP number 1, because KP is just farming down bot. I mean, this guy's BKB, man. It's going to be up soon. Marcy with BKB time, you've seen this multiple times before, Mike. This is scary for the side of Polaris if they're not careful. They do at least have the save with a Guardian Angel, but again, with a good Tornado here from Mikado, the basic Dispel more than enough to remove that ult until the BKBs are up. So you still have some good timings for Talon to kind of play around with here. Natsumi's still farming quite nicely. He's found some room for himself, and they are grouping up mid to look for their own shove in here.
Yeah, they're going to try. Q's got the Sonic Wave up on that pulse 4 quap. It's rather hard to push into this. Hyde has Static Storm up available, but there's your Tombstone. That's going to zone everyone from Talon out. Lelouch will keep hunting around with that Sleight of Fist, just getting information for his team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And it seems like Talon, they're just going to let this one go. They're not interested in the defense. They'd rather keep buying time for that farm to keep going. And I suppose when you are this far ahead, like, you may as well just keep the farm going, because like you mentioned, KP has the BKB on the way. He'll work on towards a Basher later, and we've seen how strong this POS 3 Marcy can be with these kind of item timings. He's basically a POS 1 in his own right.
Yeah, and he's not been punished at all. So the timings are going to be really nice. They have that fresh BKB. They could go for a smoke play, and they will. And Hyde is also saving up for the Ags. And he has not been punished since dying in the laning phase. So if he manages to keep finding these assist kills and gets that build up into the Ags time, I mean, even the BKBs won't save you here.
Here we go. Wrap around through the Radiant Triangle Talon. Playing a very fast-paced game. AU gonna get caught out. They'll hold him down. Can he buy some time? Buy some space? Not really. He is just gonna drop too much damage from KP. Not the biggest pickup, but it does allow them the opening for the tier 1 mid tower now for Talon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they can just get that jump going. No worries about the saves now. And they still have the Unleash open.
Rebound not gonna connect on anything. There's the Unleash, or rather the sidekick. Unleash not even being expended yet by KP. Not going to take too long to take this tier 1 tower down, especially with the siege creep incoming from the Dire side. Still a big group up. Polaris, they want to try and force the fight. Force, he's got that Tombstone available, but the tier 1 tower's already gone. Hyde now, looking for a glimpse back into the Static Storm, has found Force once again. That's the target they love to go for, and with the Sonic Wave they secure. Force drops once again as AU. Tornado, it's going to be enough. Makoto picks up the second. And the Marcy, KP, able to TP out safely. Nobody dropping from Talon. They now hold a 5k advantage their way on the Dire end.
Treat to 12 here, going Talon's way as well. The item timings are just lining up. Savage one part into the Ags already. Only about 2,300 gold away, so not that far off from that key timing now on the Slark. Whereas Natsumi, you expect the Luna to have a lot more with how fast this hero can farm, but Natsumi's been shoved away from the triangle, having to play on the longer bot jungle. There's not that much ward coverage here from Talon, so they haven't been able to punish. And it does feel like for Polaris at this point, you are looking to stall for that win condition. I mean, even the Lelouch needs a little bit of time for his BKB. And once you have these BKBs on these two cores, that's when the game kind of simplifies. Even Force, despite the slower game, is also getting slowly but surely closer to that BKB. So that'll counteract Talon's jumps in. And that'll counteract the aggression Talon wants to bring out until the Ags is up on Hyde. Again, this is a support disruptor. The Ags does take quite a while here.
It's still decent timing from Hyde. You got to give it to him. I mean, 17 minutes in. I know it's not amazing, but he's getting there. Hyde's very sacrificial as a POS 5 as well, keep in mind. That's why they, I believe you told me that's why they call him Giga Hyde. Just the Giga Chat of the team. He just does whatever needs to be done.
That he does. Polaris, what they need to get done, play a patient game. They've been providing a few too many openings towards Talon. We need to see that discipline once more. You know, just get some vision down, get some D-wards down, farm safely, sacrifice your supports, and just get the build-up. Oh, they even find a Philostone on Talon. So Hyde, and the Ags is just going to be that much faster, Mike.
Oh, lucky man. That's what you love to see as a POS 5. And top lane Savage, he's going to have a hunt around, see if he can find a straggler. Nobody going to be there. They're all TP out. Back into the mid lane they go. Polaris in a position where they have to keep grouped up as a team and don't allow single pickoffs here against Talon. Because they just excel at that with this Invoker Slark combo. How even the POS 3 Marcy could just solo you right now. And speaking of that Marcy, KP, he's not going back for that standard Basher we tend to see. Looks like he's going straight into a Nullifier.
That's what they need. A way to clear out that Guardian Angel, a way to clear out that save. Marcy is very proficient with the Nullifier, focusing one hero down here.
Tornado's not going to connect. Makoto, he gets caught with the chains out. They will make the jump in, but Static Storm is there. Force, he does have a BKB up, so he'll run right through the kinetic field, continuing onto the Invoker. They'll find Hyde, but Makoto's still running. Lelouch is on the chase, but now Savage is going to make the jump in. Chakra Magic there to try and help out with the Guardian Angel, but Lelouch is dropping way too low and he's out of mana. He can't keep the fight up. So Talon, they lose Hyde, but they protect Makoto. They won't mind that. In fact, I say that, Makoto's going to jump back in. Force was there in the tree line. Still trying.
Oh,
Rebound is there. Oh, they found Natsumi. Sonic Wave out. They've blown him up. Great setup here from KP as now Lelouch. Still out of mana. In dire straits is going to drop. Mega kill for Makoto. This is much more like the Talon we know.
Yeah, they're playing aggressive. They're forcing Polaris to make jumps on them, and they sacrifice Hyde, but he already dropped the Static Storm in when he forced the BKB use out from Force really early on. So they see that opening with a spell immunity down. They jump in. They manage to get some punishment. 4-14, 8k lead up. Savage, 170 gold away from the full ags. Once he has that double pounce with a range, it's going to be a lot easier to lock in someone like Lelouch here. And he needs that BKB. He's only about 180 gold away himself. So the timing for Lelouch, he needs to just, clear out a creep wave or two, get that BKB before the next engagement. And that's when you can go back in. That should, well, it actually doesn't align with Natsumi's own BKB. Unfortunately, he's further away. And Talon, they see a double damage rune here, Mike. And Savage going to be enjoying that with his fresh ags.
And that win probability you just saw on the screen, 90% already for Talon. Ag's not going to be picked up yet, though. Still will spot it out. Maybe just hold it for the Slark. Here you go. Makoto. Moving in onto Xavius. Unable to connect with the Tornado, so he's okay to back his way out. Well, I mean, he is hitting very hard right now, KP.
There you go. Yeah, with the lacti up as well. Plus 237. Look at that. Machine gun.
That is a lot of damage. You get him, KP.
Man, Polaris, they don't have vision in that area, Mike. They don't have any forward wards. Their one ward is on the lane, which can spot smokes, but doesn't spot the Roche. So secondary life up on Savage. TP's down bot. Mikado already scouting out here with a Ghost Walk. Good scan,
nice scan. Natsumi, he knows, but the problem is Makoto's still closing the gap. Just needs a Tornado to throw out, but by the T2 tower, they may not try. So 9k advantage, ages the way of Talon. Feels like everything's gone their way this game. Polaris, they're in the position where they've just got to buy more and more time. Natsumi's nowhere near the net worth he needs to be to carry this game. It's way too far behind, and as a Luna, always make this point, but you want to have the net worth advantage. He does not.
No.
Xavier supports maybe a few lag issues going on here, but Talon in prime position to force us to a 5th game.
Yeah, and it's looking like 6 flights are going to have to be rebooked tonight from the other tournament org. I do. Well, I'm sure.
I'll take a bus.
It can't be helped.
You
can't take a bus. Have you seen the country, Mike? How do you take a bus through a sea? Excuse me? I know Australia's a desolate wasteland, Mike. The Philippines is a bunch of uncaring waters in between. I mean, you could actually take a bus
to the sea and then take a boat.
Take a bus. That's a 3-day trip.
All right.
That legitimately is. I've always wanted to try that. It does sound like a fun thing. It also doesn't quite sound fun to try that when storms can randomly pop up as well. So it is exciting. Not in the way that I like my exciting though, Mike. I like roller coasters more. They're comfy, calculated risks for the most part.
I still
not
don't
like
know what you find so comfy about a roller coaster, Jonathan. I don't know what you find so comfy.
Roller coasters are so fun, just the G-forces you experience, the speed. I mean, it's just fun. Still, what is more fun is actual Dota as we get the unpause here, Mike. So back into the game, Polaris. I'm back to that point about Natsumi. He needs way more. I mean, at the least with the BKB, he has some presence here. So this is the point where Natsumi can contribute in these team fights. He's not just going to be a sitting duck. at least until the Ags of Hyde, which is honestly, the progression has been pretty smooth. 1.7k away, 1.6k away, into the blink right afterwards. He knows what he needs to do in this game. And Talon, they're just grouping up for objectives, going for the safe plays. They have control of bots, so they'll try to take the tower, forcing the fortify out early. Creep wave, it's going to survive long enough, and there's no defense here from Polaris.
T2 tower freely given to Talon. They'll be very satisfied with that. There's a 4-man smoke here from Polaris, but they're going to be smoking right into the Aegis. I suppose they're in a position where they just need to do something this game. Into that Radiant jungle they go. Polaris. Oh, Slark jumps right into them. Savage, Balls of Steel, on to the Omni Knight. He wants AU first. Guardian Angel's going to be there, but the Shadow Dance has been popped as well. Keep in mind, Savage does have the Depth Shroud to boot, but they look like they need to back. Talon, not able to keep this fight going. Not for now anyway. They only lose Hyde, but Savage gets chained up. It won't be enough. Dark Pact, pounce away, he's going to be alright.
That was at least one BKB out from Lelouch, though. You still have it ready on Force, and you still have it ready on Natsumi, so the re-engage for Talon, not quite comfy. They are still standing around in the high ground, but not going to be able to try to punish Lelouch for not having that protection. So a good hit and run coming out from Polaris. Not the biggest kill, but you do apply some pressure back, and you do stall out just a tad bit on that Ag's timing of Hyde, which is still a big item to look out for.
Pounce again. It's going to find Force. That Undying hasn't had the best game, and Savage will just keep going, but won't have enough to cancel the TP. Just pouncing right back out. Looking at that mid-tier 2 tower now, Talon want another objective for themselves. But I say that Savage, he's still dealing with Lelouch here down at the bot lane. He's just got so many Essence Shift stacks right now. Like Xavius, oh, he tried for the 4-star, he's not making it up. He does go down. KP even trying to fight them from the low ground. Here is this Marcy. She's not that broken, KP. Get out of there.
I mean, he does have a broom handle, so he has that little bit of extended range and can hit through the cliff if you want to, if you find the right position. So they've managed to find a support pick off themselves. Without the Chakra Sleight of Fist, poking and prodding is a little bit tougher for Polaris, and they're just going to have to fortify already once more on that refresh fortify from the tier 2 take. Stalls out another objective for Talon, but it's still killing off the space they need for Natsumi. I mean, he's going to try to dip out to farm. There are some wards from Talon to spot him, though.
Savage, pouncing around, looking for a bit more. He's on the chase for Natsumi. There's your pounce out, onto the Luna. He's found a great target, but he is surrounded by a lot of heroes. He'll pop the Depth Shroud. Now has the Shadow Dance as well if he needs it. Natsumi still being chased down. Savage just taking so many stats away. But now with that Shadow Dance, he does need to be cautious. Back out towards the creep wave once again. It's the same story with the Slark every single time with Savage. He just gets so aggressive once he has the axe up. No fear in the world, especially with the bonus shards up. Talon, for now, going to be forced to back off. They can't take any more objectives yet, but they are dominating the map completely.
Yeah, and I don't think Talon minds the slower pace all too much. I mean, you still worry about potentially seeing this Luna somehow bounce back in. It can be a massive threat. You know, the saves from AU are still really annoying until the first few nullifiers come out, which KP does have on hand. So you at least have one target that you can focus on during Guardian Angel here. Makoto? I mean, he's by himself, but there's no one to jump him, unfortunately. It's just AU and Natsumi getting some good vision out. So they are getting some wards to ensure they've got info as to whether or not Talon's looking to shove in the lane. That'll allow Natsumi to maybe just farm a little bit more aggressive.
Oh, he barely gets the remnant away. Nice attempt from Talon. They were so close. Sunstrike. Nah, it's off the mark. He's alright. He's alright. We'll get back to the fountain. We'll have the Maelstrom up now. Some more ways of split pushing. Keep the game going. Buy Natsumi more time. They're looking back at Natsumi's net worth. He's just so far behind. And every time you see Savage just jumping in, you can really tell the difference between the Luna and the Slark.
Yeah, it's not a comfy game for Natsumi. Just no map space to build up. And you just don't have that much presence just with Mask of Mantis, BKB, and Dragonlance. It really isn't enough for this hero. You don't have a Manta. The Satanic's a bit of a pipe dream. Butterfly's a long ways off. Silver Edge as well. Really not options right now. He needs that Hurricane Pipe to defend from the pounce himself. And that's going to be big. I mean, until Savage gets his own sort of nullifier out, you don't have a way of just stopping them for staffing out. So, I love the response coming out here from the side of Polaris. This itemization is allowing them to keep this game kind of stalled out. Savage, he doesn't have Aegis, and everyone's up here.
They are, but
They
can
don't
they
opt.
actually lock him down? Like, he's got Depth Shroud, he's got Shadow Dance, he's got Dark Pact. It's just so impossible, it feels, to lock him down throughout these fights. And he comes again, just no fear in the world, just running up the high ground of the triangle. Will pounce back out. They are waiting for that next Roshan, but it is going to be a while away. Polaris, once that next Rosh is up, really cannot afford to let Talon take it for free. But with the way this game's gone, you kind of question how they can even force a fight. Talon have played this so cleanly now, this game 4. So dominant so far. Savage, he's deep, but again, there's just nothing to hold him down long enough. He can just Dark Pact off everything.
Yeah, it goes back to the draft. Right, like Polaris, they open up with the Undying, they follow up with the Omni Knight support, and the Slark just knows there's nothing to be scared of. It's a very free Slark game for Savage once more. They're clumping around Lelouch once again down bot here, but he does hide in the tree line. See if he takes the bait here, though.
He's going to go for the creep wave. Going to hide in the trees, but he was spotted that time. Lelouch actually going to show up. Q will jump in with the scream, just forces him back with the remnant. While that was happening, Savage has now got the full Skadi up. I believe I saw it. In fact, hold that thought, because Savage, he's getting to work again. Xavius going to force Staff away. They even forced the Tombstone drop from Force. But the net worth lead is now 17k their way on the side of Talon. And Hyde's got the Ags up as well on the Disruptor. Times only get worse.
Oh yeah, that's the big one. He's gonna have the level 2 Static Storm up shortly as well. So they've got a way of just stopping that escape coming out from Lelouch, which has been a bit of a factor in the initial phases of the fight. As long as he has mana, he's always gonna be able to do some good chip damage with the Kotl around. And the 4 staff saves are kind of cutting off Savage's solo pick-off potential here. Still on the hunt though.
Topside AU. Immediate TP away. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a fight to break out as they do have Hyde on the Disruptor and they do pick him off. Force will take that one on the Undying. The kill onto the Pos 5 Disruptor, not the biggest deal for Talon. They'll just immediately retreat. Makoto would be a much bigger kill, but nobody in position to catch him out. But you're just so reliant on Lelouch being able to jump in with the chains. That's really all you've got. There's nothing else to catch anyone. No sight devices yet either. Like a Hex would really help. But you don't have the net worth. I mean, at least Xavius is trying to get it, but it's a whiles off.
Yeah, it's still going to be a little bit more time until some of that's online. Polaris, they're just trying to retake control where they can. Natsumi just going back into that triangle to farm up. The build-up is coming out. He is going for the butterfly now. That will make the Luna feel like a much bigger core. And that should force Savage to find a way to pierce through that evasion, cutting off quite a fair bit of his DPS. And the Lelouch doing a fine job of keeping at least one lane shoved out. So Talon aren't just choking them out completely. KP though. Oh,
Jump in towards the north, Lelouch. He's a massive target. Split pushing. Talon will find him. Makoto happily taking the kill with the Sunstrike. Lelouch has been very good at avoiding these gank attempts from Talon while he's been split pushing, but this time around, Savage does finally catch him.
Mindbreaker does a lot there. Just that short duration of silence is enough to find that rebound from KP to get the chain stuns off and Sunstrike damage to just clean it out. Really excellent neutral coming out here for Talon. Smoke out from Natsumi and AU. They do find the mid tower here, Talon. So off the back of that one kill, they're opening up the map a lot more their way. And they'll be able to find top as well. Just without the Ember, it just doesn't feel like you'll be able to get things done. And they scout out the rush. So probably after shoving in top just a bit. In fact, no, they just rush in. Savage and KP, they're enough.
Nothing to hold them back. You've got the sidekick up, so just go for it. Shards available as well. See who they give that over to. Meanwhile, Makoto, he's got a full sight device down the Invoker. He's coming on the Courier. He'll join the Roshan pit and, well, Polaris, this is not something they can really afford to give up, but it seems like they've decided to just take the time, take the space, go into that diet triangle, let Natsumi farm. It's all we can hope for, because chances are you just can't fight. Like this Roshan fight, there's no chance it works for Polaris.
No, it really doesn't. They don't have that much team fight on hand. They only really have what? Just sleight of fist spam and maybe an Eclipse coming out from Natsumi. They've got good area denial, I suppose, with a Tombstone and, of course, Illuminate.
We'll see Makoto, so he'll BKB TP up. AU will do the exact same. Makoto unable to catch anyone. So nice retreat from Polaris. You mentioned the butterfly being built up on Natsumi, and he's desperately trying to get enough gold to have that up. Just to give himself a chance of being able to go to a right-click war against Savage. But it seems like Talon, they might go high ground before he even has it up. In we go. Alacrity popped. Savage onto Force. We'll back off. It's all about chipping away and just stealing stats over and over again. Once you have 2 charges of Pounce up.
Yeah. You just need a few hits. Level 20 talents up for Savage. +1 per stack. So you're feeling pretty good in these prolonged fights now. For the Slark. I think the safest play right now for Talon looks to be top. Just clear out that tier 2 that you kind of left behind. And just fully shut down the map. They've got good forward wards down bot to watch if Polaris does dip outside to try to farm. And we haven't yet seen that Ag Static Storm here from Hyde as well. So still some reveals to be done. And Hyde's just been dying a bit too quick. Savage all by himself. I mean, again, as you mentioned, Mike, there's nothing the Slark is scared of. Like, Dark Pack just takes away every piece of control and just jumps around like a fish out of water.
Quite literally. Savage. Every game this grand final so far, it's been dominant one way or the other, right? Like Polaris either dominates or Talon either dominates. I haven't seen the closest of games here in this best of 5 grand final yet. I mean, Polaris, they're not out of this game number 4 yet. But it certainly feels that way when you look at this 22k net worth lead. And Dota Plus is currently giving Polaris 2% chance of winning this game, which I'd say is fairly accurate right now. Because even with the butterfly up, it's like, how are you actually meant to contest the Slark? I don't think Savage is going to care. It might make it more inconvenient. It certainly doesn't feel like it's going to do enough. I think, if anything, the Scythe of Vice on Xavius is what you really need, and he does now have enough gold for it. Even then, though, it's not going to be that simple. Not against the Slark.
You might be able to catch Savage off guard once or twice here, though. And that's the opening you really need to capitalize on. Savage, full nullifier up, does skip out on the BKB, and I like to see that. Just have a way to take out more of that Guardian Angel, have a way to stop the 4 stabs here. Going to be big for him to finally start finding some kills once more, as the 4 stabs have been doing a lot of work. Side of Ice, as you mentioned, up for Xavius, so they have some play on the high ground if Savage overextends, but he still has the Aegis. I don't see them managing to get 2 surprise uses out from the Side of Vice. Although they do have really great D-push with Illuminate, so this is a tedious process.
Well, there's one Hex, but the Dark Pack was going. So now you know the Scythe of Vice is there on Xavius. Talon, be very careful of that now. Savage is making sure he uses that Dark Pack very efficiently. Alacrity onto the Siege Creep. Sidekick out on Savage. He'll pop the Shadow Dance and jump in. Who are we aiming? He'll go after Lelouch on the Ember. Lelouch trying to fight back. There's your Eclipse out. It just does nothing. They have the Depth Shroud. It hides them. The Eclipse does no damage. And now it's down for 2 minutes.
That is not good news for Polaris. That's pretty much all their contribution coming out from Natsumi. So he's just off to farm elsewhere with smoke. High ground still being chipped away here.
And mid tier 3 tower. Under siege, Savage will pounce away, go for the reset. He is a little bit low on mana. You want to be careful of that, but you've still got the Aegis for 45. He could easily just die and get the reset that way. Here we go again.
Oh,
KP, he's there as well. Rebound is out. They've got the coddle. That's just like the Vice gone without buyback. Force, he's going to try and get something done, but it's only going to be the Aegis. And Savage wants to die anyway. He wants that reset, as now the Glimpse is there. Hyde setting up onto Force, onto the Undying. He does have buyback at the very least, but there's just seems to be no point in committing it. They'll let the Midrax go down and hope that Talon backs off. But Savage will not. He'll go for the bot racks now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Shadow Dance back up, Death Shroud back up. There's not much to be scared of. Even a cooldown of Static Storm, it's a minute, but if they stall these fights long enough, which Talon has managed to do as well, should be back up in the middle of the next engagement anyway. It's just gone for more.
Radiant's bottom barracks are
There's a
under
bot lane of barracks now, Talon.
Dire's bottom tower.
So close to forcing this to a Game 5 grand final here between these two. There's your butterfly. Natsumi does have it up. No buyback gold available, but he's just got to force something. He's going to try to fight. But Talon back off again. Very conservative play. 29k net worth lead. They don't want to throw this one, but they are going to go for a 5-man smoke, so maybe a bit of a fake back.
Radiant's bottom
You'd love to find Xavius on that Coddle, and in fact they do. Pounce is there. He is getting deleted. He is gone for 50. Hex is out as well. Makoto, he's going to jump in with the Deafening Blast Meteor. It's not going to be enough on force yet. In fact, Makoto, he's getting chased down by zombies. He's going to be okay with the BKB to turn back around onto Lelouch. Spot side.
Natsumi?
What they got? Oh, they've got Natsumi. That's the big one. That's the
Jeez.
Luna. That'll put an end to this game as Savage is hitting way too hard. Game 5 on the way between Polaris and Talon. John, it's been dominant one way or the other. I just want one close game in this best of 5 grand final.
Yeah, it's been back and forth. I mean, one game Polaris looks like they just have such a great patient game and play perfectly. Another game, Talon bounces back in, reminds us why they were top contenders in the CDPC. And we go all the way. 5 games again for Polaris. The last time they were in the grand finals was in Hatyai. Up against Boom, went 5 games. So we'll have to see who it favors, because it's such a close match. These two teams, it would be massive for both of them to go to TI, Mike. And Polaris, they went down to Div 2. And this is a stack that's been together for like 2 years. And Talon, they came in from Div 2 as well. They're a team that a lot of people had some up and down feelings on. So both of them so hungry to go to TI, and we're going all the way. A perfect game coming out here from Mikado and KP, and even Savage only dying the one time, and Q. They execute very well in Talon. Polaris, we have to see a draft adjustment, because they've been going for the Void and the Void and Puck bans. Maybe it's time to consider the Slark ban, but if you do take out the Slark, the Void, well, it's still going to come out, but it does feel the Void is a little bit more manageable.
We'll see what they do, John. Can you give me an MVP before we go to Game 5 for Talon?
Oh, you know, I want to say Mikado or KP. Like, both of them played a really good game. I think Mikado, with his early activity, his timing to go rotate up top, to find those kills, to just work the map, was really on point. So I'd say Mikado probably set up a lot for them in that game. But I feel like it was a really big team effort out from Talon. I mean, for both sides, it just feels like a massive team effort. Like, we're seeing just both teams push to the limit. They have to play perfect Dota, and Dota is a 5-man game, Mike.
Absolutely is. With that, we are going to head off to a very short break. Of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our final game of this grand final. We'll find out who is going to TI11 from the SEA region through these qualifiers. We'll head off to that short break. We'll be right back.
pick out like a hard piece of control or a hard counter to the Slark early, Talon can then protect fairly well because you get 3 bans in phase 2. It just feels really... It feels okay to really just pick a big hero in the first phase. It doesn't matter too much. They get the Quap for the side of Polaris, so they do get some flex on hand for themselves now, as they can give that to Savius, they can give that to Lelouch, so it's fairly open, and they're preventing Talon from trying to play with that flex. But remember, the Marcy is pretty flex as well. We saw KP have an amazing time with it last game, but we know Q can play it as well. So you have that option here for Talon if need be. We're going to have to see, because this is the point in the draft where Talon did pick up the Quap, and they did flex it for Q, and they gave Mikado that amazing Invoker mid, which he really just danced around on. So, a bit of a shake-up here, Mike, but, you know, I feel like the Slark isn't that bad of a first phase pick. Like, it's really not too bad. You just ban out some harder supports and just enable Savage once more. It's been one of the most successful heroes for Talon these qualifiers next to that Faceless Void.
Let's see what they do. Talon.
Dire team back.
They're going to go Pango for now. That should be the Makoto hero. It is still a flex though. You could run the Pos 4 Marcy, run the Pos 3 Pangolier. They get rid of the Lina, which has been proving to be very, very strong on Lelouch. Fair enough. The bans are, picks are still very similar to what we've been seeing all Grand Finals. Viper banned out as well. Slark being removed. That's a big change. Your reaction kind of says it all there, John. The Slark has been extremely potent for Savage.
Dire team back.
Yeah, but where do we go now is the question. Okay, they ban out the Morphling, so they're banning out more Savage heroes, expecting Mikado to take the mid Pango. I think that's a respectable choice. There is still, again, flex. KP can take the Pangolier. You know, I miss KP Pango. We used to see that a lot in his time in TNC. I believe we saw an Australian burnout, where there used to be a cliff near mid. That was a beautiful burnout. You know, just living up to his Aussie blood. But yeah, you never know. That could still be something Talon pulls out and give Q to Marcy instead, if need be. As again, they tend to use that second pick as a bit of a flex. They're still kind of securing a good lane for Savage, and taking away the Viper is already nice. They're probably just wondering what else Force could pick up. I feel like a Primal Beast for Polaris is something Force has also excelled at, and that might be really annoying to deal with for Savages. That hero just really dominates lane. So I think they are worried about lane dominating heroes. Primal Beast is an option. We saw them ban out the Chen at this point for AU. They are allowing stuff like the Omni Knight and Oracle True. So they don't seem to be too concerned for all the saves coming out from AU to Matt ban on 5. We've got to see.
Final bans. Do they want to focus on the AU heroes? No, they don't. They want Force. And we've seen this throughout all the games that Talon have won. It's literally just shut down the offlane. If Force is not having a good game, Talon generally just wins. It seems to be all about that. That seems to be the game plan every single time Talon does pull off the victory. And every time Polaris wins, Force is dominating. So he's the key factor here for Polaris that needs to be shut down.
5 seconds.
Let's see if they can do it another time. For now, the bans are there. His favorite heroes he's been running quite a bit of have been removed. Polaris, one more ban to go, and we'll get to see the draft continue. They're going to take their time with this one.
Yeah, I mean, it is the last game, Mike. You know, that reserve time, wouldn't be too surprised if we go all the way down to 0, almost. Well, hopefully not 0. You don't want any randoms in your last match, of course, but they will take an extra tank. I mean, are they still worried about Savage heroes? Terrorblade's still on hand? They feel like that's an issue? I think Undying kind of handles that. A respect ban for the Disruptor from Hyde. And they go with the Bane this time, so there is still the save factor with a Nightmare there, but you've got really good hold the grip to just cancel off the Pangolier. Really good counter there. This is where Talon might think, alright, do we just flex this now onto the offlane? Because if this is your mid, it's just countered hard. And it's just not going to feel great for Mikado to roll in and just instantly be removed from the game. So I think Talon, they've got to find a way to either minimize the impact of the Bane by making this like a support pick to counter another support or to counter the offlane, or just find a way to rip into the backline now. And I think flexing Pango off with something mobile mid is the way they go with the Visage here.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
favorite.
okay, tell them. They've got Visage Marcy. Are they going to
Okay.
go Luna?
I mean, they don't need to, but there's the Visage, there's the Marcy, the sidekick, the familiars. We saw this the other day. It's extremely potent to have to play against. You've asked the real question, though. Are they going to go Luna? It's there. Luna Blessing makes it so much better. Savage, what are you thinking, sir? Do you want the POS 1 Luna?
To be fair, I don't think you should pick up that Luna here. Maybe just run something a little bit safer. It's still pretty open for Talon as well. Where do you want to put the Visage? They go with a Dazzle. So, you know what? It is shaping up to be a really aggressive draft out from Talon. I do worry, though, because the back line for Polaris feels very well protected just with Bane. You don't have that great mobility out from the side of Talon outside of the Pango and possibly the rebound from Marcy. The one thing I do note here, Familiar Stun can break away the Bane, at the least stop that channel, and they go instantly for the Natsumi Pudge to close things out. So they bring out that Pudge, and it's what a way to close out. You can see Natsumi's just, I'm feeling it. Yeah, pick the Pudge. Let's go.
I mean, his Pudge has been extremely dominant. Like, you see, once the Axe is up, it feels impossible to kill this guy. And the damage, just walking up to you, spell stealing with the spell life steal, just the damage output. You can't run away because the AoE is so big on the rod all of a sudden. If you do run away, he just hooks you back in. Such a dominant carry to have, and we know Natsumi really enjoys it. There's the Luna ban, by the way. John, you brought it up. Luna probably could come out here, but it is banned out. Polaris, they do not want to give that huge kind of bonus over with the Luna Blessing. SF ban, surprisingly enough, coming out here from Talon, which is a hero we have not seen throughout these SEA qualifiers, at least from the games you and I have casted. But it does get banned out in this final game of this best-of-5 grand final here. So, Talon, even getting rid of the Batrider, hoping nothing surprising comes out from Polaris. One more ban to go here from Polaris' end. They're still looking for a position 1 ban for Savage.
I mean, you can just respect ban the Terrorblade. It does feel like a fairly decent TB game. You do have some good damage coming out from the Quap, some decent ways of mitigating its output and cutting it off with a Pudge, but with the protection of the Dazzle, it does still feel like you can get a lot of value out from Terrorblade, so wouldn't be too surprising to see that kind of ban. What else is there in the pool here for Talon? I mean, if they want to play really fast, you can pick up something like the Juggernaut, play with the Healing Ward, play with the Sustain that the Dazzle provides, and just kind of get your entire team grouped up, force out these fights, go for the spin build on the Jug up against the Pudge. That's decent enough, although the magic resist is pretty annoying, but you can kind of still run that if you want on Talon's end. So, some options left there. For Polaris, it does look like we're looking for the Force here on the last pick here. Unless they kind of flex the Quap off lane and pick something else mid for Lelouch. And if they do that, I see a couple of heroes mid. It does look like Talon is expecting that. On the mid, something like a Lelouch Leshrac is still available. That is something that he absolutely loves. I think it's probably his most played hero. Kunkka is still in the pool as well to help you sustain your Pudge, give you a good hold for the Pangolier with the X, clear out the Familiars well enough. And they do respect ban at TB, which again just fits nicely with Talon's draft right now.
Radiant team pick.
One more. Savage, what do you want? It's right into the Doom. He's taking a leaf out of the Natsumi book. He wants the POS 1 Doom this time around. I like it, right? Like, Pudge, he wants to be up in your face. He wants to be rotting. Doom, he doesn't mind being up in your face either. Especially if you're going Axe build-up. You'd rather just be in the face of the Pudge. And against the Quap, if it is going to be a mid-Quap, you're more than happy to fight that as the POS 1 Doom. And we even saw it from the game that Natsumi did play Position 1 Doom against the Undying. A Position 3 Undying does not enjoy getting doomed prior to the Tombstone being dropped. It makes the hero just completely useless. And so I love the pick from Talon. I wonder, how do the side of Polaris want to try and trade back with their own draft? They're going to go into the Keeper once again. All right, here we go.
All right. I mean, the Keeper is a good way of shoving back this push coming out from Talon, but I like the shake-up from Talon. Taking this POS 1 Doom for Savage. We saw them play this a lot in the end of the DPC Tour 3. and they had a lot of success with it. It feels a lot better now with the changes to the Ags, with how you play them. So it's a great pickup for Talon, and for Polaris, I mean, they've got some good play. There's just this issue of like, it feels like they lack wide AoE control, which Talon has a lot more, at least with rebound, with familiar stuns, with a roll. You have good ways of just jumping all around the place. And for Polaris, they've got to get a really strong start here for Natsumi. They really do. And Force, he's going to have to try to burn down Savage. They need to block the camps. If Savage finds the mana creep, the mana burn creep, Force is not going to have a game at all.
No, absolutely not. And he almost guaranteed he is going to find the mana burn creep because they always seem to find it on the Doom. Eventually, you search hard enough, you'll get that damn creep, and then you just dominate the lane. Let's see how this goes, John. Best of one series now between Polaris Esports and Talon. I'll ask you one last time. You see both these two drafts. It seems like you're leaning towards Talon this time. Is that the case? Do you think they came out indefinitely?
I think their draft is a lot better. I do feel like Polaris still has this really good tempo to come out. Like, once the Axe is up on Natsumi, you can actually just keep spamming Hook out as well with a Chakra. Like, there is some good combinations here. And again, you've got the Chakra Decay coming out onto Force. So there's a lot of early presence. If Talon don't manage to hold out in the lanes, this draft just falls apart. And they need to kind of win out lanes. They need to secure the start for Savage. If they can do that, the game feels a lot better for Talon. But that's a big if. And that's asking a lot from these supports to kind of just stop Keeper for Light and Undying from just running down with Chakra. It's just devastating with that combination.
Rightio. Well, for the last time for these TI-11 qualifiers, John, I am about to ask you for 4 predictions before this game number 5 does get underway. Give us those battle pass points, Jonathan. I need those points.
Yeah, I've been missing a lot of them tonight, let me tell you. Player with the highest net worth at game end, Savage, because he's playing Doom. Total number of towers killed before 25. You know what? 0 to 5. No, you know what? 6 to 10, maybe. This time it's going to be 6 to 10. Okay. Team with the first tower kill, probably Talon with their lineup. They're probably going to look to be aggressive. And team with the first Roshan kill. Yeah, neither side really has the best Rosh. I'd say Talon, though, out of that. There you go.
Okay. Thank you for that, John. Game 5. Nothing to hold back now for either side. Let's hope it's an absolute slugfest between these two. Everything on the line here. You don't want to have to be forced to go to last chance qualifiers. Right? If you can get your spot to TI-11 right now, you'd rather get it right now. You're one game away from both teams. Sure, you have the safety net of last chance qualifiers, but nobody wants to go there, John. Nobody wants to go there. There's too many good teams there.
Yeah, you see that team list. It's way too stacked. We were having a conversation earlier. It feels like you could just run that as a mini major almost, right? Like, you could actually run that as a set of teams with a prize pool already, and it's already a legit tournament because those teams are all great. So, yeah, you'd rather not go through that process for both sides, and, well, that means everything comes out here, Mike. You mentioned wanting some cheese picks. I'd say this is the cheesiest draft we've had all night here.
It certainly is. The Visage and the Marcy. We love seeing this with this kind of draft. Always fun. Force, get a double decay off, but that'll be it. He won't try to fight over the bounty. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade, so a very even start this time around for game number 5. And of course, as usual, we are going to start off with the mid lane. You are going to have Lelouch on that mid Queen of Pain against the mid Pango of Makoto. Makoto performing very well on the mid Pango. Of course, Lelouch, we know how powerful he can be on this Queen of Pain mid as well. Bit of a newer hero for him here in game number 5. How does this hero matchup go?
It feels pretty good for Lelouch. He has a really nice range advantage. First few levels for the Pango just doesn't feel great, so you're just going to have to sit back and soak. Mikado's doing a good job of ensuring the wave does shove in, and he drags it all the way to the tower for some safe CS. He can poke and prod a little bit with a swash, but it does feel like overall Lelouch should have a good time. And rune control is going to be massive for both sides. Once Lelouch has a value point in Blink, if he even wants one, he's going to have a much better time in getting that done. And you have really good support rotation set up here from Polaris as well. So I think Mikado might have a little bit of a tougher time until that level 6 is up. And he's just going to have to find some openings where he can, pull back the wave as much as he can, and get that CS going.
Let's have a look at the bot lane as well, because this is the one where I think we're probably going to see First Blood being drawn. You've got KP and Q on the Marcy Visage. In fact, hold that thought, because there was a hook out from Natsumi, but no level 2 yet, so no follow-up. But between Q and KP, against AU and Natsumi, like that Visage Marcy lane can be quite dominant. It's very reminiscent of like a Viper Marcy, except instead of going slowly with DPS with poison attack, you have Soul Assumption, which does 300 burst damage at level 1, quite a ridiculous amount of damage. So if Q can hit that level 2 mark and just catch them off guard, you can really start to blow people up. But it also goes the other way. As you can see, Natsumi, he's going to move in with the hook. The Nightmare's set up, but he won't go too far. The Soul Assumption just, again, way too much burst from KP.
It's a lot of back and forth, and this is probably the lane with the most play. Lots of ways to trade. Q already having to pop the salve. Natsumi is not quite finding as much CS as he want, although he is still up there 8-1, but KP's not too far behind. I think outside of just Soul Assumption, you also have this play you can get with the Grave Chill plus Sidekick. Like the added attack speed on the Visage, even without the Familiars, it's good trading for KP once he has a value point up there. So that's a little bit of the back and forth that Polaris will have to watch out for. And Natsumi, of course, he would want some laning kills, Mike. Flesh heap stacks, very important for the Pudge while he's farming up for that Ags.
Absolutely. How about that top lane? Savage, Hyde, going to be against Force and Xaviers. Seems like a decent lane for the Undying. Even against the Dazzle with that poison attack, or rather the poison touch, you've got so many decays to be taken by Force, and if you do eventually try to make the jump in on the Undying, he's just going to drop Tombstone every time. It doesn't help that you've got Chakra Magic to keep resetting the decay either. He's already got 16 strength, and it's only going to go up as time goes on.
Yeah, again, we saw Savage have to deal with this in the last game, but he's not as protected onto Doom. You know, he can't just pounce away if an Illuminate's on its way over. And they're going to have to try to keep finding a good creep for him to eat up. No mana burn creep in the small camp, unfortunately. It is the bunch of Vul assassins. So Savage still going to be under pressure, and Force just feeling happy. The Doom will still farm, and Devour is still a spell that gives you free gold, so you're not going to be cut off from that progression, but the side of Polaris are making it tough.
It feels like this combo of Undying Coddle is probably going to be something that you do. In fact, hold that thought, because bot lane, there's going to be another hook set up here, set up by AU. KP, he's taking a lot of damage from that rot. Natsumi might have First Blood and does. First Blood, the way of the Pudge. You couldn't have asked for a better start for Polaris.
And that's what you want to see. You want to build up the flesh heap stacks here for Natsumi. And once he gets more and more, it's an easy game to get hooks. You've got the Nightmare set up. Easy pull back, easy damage out, and you can just run down. Talon have to be a bit careful bleeding out in the bot lane. They've got aggression of their own. But it does feel like KP needs more levels up. So only level 1 Soul Assumption, only level 1 Grave Chill. Neither option for the right click or the spell trading is feeling that great for the Visage yet.
Yeah. Going back to my point, John, about the Coddle Undying, I feel like this is one of those duos that, unless you see major nerfs to Undying before in the patch before TI 11, like this Chakra Magic Decay spam in the laning phase, it feels so busted. It feels incredibly busted.
It is. It's a lot of damage out. It's really easy to just catch that pause one at a bad spot and melt him down. And Savage, he's wanting to look to punish, but he doesn't have anything like the Infernal Blade. Can't really go for it. You are getting so much farm out for Force. Now, mind you, again, Savage not lagging too far behind in the CS. And overall, in terms of at least creeps coming out, it is looking pretty good for Talon, although not too far behind for Polaris either. Savage, I mean, he's 116 HP.
I've got Tombstone.
Can't really hold here.
Yeah, Hyde, gonna heal him up. Very forward play from Savage. He did have 20 stick charges, so that's why he felt so confident to move up like that. Maybe trying to bait the Tombstone to be used, but Force does not fall for it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, here we go again. The Nightmare into the rot. Q does have rebound, and the hook never connects. Trying to connect the hook mid-rebound is the way to stop the Marcy from bouncing out like that. But it's obviously much easier said than done.
It's pretty tough to do that. And hard to kind of predict where the Mars will want to go. Natsumi, though, as long as he's not being harassed out of lane, he's getting the farm. Vanguard not too far away. AU, nice steal onto the bounty while Q's trying to sneak up. They are still making moves down here, though. Mikato does have a regen, but don't manage to cut off the Bane. And they don't fully commit to jump mid. Lelouch is still really mobile in the co-op, even with just the level 1 blink. And that is the one shortcoming for Talon. Their lockdown isn't amazing. So Lelouch has a lot of play in this game. that does mean that you're likely not going to see any commitments towards that mid lane this time around.
Certainly not. Makoto, though, still very, very happy with the way this mid lane's gone, that's for sure. As bot lane, here we go again. Natsumi, this time he'll be the target. KB won't be able to get the damage off.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Natsumi's still a very tanky kind of pos 1 here on the Pudge. Not going to be that easy to threaten in terms of his life. Survive and keep working on towards the Vanguard. As top lane, Savage was being chased down on the Doom, but just pops the Scorched Earth and then runs. The Force not able to keep up here, not willing to drop the Tombstone either. Savage will just salve up and right back to the top lane he goes. Very close affair between these two teams once again, as now the Flesh
Savage.
Golem and Tombstone, they want to try Savage. No, the Illuminate!
Ooh.
Oh, it doesn't connect! He was a hair off! Oh, how close can you get? Hyde. He's going to try to run. Hyde looks like to be fine as bot lane Q. Oh, he's going to rebound back the way of AU. They find the Bane. Makoto's rotated.
tower is under attack.
Disaster for Polaris Esports. Absolute disaster.
And you miss out on some key kills. Savage now can kind of just go jungling. And you're at that point with the Doom. You got the level 3 Devour up. You can just kind of play it safe. No need to really show up too much.
Dire's top tower
Savage is going to
under
hit
attack.
6 if he wants. With that Doom, they could try to make some plays. But again, gap closing here, a little bit tough. And they do shove him completely away from top. I mean, this combination of Force and Zavis is just unsustainable for the Doom to play against. So you are already putting a dent on Savage, but he's just going to take mid for himself.
Dire's top
Mikado
tower is under
doesn't
attack.
really mind. He's the one to go jungle. He's the one who wants to be active anyway with a role. So you kind of get a swap out there. Lots of heroes checking up
Savage.
top, though.
They do slow him up. They've got the Soulbind. AU's even going to show up. Illuminate again going to be juked out by Savage. Nightmare will be there though, letting Force get closer. Now the Tombstone, but the Doom, it's going to be committed. In comes Q. He'll try to help out. In fact, the Undying, he's the one dropping too low. He will go
Oh.
down. AU, he gets a deny off. Savage, he does go down in the end. AU saving the day, salvaging the situation. They'll lose Hyde. They'll lose Q and Polaris. They get a 3-for-1. In fact, I say they got 1, but they really got nothing. It was a deny anyway.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they find everything in Polaris. I'm surprised Talon, they didn't drag in Mikado for that fight. He just opts to keep farming. Maybe didn't expect all that movement out. Polaris getting a lot of value from their forward wards here. And that vision, the information they got that the Doom was just jungling, they just instantly pile on. And it just feels like for Talon's end, if you do slow down on Savage too much, it feels like a really tough
Dire's
game.
top tower is
And they're
under
trying to
attack.
clump up bot, but Natsumi has the ward protection here as well. So they can't even find punishment onto him, and they've got this great board behind the tier 1. Polaris, they know Savage is just standing around here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Savage, gotta be very
Radiant's
cautious.
bottom tower
Polaris, this
is
is the
under
target they
attack.
want. Savage, AU, he's having a look around. The pings are out, they know. Savage, he'll get spotted. AU, where's the Nightmare? He'll pop it eventually, but Makoto, quick rotations on the Pango, not going to allow this opening. AU, he'll try to run. Lelouch now, he's the one caught in the mid-quap. Oh, they find both of them.
Radiant structures
boy.
are fortified.
Yeah, that's an awkward one. They feel confident with the vision in the backline, but a good TP spot coming out there from Mikado, and the response, Talon does find it. This aggressive ward still looking good. Both sides do manage to find tier 1s up top and a down bot here for both sides. Talon needs to take out this vision game. Like, this control coming out, man, they can just stalk Savage. And right now, Xavius is just walking to his direction again.
Savage. Force, Tombstone's there. Savage this time does not help the help around him. And he can't find a way out either. TPs eventually do come out, but Q, the best he can do here, I think, is try to work with Makoto as they try and trade against Force, but he is such a tanky Undying. Can they really do it? Look at the refresh. Look at the decay being spammed out. Q's dropping to the Tombstone. He might be another kill to go the way of Polaris as the zombies are just chasing him down. He'll survive for now, but can they kill Force off? The Undying, he's too much. He's too tanky. They've got to retreat. Hyde's now the one in danger. He'll shallow grave TP away and might just make it. And does. Barely, I might add.
Is under attack.
Just barely. But
It's
this
those
chakra
wards.
magic Undying and the wards like you mentioned, it's painful.
Yeah, they just know. Every time Savage dips into that jungle, he's just not safe. And Talon, they need to take away that vision. Polaris, they're playing so well. They find that solo kill on KP down bot. Natsumi finds the angle. His Ag's timing's going to be really on point in this game. Savage, I mean, he just gets the Midas gold now. So at the least, you've got that farm acceleration, but it's been such a slow Doom game. He is barely above KP net worth, who is bottom net worth core. 2k lead up for Polaris. They do eventually get the sentry down. They do free up the jungle, but it took 2 deaths out from Savage for that move to come out. Like, they've gotten their value here on Polaris.
It's a rough start for Talon. 2k behind now. Savage very low in net worth on this Doom. Scan out as well. Polaris, they see the scan. Or rather, they see the smoke with the scan. Double damage was still picked up by Makoto, but the smoke may just amount to nothing. No one around from Polaris Esports to catch up. If you really want, you've got to head over to that Radiant Triangle, but without the mid-tier 1 tower dropping yet for Polaris, you can't really make your way over. There's no good pathing to that area. And so Talon, it's the retreat once again. At least you got a double damage room for Makoto. He can save that for the next team fight.
They've got to find that next team fight in their favor in Talon's end. I mean, you've got the Doom, you're 2k behind. That's not good news. The Doom is here that should just naturally farm better than everyone else, but Force is currently #1 in net worth from all the activity he's been getting up. You talked about how much Talon's been stopping Force. It's not coming out this game. Like, he is just abusing this chakra decay. It's just ridiculous what you can get done with that and how tanky you are. It's too much. And it's just building up. Again, the Ags for Natsumi slowly but surely coming out here. You're getting into the BKB for Lelouch. And once you have that protection, it just doesn't feel like you have any answers on Talon at all outside of the Doom. Which Savage, he's still just going to farm. He's not going to look for those Doom opportunities until the BKB blink is up. And that's going to take some time in this game.
Natsumi, bottom lane. Hook. Oh, that's right on target. Hide. What a hook from Natsumi. It's completely blind as well. He had no vision. Still Hyde does get away. Impressive hook, but no kill to come with it.
Just a little poke away. That does at least tell Talon where Polaris is kind of clumping up down bot, giving them some space to recover here on Savage, and even just allowing KP as well to work onto that rate pack timing on the Visage. It's still lining up. KP just scouting around with the familiars as well, getting some vision out to figure out where Polaris are playing right now. This more passive game does feel like it's pretty suitable for Polaris. I mean, you know, you're getting the build-up you want in Natsumi. They might still be able to find Mikado if he's not careful, you?
Nightmare. It does connect. Hides around. Hook this time off the mark. Natsumi not quite on target. Hyde actually not even flinching. Just keeps walking forward. Places a ward and acts like it never happened. It's Talon, they will get away with Makoto intact. He is the Giga Hyde, Johnny. He doesn't flinch when Hook flies out. He's fine.
Of course.
AU.
Oh.
Chase down, Rolling Thunder. Diffusal Blade is there from Makoto, but a nice Nightmare. AU gonna hold Makoto. In comes Lelouch. What a Nightmare dodge, but still, the Sonic Wave's not gonna be there in time. AU barely survives. Just barely.
Yeah, they back off. They try to make a move onto Force up top with the TPs, but just a little bit too far forward. Savage doesn't have anything like the blink, so Force is just free to walk away. These back and forth fights with no kills, it is starting to feel a little bit better for Talon, because yeah, they expend the roll, but you also force out the Fiend's Grip, you force the rotation out from Lelouch, you're still finding farm on Savage and KP. So these two cores are just gonna hit some key items that they desperately need. And they'll just be, you know, kind of swimming in it once the BKBs come in and once that raid pack is up. So Talon starting to find a stall out. Polaris, I think once we see them hit this Ags on Natsumi, they need to start playing. They've got the early BKB on Force as well. This Undying, it's definitely going to live up to its name in the middle of these team fights with that BKB. Like, there's just no solution yet from Talon.
BKB and Chakra Magic, so more strength to be stolen. I mean, at this point, he may as well just go Ags, right? Like, you may as well build Ags, get the 8 strength still on the decay, because you could just have double decays constantly with Chakra Magic. It'd be so much value here for the Undying this game, but Obviously, being responsible first has to go BKB. I'm saying after that, you think about the Ags. I'm sure Force is.
Yeah, it's a good game for it. He's softening up Doom, softening up Pangolier before the roll, kind of taking away the threat of Marcy pre-BKB. Does a lot. So, certainly not something that's completely memey for Force after the fact. We'll see if that's something he'll want. And the lead for Polaris, it is starting to slip away a bit. And we are finally seeing Savage pull up, BKB up now on the Doom. So that's one item that will allow them a little bit more play. But you really want the Blink on top of that. Blink and refresh with a Shivas, which again will take time.
They'll find Hyde. Makoto is there to help though, and Hyde again. The Giga Chat of talent. You'll just run casually right through. Nothing happened. Literally nothing happened. Hyde, you just keep casually pacing. This is Pos 5 Dazzle. Always has the backup of his team. Polaris, they're the ones that are still just trying to buy time for the Ags. Natsumi's got it. You mentioned it's time to fight once the Ags is up. We'll see when Natsumi wants to get started. For now, he's just trying to escalate and farm.
Yeah, he is building up. He did skip like a durability item. It does look like they are going to start Roshan though, off the back of Force. They're going to make some good progress here with the Tombstone drop as well. Not the quickest Rosh in the world. No, neither one of these teams really fast Rosh takers, but Talon don't seem aware. And Rosh, given enough time, you will still find it.
Thank you to Force, by the way, for building that Ags that I talked about, John. Not making it look like a complete moron during this Game 5 of the Grand Finals. Force looking out for the boys. Love you, Force. Here goes Polaris. Aegis will go the way of the punch. That's a big target. Talon. It seems like they're just more than happy. Just Savage is farming. He's climbing up that net worth lead. He's got Midas. He's got BKB. We've seen how powerful Pos 1 Doom can be from Natsumi himself in this best of 5 Grand Final. So just give Savage the space and time. And of course, we talk about it in the draft, but let the Visage have its time as well. Because eventually, you're going to win one team fight, you're going to sidekick one of these familiars, and things are going to look rather silly. Buildings are going to start falling apart. It's not going to be fun for Polaris if they end up losing said team fight.
No, it certainly isn't. Still, Polaris, they've got a nice smoke here. They still have this ward giving them vision on the bot jungle. They know where Talon's farming.
Oh, nice hawk, Natsumi. On target. Had the vision this time. Fiend's Grip there just in case. They are not willing to let this kill go. Natsumi, he'll try for the familiars as well. Hard for them to get away with this rot slow. It'll be at plus 200 for Polaris. Now 1k advantage going back the way of the Radiant.
And the vision game has been such a big difference maker for Polaris. Like the forward ward in the triangle a while ago, this defensive ward just cutting off where Talon wants to farm. They understand what Talon needs to do. They understand where Talon wants to play, and they keep vision in those areas. And Talon, their own wards aren't really doing much. They've got this ramp ward on the rune spot. They've got this ward in their own top jungle, which is fairly inside their jungle, not really seeing down the ramp, not seeing around the area all too well. And it just allows Polaris to really dictate these engagements every time. Still, the Blink's up on Savage. So you do have Blink Doom with War Stomp as well, with the BKB. And that BKB will force a choice out from AU. Although you could still kind of use Natsumi to kind of chomp through the BKB with a Dismember anyway, so it's not something you mind all too much. Talon, the question for them is, how long will you want to wait? And who and what are you willing to sacrifice? Because it certainly feels like you can't afford to lose KP as well. Visage does need some farm to really get ridiculous here. And the map is still really safe for Polaris. They're going for another smoke.
Savage in the mid lane, prepped for a defense, but he could be out of position very soon if he's not careful. Talon, they are behind him. KP will show those familiars. Natsumi, he's been very good with these hooks. You've got to be so cautious with this man. He's played a lot of Pos 1 Pudge. He knows what he's doing. It's tier 1 mid. Not going to be defended. Talon, they don't want to risk it right now. Especially against the Aegis of Natsumi. With the Ags, it's just too painful if he gets close enough. Even with some BKBs up, it's just, they don't last long enough. It just feels like Polaris can just sustain forever until those BKBs are up, and then you just run at them.
I mean, they really do have the answers to almost everything. I think the big one for Talon now is going to be this Linken's timing on Mikado. Once he's protected on the roll, And that does open up the team fights more. Yeah, it just completely nullifies the grip that AU will want to bring out here. And you just have a way of ripping through the backline, which Mikado needs to achieve for his team. But that Linken's is also going to take some farm. So it really is just a patience game out from Talon. For Polaris, I mean, their scaling is good. You do have to worry because, well, frankly, Natsumi doesn't have the most flesh heap, so his tankiness isn't that amazing. And the BKB is going to help a lot in that sense, but the physical output of KP, or heck, the physical output of Q once he has his own BKB, is something to be concerned about. Talon will actually go for a smoke now in their end.
Yeah, I mean, they know where Natsumi is. The problem is you want to avoid Natsumi and find the backside. You want to find the other heroes on his team. Because the Pudge is that one position 1 right now that can literally go out of position anywhere he wants, and you still don't want to jump him. It's way too dangerous. Smoke is there, but it seems like Talon, they're heading towards the other side of the map. So maybe not wanting to force a fight, they just want to keep their farm going. They trust in their strategy, they trust in their draft. We've seen this throughout this whole best of 5, which every game has been one-sided, and one team fight can do that. So you don't want to be that team to give that team fight away to the other. Problem is, Polaris, they are still fighting more objectives. Lelouch, top tier 2 tower is going to drop, just casually taking it as the mid-quap. Will eventually back off just in case, but does force a rotation out from Q on that Marcy. And we're at that stage once again where Aegis is going to expire and it's going to be all about trying to secure that next Roshan. Smoke though, Talon. Can they find something to do here? Can they find a fight? It doesn't seem like it. Probably for the best anyway, because now there's a BKB up on Natsumi.
Yeah, you're going to need to choose your Doom targets here for Savage with all the protection coming out. The triple BKBs ready on Polaris, and they'll smoke off the back of that. Talon?
High ground, but hide. He's been spotted. Stones are there on the Familiars, and the Dazzle, or rather Doom is there. Lelouch, he cops it. BKBs were there in time. Savage in the middle of nowhere. Where's the Doom? Who's he got? Oh, he doomed a zombie!
What?
Oh, he's doomed a zombie! I thought he doomed the Quap. Then I see the BKB and I'm like, wait a minute. Oh no,
goodness.
not like this.
That is... Yeah, that's not good. Talon, that's a pretty big loss. Polaris, they're going to find a tier 2 off the back of that. They're going to be able to get everything they need. Yeah, that's
tough.
Just try to rinse that off. Yeah, it's really tough for Talon. Polaris, though, not going to be feeling bad about that. Going to be very chuffed with themselves. They find a double damage rune here as well. So, the objective should just smell. Top tier 2 faults, Outpost next. They've got the forward wards here on Polaris' end. And Talon, and they've got to hope for the best next time around. They've got a minute 20 to wait for that next Doom. And the 2k lead comes back here for Polaris. Savage, and the full Shivas is coming out here. But, yeah, what can you do?
What can you do? That's the saying, Jonathan. That's the saying I always like to come up with. What can you do? Force, he can buy an Aghanim Scepter to make things even more dominant. That's what he can do. Ag's up now. 8 strength still on the decay. This is where things get even more scary, because you got to worry about the Pudge, you got to worry about the Undying. Xavius is going to be spamming Chakra Magic, so it's double decay over and over again. Savage, he gets spotted out, but he'll run right towards the Dire Triangle once again. Lelouch, he's just going to show himself in the mid lane. Pops a DD, tries to chip away at the tier 2 mid tower, but there's no creep wave, so the backdoor protection is there. And Polaris, they are one step closer to pulling off this Game 5 victory. They are certainly in the lead in this game, not just by net worth, but just with the way these drafts work. It feels like Polaris, or rather Talon, needs so much more. Here we go, Savage. Sorry, John, go on. He does blink up.
They need a lot more. I mean, the Linken's timing for Mikado, that still feels like the key to allow them to take some fights. Just blocking off that Fiend's Grip means that your Pango will at least have a lot of play. Blink up now on Natsumi, though, so you can just instantly blink up and dismember with a BKB. Once you pop the Linken's on the Pango, you actually do have additional control now on the Pudge. So you actually don't care anymore about this Linken's build-up on Mikado, as long as your Blink's on point and your BKB use is on point. So we'll see. Fast Roche respawn here as well for the side of Polaris to find, and they've got the control here. They can just dip right into it.
Gaben's been too kind to Polaris this series, haven't they, John? Here we go.
Absolutely.
Second Roshan. Talon, you'd love to fight. They do find Xavius. That's something. They've got the coddle down. That's going to put an end to the Roshan. They don't want to fight without that keeper of the line. So now mid tier 1 tower opens up, and Talon, they do move in with the familiars and the sidekick. Certainly help the cause. It seems like Talon, I mean, they've got to be careful with the way they go, because they're moving right into the high ground where Polaris is standing, but it's a 4v5. Maybe this is the fight. Savage, dismember out immediately. Force, where's the tombstone? He hasn't dropped it yet. The Doom is going to be on target this time around. They've got the punch. This might be the team fight. Talon, they're trying. They find AU on the backside. Sonic Wave, Lelouch, he'll try to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, Hyde, he does go down, but they found Natsumi. That's the target they wanted. Talon, they've got the team fight. Oh, Polaris. They forced an ugly fight for themselves. They thought maybe with the high ground advantage, they had enough, but it wasn't quite there. And now Roshan, it goes back the way of the Dire.
I mean, this Roche doesn't take that long. With the Marcy and the sidekick and the familiars, this is where you're going to see that shine. Roche melting to that output. And Polaris now, they're finding themselves on the back foot. 9-7, still having a kill board on their side, but the lead slowly dipping back towards Talon's way. Aegis going the way of Mikado, and a free shard coming out for Savage, so even more coming out from that Infernal Blade. Mikado, he's got that Linken's up, he's going for the Basher next, he's going to have some way of stopping these channels through with the BKB. And for Polaris, this is where you might start to ask yourself, did they miss out on their timing? I mean, they still have scaling left for the Pudge. There's still a lot of presence left for this lineup. But you do have to respect that Talon still has... they've got scaling as well. I mean, Mikado is on the Pango. They've got disruptive teamfight elements. Whereas for Polaris, their teamfight, their most disruptive element in the teamfight, outside of the single target spells, is the Tombstone. And it did disrupt that last fight really nicely. Now, they had to kind of focus on it with Hyde. He did pay for that with his life. But they still managed to make it work. And, you know, this time around, it makes a big difference, Mike, when you do manage to land that Doom.
It certainly does. And it's very important not to doom the zombies and try to doom a hero. That's always a very, very important factor.
Oh, you know what? If you had... this might be funny. If you had the Ags on Doom, the AoE Doom following you around instead of on yourself, I don't know if there's really utility in that, but there's something there.
You can't miss if you just cast it on yourself, right? Right? That's 4-head or 5-head thinking, Jonathan. Well done. Savage has queued up the axe. He's got the same idea. Can't miss if I just cast it on myself. That's the way to do it.
Talon, they managed to find some good objectives now. Bot tier 2 faults, so they equalize map control. Pretty much mirror map control from both sides. Mid tier 2 stands. Bot and top tier 1 still stands for the opposing lanes as well. Aegis, you've got 3 minutes left on Mikado. He's starting to get really aggressive with his blinks forward. There is some nice split push coming out, which you can achieve with a Keeper for Light, of course. Save is just shoving in top, doing some good chip damage out, but Talon going for a smoke.
What can they find? Nobody in that Radiant Triangle, nobody in the Dire Jungle. It's literally only Xavius pushing out the top lane, not allowing a creep wave to get anywhere near the Radiant base. Sees a TP from Savage. That does get cancelled as well. Talon now. 5k ahead, looking very, very strong with Savage. 21k net worth. Polaris, they're the ones that need to find a way back into this game. In they go. Talon, they understand their lead. They do not want to back off. Makoto, he's got the Aegis. Now a refresher orb up on Savage. 2 Dooms up. You definitely want the team fight now. Polaris, they're the ones that have got to find a way to force a fight and win that fight. Or just keep avoiding. But the more you avoid, the bigger Savage gets. We've seen this from Natsumi. He's a hawk. Oh. Natsumi, Lincoln's broken. They find the Pango. Makoto, he is gone the first time, but the Doom, it was there by Savage. He'll rush in. He'll refresh. Who's the next target? Savage, he gets Fiend's Grip. AU's got him. The Doom, the Shallow Grave, it buys time. AU ends up going down. Savage will survive with the Sonic Wave. They chase. Lelouch still trying. Lincoln's broken. No mana. It won't matter, though. They lock him down. They have got the quap. Force trying to run. They are in big trouble now. Polaris hook up onto the Undying will save the day as Natsumi goes back in, but Talon have got this team fight. There is no saving this one.
Has been killed.
They managed to make it work. It was a very awkward fight out from Talon. I mean, not expecting the Lincoln break on Mikado, gets held down. Savage, with a refresh, with all the items he has to use, he just doesn't have the mana pool. So he's actually investing into stats now. Level 2 up, 2 points in the stats. Barely enough to get his 2 uses of Doom. I think the big issue is he's not able to really use the Shivas on top of that yet, so needs the Ags just for the stats. I think the value is going to be there. 9-9, 10k lead for Talon. I mean, it looks like a big lead, but you look at that farm distribution, it's only really Savage ahead. Natsumi, Lelouch, and Force are close behind. So I'd say this game is a lot more even. You can't count Polaris out. They can still play around and take away that durability on Mikado if he's not careful. Now, Mikado does have the Basher, and he is going for a BKB. Once that's up, pinning down the Pango is going to be a lot tougher. But that is more time to wait for. And Polaris, well, they've got their own build-up to kind of seek out here as well. In fact, they're going for a smoke.
They're gonna try. I suppose the fights need to be on their terms. They saw one Doom used. That's one less Doom you have to worry about. That's one positive.
Radiant's top
No
tower
refresh
is
orb
under
available
attack.
on Savage. Lelouch, he'll show himself. Maybe just trying to bait for his team. Talon, not taking that bait. Very patiently waiting the tree line, hoping Polaris move more forward. Makoto now baiting. Polaris not taking that bait either. They know exactly what each other are doing. Someone's gonna move in first. Who's got less patience? Neither side. It's like a stalemate between these two. It's like, nope, not me. I ain't going first. You're coming.
Yeah. Play it safe. I mean, there's so much on the line in this game 5, right? We talked about the stakes here, Mike. And no one is going to take any unnecessary risks. So you play it safe, you go back, you farm up, you build up, and you just keep trucking along. Now, there is one thing I'd like to see in this game, Mikey. Maybe down the line, our Giga Chad Hyde could go for the Ags and refresh the refresh. I believe it does refresh, right? It does not have the clause where refresh is excluded. So refresh to refresh, I mean, it's not enough mana on Savage, to be fair, but, you know, the possibilities are hilarious.
They certainly are. Double damage rune found out once again, Talon. They seem to be finding a lot of these this game. See who takes that one. Seems to be Makoto usually taking the double damages here for the team. Considering you don't really need it on the Doom. Nope, they're going to give it over to Q on the Marcy. So the Marcy with BKB Basher, I suppose he can just jump in and pop that Unleash and go to work. So the double damage now on Q. He's a core now for the team. 11k advantage for Talon. Dota Plus saying 19% chance Polaris can make a comeback, 81% chance Talon pull off this game victory. So they're not out of it yet, but Polaris, they are in dire straits. They need to find something. They need to find a way. There's the axe.
Yeah, it gets scary. I mean, Savage shouldn't be missing any more Dooms. So the zombies are not going to have that. Why does that happen? How can your clique prioritize the zombie over here? That's just kind of strange. Still smoke out from Talon. They want to reveal this.
In defense of Gaben, it's not his job to let Savage doom the hero, right? It's Savage's job to click the right target. In we go, Savage. Smoke forward. Force is ready to break the smoke. They're under vision, though. Talon, realizing this, will back off immediately. They don't want to fight within someone else's vision.
Ooh.
Hide. 4 staff away. No hook. They'll get their own vision down now. In that radiant triangle. This game reminds me of, like, you're getting into a street fight, but nobody wants to chuck the first punch. You know? It's like, no, you throw the first punch. You throw the first punch. And neither side wants to do it.
Yeah, just two fellas, you know, sizing up each other but never getting physical. That's it.
I mean,
and
they're staunching.
honestly, it feels like a few of the games in the series have just been like that, right? Like, it's been very patient from both sides.
You mean every game of this series has been like that, John?
I was waiting for the breaking point for you, Mike. I'm glad to see it came out.
Eventually it will. Oh, goodness me. It really is, though. Like, they're popping their chests out, you know? flexing their muscles. Here we go. Roshan started. Natsumi hook is there, but Roshan's down. Doom is out. Savage, he will rush forward. Leilusha, big sonic wave, however. It lasts on 4. Is it gonna matter? Nobody dead yet. Everyone survives. So the sonic wave does buy time for Polaris to back out after seeing the Roshan was down. Talon still 17k net worth ahead. All 3 cores on their side are well and truly far beyond what Polaris have right now.
Yeah, they've managed to pull out, and I think that's a big difference from a few minutes back where, you know, it's mainly just Savage. Everyone else was equally farmed. You do have at least 2k lead on KP and Mikado each now. You still have one more Doom to go on Savage. Did not manage to pop that refresh, so it still has additional usage on hand. And Polaris should be ready now for that AoE Doom. They know it's up there. They show their respect for it. They did pop a BKB on Natsumi. So probably just going to play safe then. Force as well. I mean, he has the Ags up now on the Undying. But the issue is, if you do get doomed, you can't really steal the strength. So that kind of falls flat there as well. Still 9-9. After you point out they're just sizing, they go again. I mean, they stand up in front of each other, but no one dies. So it's just a bunch of posture in here, Mike.
There is the Timeless Relics available here, I believe, for Talon. If they wanted to give that to Savage, that feels kind of nice. You know, 20% debuff duration seems good. Yes.
I'm curious though. I feel like that doesn't affect your self-doom duration, right?
Well,
Because
why not?
that's not technically a debuff on you. Because it's probably a buff on yourself.
Why
And
would
so
that
it
be?
will only affect... I think that's the way it's programmed. I'm actually not sure. If it's a debuff, then it would doom yourself, right? So it must be a buff. Because it's a positive on yourself. So I think if you want to get the longer duration doom, you actually have to doom an enemy to count it as a debuff. Because when it applies onto itself, the duration doesn't change because it's a buff on yourself. Or
This is the
debuff
one
duration
hero-
means it has to be used defensive.
This is the hold that thought. Makoto's now trying to move in. Illusions, that's all he's caught. Makoto, he'll pop Rolling Thunder. Maybe Polaris can try to force a fight. My point was, John, that Doom's the one hero. Like, he's literally the devil, right? Like, if there was a masochist in the game, this is the guy, right? Like, if there's one hero that can debuff himself, you'd think it'd be Doom.
Yeah, but when you self-doom, you don't really doom yourself. You know, you apply an... I think it works like it applies an aura on you that applies doom in an AoE. So it technically isn't a debuff, which means, again, technically... I mean, I would love to see if it does make a difference, but no one on Talon
pretty
even
sure
picks
you're
it up. Savage just sticks to the spell for some.
Under attack.
That makes more sense anyway. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're right, John. I'm just messing around with you. I'm just messing around.
It would
Talon.
be funny, though.
It would be.
No, you know what? We still need that. It's doom in time.
It's Doom time.
Top tower is under
He's got to do it. Why don't we have it? Alva,
Why
please.
don't we have it? I don't know. I don't know. It's a
We
missed
need it.
opportunity, John. Maybe for the Doom Arcana eventually that comes out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's you charge in, you've got the guitar and the taunt, and you doom yourself. It's doom in time, and you come in with a taunt. There you go.
Tier 3
That's the
tower,
Giga
John.
Chad play.
Tier 3 tower. On they go.
Ah,
You've got the familiars to
Familiars.
abuse here. This is the best part of this draft. Sidekick, familiars, throw them in, let them do the job. Alright, we've done enough damage. Off we go again. 9-9, 40 minutes in.
I can't believe we're actually only at 18 kills.
Yeah, I'm
Like, that
starting to
is
feel
that
like-
is just surreal to me.
I'm starting to understand how the League of Legends casters feel, John. I'll tell you that.
Well, at least you know objectives are falling. They take Roshan and they kind of poke. Well, no one dies, but they take a tower. As they say, they take a turret. If you would want to
Oh,
really
don't
go
say
all
that.
in
Yuck.
on this one, Mikey.
Yuck, don't say that. I was joking.
Ugh,
Don't-
that felt wrong.
I literally got
That
a
felt
shiver
wrong.
as you said that. Moving on. That joke never happened. Top lane. The familiars. Here we go again. These are the real MVPs for Talon. You
Oh,
may not
dude.
like it, but this is what peak Dota looks like. Yes, John?
Yeah, you've got the Silence the Graves. See when you pop out of the Invis. You got bonus damage, Fortify Forced Out. Just from the side of the familiars alone, Mikado. He's only got half a minute on that Aegis. This is really risky from him.
Absolutely. And there you go. Tier 3 tower's gone. Makoto, he'll keep going. Tombstone drop force, he's gonna force something. I mean, you've got to fight eventually. Makoto! That'll be the Aegis. It's something. Let's see if they can find him a second time and they cannot land the hook. Familiar's still chipping away at that top racks. Rolling Thunder. Makoto, he's literally just gonna zone them out. That's it. Zone them out, let the birds do the job.
Is under attack.
And they do.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Oh, how do you stop this? Like, you can't even kill the siege creeps with Illuminate. It just falls.
Under attack.
The only shame thing is that Marcy sidekicks herself. Like, imagine you could just sidekick in an AoE on 2 heroes, or 2 units. Then both familiars could get the sidekick. Now that would be peak Dota.
Oh, Mikey, you're getting me excited. Maybe that should be a shard instead. That'd be amazing. That'd be very balanced, Mike. I like the way you're thinking.
9 to 9, 42 minutes in, 23k net worth. Hex is up. At least Lelouch has got the Hex up. I mean, there's some farm going the way of Polaris. Talon are in complete control. Absolute complete control in this game 5.
They are. They've got enough gold here for Mikado to just buy out the Overwhelming Blink if you wanted to, or are close to it. So another big item timing out for the Pangolier. For Polaris, this, again, it just feels like the point where we might be hitting a dead end in itemization. The Ags here from Xavius might catch Talon off guard, though. So they do have some more AoE hold from Polaris' end.
Oh,
They've got to find an
Natsumi!
angle.
He got bashed up, but he has the BKB. In he goes, onto Savage, but the Self-Doom is there. Into the Shivers. The Pudge trying to run. Where are you going? Sonic Wave. He's going nowhere but down. The Pudge is out. He has buyback. He can try to commit, but there's 3 heroes down for Polaris. Both supports without buyback. It is getting very close to a call here, I think. Because Polaris, they have not found an answer to this draft. Makoto, he's in. He fills it. Onto Force. We'll back off. No need to risk it. There's your buyback. This will be the last-ditch effort, Talon. Are they going to stick around? It's still a 5v3 situation. They're so close to being able to qualify to TI-11. Onto the mid-racks they go. Lelouch desperately trying to chip away, but the Familiars, they are the MVPs of this game. They are doing all the work. KP is doing nothing. He's just microing Familiars.
Oh. They back off, they show some respect. 32k lead. 9 to 12 scoreline with a 32k lead. I have not seen this in all our years, Mikey. It's another one of those strange firsts to see a team just completely choke out the game and just not kill. And just take complete control. Polaris, they have got to show the effects of this Will-O-Wisp. It has to fly out in these team fights. They've got to get control. They cannot afford to lose Natsumi early on. He's one of their only 2 ways of controlling through the BKB. They need that dismember. They need the grip from AU as well. Their positioning is going to have to really work out in the next few fights. Talon, and they don't have protection of Aegis. They're watching Roche Mikoto, keeping an eye. 20 seconds for the respawn. That should be our signal for the next piece of action here.
99% chance win probability for Talon right now. They've given 1% chance for Polaris. On the Radiant Triangle, Talon will hold, waiting for their next refresh on the Doom, I believe, for Savage. Not that he really needs it.
See
Roshan,
Roche.
it's up.
Free axe, free refresh up. I mean, yeah, at this point, just give High the axe, I guess, or Mikado if you really wish. And, you know, just run it down. This should be the opening. This should take care of that range. Racks and the last set of racks down. But, secondary life onto Mikado. Everything else left. No, they give High the refresh to just carry you around. No, pass on to Savage, okay. Mikado gets the axe. Alright, so Giga Hind doesn't quite get it. But, again, another Ags, another Aegis, another opportunity to push. They are trying their best here to stall this out from Polaris. Lelouch just split pushing. But they'll still have an angle from the mid creeps to go through the back door. So, we'll see what Talon opts for here. Still on the hunt. Oh. You know what I realized, Mike?
What is it, Joe?
I saw chat, right? So someone was like F10K at 9 to 9.
the betting scene, yeah, they must be really having a fun time this game.
F10K, 40 minutes. Who would have thought?
Oh, goodness me. Go on, bot lane.
Have to take care of the creep waves. I mean, they've de-pushed here in Polaris very nicely. So they are stalling the scan out very well. Talon, they have 2 cheeses. I didn't even notice this. Hyde's got a cheese. Q's got a cheese. They could combine that together, make a nice fondue.
Absolutely.
Start looking toward the high ground. Mikado's just playing poke. I mean, for Polaris, again, this hinges on just a great initiation act. They've got to find a way, use the Will-O-Wisp when BKB's fade. That's their turning point for Polaris.
All right, here we go. 42k advantage. Let's see if they can hold this. It's their last chance here, Polaris. They've got some buybacks. It's a rough affair. D-Ward is there. Talon, they're going to start moving in. Here come the familiars. Makoto gonna move in. Does get a bash, but the hook is out from Natsumi. KP almost losing familiars. He'll end up getting them healthy as now the jump is in. Doom is out. They've got Leilushan, the Queen of Pain. He has buyback though. He'll buy back immediately onto Force. They've got the Undying muted up. Force trying to back off. He has buyback. He'll buy back immediately. In we go again. The Will-O-Wisp is holding them down. But where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? Who's jumping in? Makoto. He'll be pulled back by Natsumi, but he has the roll-up. He'll be alright. Talon still sitting back. Moving back in. Savage. Self-Doom once again. Looking for some diebacks, but finds nothing. They'll try and deal with the Tombstone, but they cannot. Talon, they might have to retreat. But in we go again. The familiars, Makoto, he'll get to work onto the tier 3 tower. They want Megas. They want the happy death. Onto the Undying. Sonic Wave is out. Makoto, he'll drop low, but he still has that secondary life. He should be alright. They've got the melee barracks. They're onto the range. It's Mega Creeps incoming. Refresh on Savage, he's got another Doom. In we go, Makoto. Tries, there's the Doom out, Savage moves in. Aeon Disc will be proc, so the Hex does nothing. Polaris, they are holding on.
Man, it's Mega Creeps up, but they have the wave clearing. They've got great AoE with Natsume. They're going in.
He's gonna jump in, but the Hex is immediate. The Pudge is caught out. There's no buyback on Natsumi. He'll go for Dismember Savage. He's just going to go for the man fight. Have Talon done it? They've taken down the Pos 1 Pudge. They're onto the Quap. That'll be a dieback. I think Talon are making their way to Singapore here, John, as they've got everything they can ask for in this Game 5. GG is called. Congratulations to Talon Esports. So after 5 long, grueling games, they have made it all the way to the TI-11 in Singapore. And look at those happy faces. They've done it.
Oh,
Hugs out, smiles, cheering. Oh, it must have been scary, John. It's been a scary grand finals for both sides. But you've got to feel bad for Polaris, John. They were so close to having the underdog Dark Horse story. Oh, boy. I mean, what do you say? The pride of Visayas region from the Philippines, John. I mean, they put on a hell of a performance. I mean, you can't be unhappy with Polaris. They put on a hell of a performance. I know they're upset. I know they've got a flight to catch tomorrow morning. They're probably not happy. They've got to go last chance qualifiers. What can you do? What can you do? They lost to the better team today. They dragged it out to 5 games. You couldn't ask much more.
Yeah, they managed to hold on. And again, for both teams, it's a great story because Talon was a Div 2 team, Polaris was a Div 2 team, and both of them are, in some form, going to TI. Talon in this game, just playing so patiently, 9-18 game, but it doesn't matter. Talon just farm up, they get this passive game that they enjoy more, and they deny Polaris the ability to even look for the aggression here. A perfect game coming out from Mikado, just managing to do everything he wants, itemizes perfectly in this game as well, just to ensure that he is safe. And Talon, after a long journey, make it through. For Polaris, I mean, look, last chance qualifiers are tough, but they've shown us today that they're a team that can adapt really well, that they've got these great drafting ideas on hand, and we can take a look at that bracket overall. Talon break the winner's bracket curse. It does go 5 games, but they do go through. And Polaris, I mean, they got knocked down by Talon, forced a rematch and take it all the way. They play an amazing set of Dota here out from Cebu City, and these guys, I think they're going to do well in the last chance. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Lots of good teams, but Polaris are definitely still going to be one of the more favorable teams that a lot of people will overlook in those last chance qualifiers.
I mean, I'm going to be quite frank and honest here, John. I think Polaris have got a better chance in last chance than T1 does, quite frankly. Like, their performance throughout these lower bracket runs have been fantastic. Honestly, though, this is not a joke. They have been putting on a real performance here, and I don't know, Polaris, yeah, it's going to be heartbreaking. It's not going to be a good night for them. They're probably going to be losing some sleep over that last game 5, but they still have a chance in last chance qualifiers. They've got to reset, go into that, hope for the best. You know, it's not easy. It's certainly not easy, and it's not going to be easy for T1 either. But both these teams that are in that last chance, they do have a shot. Still, Talon, they're the winners today, John. This is the team we're talking about now. They 3-2 Polaris in the grand finals. It was a rough one. It was very back and forth. I'm looking forward to having an interview to see exactly what was going on in the mindsets of Talon. Because having games that were dominant over and over again, like one team was dominant one game, Talon was dominant the other. Polaris dominant, Talon dominant. It was never like an even affair between these two teams. I really am curious to see what factor they believe made it so that Polaris just dominated them in that game 2 and game 3. Because the games that Polaris won, they made it look so easy. But then the games Talon won, they made it look so easy. So I want to know what the factor is that they believe made that happen.
Yeah, I'm really curious as well. It felt like a lot came down to draft, because we saw Polaris were very consistent in